And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Good day to everybody, and good afternoon. My name's Over, joined by Nexus. We are going to be live with the last stage of the Swiss stage. It is series number 1 here, and we're coming to a close soon enough in season 3. I mean, it's been a tough one. It's not been easy. And Series 2, excuse me, correct myself. But in any case, as we said, it's not been easy. Swiss stage, it's the 2-2 result. Partisan versus Zero Tenacity is our first game. But before that, Nexus, how we doing, buddy?
Doing all right. Doing all right. You know, I'm doing some prep work for something you and I may or may not have later on today.
Yes,
so I've been going about things. Had some breakfast, morning coffee. You know, something I don't usually do is breakfast, crazy enough, but, you know, we got work late enough in the day. I say late enough, 2 p.m. for me, that I've had time to make some breakfast. You know, crazy life, I know. Not healthy, but thankfully I do not represent everybody watching this. You guys should have your breakfast. But for us, a type of breakfast, you could say, is this game of Counter-Strike? Do we stretch it that far? Is that good?
I think so. I mean,
Yeah, okay,
I love the fact that we get to see this game, that we get to cast it. It's going to be Partisan versus Zero Tenacity for us too. Later down at 4, Astrum versus Monty, and then later at 7 even, Passion versus Nexus. But those 2 games right now don't matter. What matters is the game ahead of us, Partisan versus Zero Tenacity. And Nexus, let me tell you, this is possibly going to be the greatest best of 3 we're going to be seeing probably in this tournament, or it's going to be a very one-sided affair. But either way, I am very excited for it because we've got the clash, the Balkan clash here.
I feel like you've said this one before this month specifically, maybe around the 7th of this month as well. We had this exact series, and we got to cast it then as well, and we are back for round number 2.
Yes, we are. Last time,
this is apparently a very common occurrence as well, by the way. Now, they already played each other again about a week after that, or 11 days, so, you know, give or take 2 weeks. That was a 2-0 for Zero Tenacity then, most recently. Before that, it was Partisan who took it in 2-1. So, it's funny enough, hey, we've seen this now twice this month, and we're going to have it one more time to close it out. Gotta be an interesting little game we get here, absolutely. And if we're extremely lucky, we might get to see it again in the playoffs if both people get there, both teams get there, and the schedule aligns.
Unfortunately, these 2 teams can't get both to the playoffs anymore due to this being the last stage. But yes, one of them at the very least. They kind of had a few opportunities. We can talk a little bit more about Zero Tenacity since we do see them on the screen, starting with Nemanja in my eyes as the IGL, as the one and only, right? He's been the workhorse of this team for sure. The stats support that as well. He's been the best performer for the squad. Then Brute Monster for me as the AWPer. You know, if he's going to have a great day, that's always good news. Tjofo, I believe, doing his part as much as he can, and Simke and AVN are trailing behind all of that. But this team, a lot of experience, not a lot of trophies though. Going up against a team that is equally as experienced, but perhaps a little bit younger, and definitely perhaps a bit hungrier for those wins.
Yeah, Partisan, they're making some changes. They've recently decided to swap out Emmy. The IGL is now away. They've instead brought in a young Croatian representing his country, Depression. We've seen him around for quite a few years. I actually played a couple of games with him. He stood in for my team once or twice because a guy knew him on our team, funnily enough, and he did carry our asses. He's pretty good. He's had a few stints as well in a fair few teams. Right, iNation once or twice, Fnatic Rising for a little bit. So he's been in these teams that you would have heard of, right? Argo as well in there. Most recently, ESC. But 2025 has been more or less without a team. But now for the last, couple of weeks, week or so-ish, exactly about a week, he's been with Partisan. I think a nice change if they can incorporate him correctly, because I do think he is really that good. Obviously, a slightly bias there maybe, but, you know, we'll see. We'll see how it looks on the server itself, and the maps do kind of change that.
I didn't take you for a Croatian, not gonna lie. But,
I mean, hey, the country is beautiful.
Yeah, it is, of course. The coastline. Anubis, Dust are going to be our first two maps. Anubis chosen by Z10. No surprise there. Partisan going for Dust. Again, no surprise, both maps. Very much played by both teams. I would say Zero Tenacity is the one that usually on Anubis they kind of showcase what they can do truly on the comebacks, because for the most part they have comebacks. You know, most of their victories stem from 13-11s and 13 or 16-13s or something in that kind. But with Dust2 being the second, it tends to be a bit more iffy. And we can see that Partisan is obviously going out of their comfort zone. They're forced to look beyond just the basic of Inferno and Ancient, both removed by Z10. And we find ourselves on our first map already. No delays. They are eager to fight each other. And let's see how they in fact do. They know each other very well. They've been playing casually between each other for a very long time now. And I'm sure that this is also a very fun game for them. And there's a lot of going here for, right? Both teams want to prove each other to be the better team, you know, to each other and everybody else. And there's a lot of, let's say, dick measuring gonna be going on.
Don't think if I even tried, I could have put that better myself. Sometimes you just get out of that contest.
I love that we're going to have an ego game, because it's going to bring out the best out of the players themselves. And Nemanja right now starting strong. Simke secondary as well. Dragon to at least bring it to a 3 versus 4. Oh my god, these shots are quick.
And they're just getting suppressed left, right, and center. They cannot get a single thing in the Dragon. Oh man. Like, imagine your Dragon there. You're trying to hit those Glock shots and you see Nemanja running away, and he still hits like 3 body shots on you just to make it worse.
Yeah, kind of.
Like, your team has just gotten headshots, and guess what? A couple more headshots all around you. It's left to Kindo in the last man situation. 40 seconds, so at least he's got that. But guess what he doesn't have is control or much of an opportunity here. His only chance was to walk on the stairs to try and clear Brute Monster with low HP. Now he does not have that opportunity anymore, and I think the round is done because of it. And yeah, that should seal it. And there you go.
No.
See? Smartly played for Z10, and even better, they hit the shots. It's a team ace from the very beginning.
I heard somebody at one point say that saying team ace is like the most disgusting thing you can say. I don't remember who it was, but I've never been super decisive on that. Like, is it really that disgusting to say team ace?
No.
I feel like maybe not.
It's a team ace. Everybody did their job. Everybody got one.
Yeah.
It's a rarity.
It is a rarity, yeah. It's more often than
You
not
have
a
some
rarity.
sort of name attached to it instead of everybody gets one. That's boring. Team ace sounds nice.
Sounds nicer, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And right here, we do have a nice start. It's going to be a force bite that I can't get my head wrapped around. This is something I talked with both Hayes and Zola, actually. And CMD, in fact.
We talk about these.
You and I, I think that's a given, right?
Yeah,
you and
but
I
you've
talk
gone
about
around
this
nowadays,
like,
so
yeah, I've been having the chance to also participate with others as well. But as I was saying, we talked about this fact of how teams do these days also tend to force up more and more T-side as well if they don't get the bomb plant and everything, and it just feels egregiously wrong. And yes, it works, but how many times it doesn't, right?
Only one for Brute Monster. We talking about the force spike here. It is already successful, and hold on, is it that successful? AVN.
Is it?
Lucky to be alive.
What is this? How did...
I don't know. It seemed like AVN was going to rotate away. They were still going to attempt to retake, but now it's come down to the Kindo alone, and he's on 19 HP. So it's one bullet against any one of these players, and they're dead.
Oh, good spot by Nemanja. And seems like they won't give him the chance to shoot a bullet. No defuse, but enough time regardless. And it's going to be Zero Tenacity that regain, or rather retain, their position. A little bit of a scary anti-eco. The force buy, like, the thing with the force buy here is, yeah, you got 3 kills, you got the bomb plant. But you're still you know, you're going to be limited. If you force buy again, that's probably what we're seeing. We are.
Yeah.
You can
at that
break
point, right? It's two
Z10.
survivors, a lot of economical damage,
Yeah,
and the
yeah,
T-side
yeah. You
momentum
have
and
to
loss
try.
bonus. You've got an AK Galils. That's... I think you can get away with it maybe once. And on a T-sided map like this, it maybe gives that a bit more leeway as well. But as long as they don't fall into that trap of we just keep getting close, so let's try one more time. Like, that's how the CT side will instead rack up these rounds and suddenly gain momentum of the game.
Yeah, yeah.
So it is a very finicky thing. There's a thin line you do not want to cross. There, Giofo plays it very smartly. Also, a little bit of luck involved that he does not get his head chopped off, but all that matters for him is that he's alive, drops the Molotov, but a Partisan will not get control of main for the next few seconds. Even a smoke deployed, they'll be forced back. They've got a two-man set up now on this. And the confirmation, they've forced again. Or at least someone has.
Yep. They got an AK out, they got 2 Galils out. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's also not great. So it all depends on the entry. If they can't secure it, that's going to be troublesome. We see they're focused on A now. This is the main goal. It's hitting A. It's trying to get rid of that defense. Nemanja is going to be holding. The Molotov here is perfectly timed. He does get caught, though, as he's still on the corner, but the double from Tjofa as the assault is broken up by the Molotov. Once Nemanja dies, his sacrifice brings about the end of Partisan, potentially. This assault has just lost 50% of its force, and another one gone. Vladan will trade, though. Back to a 2v2, make it a 2v1. Depression, nice shots, hold up. Perhaps more can be said about this.
Forcing the bomb down immediately. Depression has that smoke, but watching from main. Now Simk knows. One of us is one. Bomb's not going down. Depression has to put that time to hit. And there goes a nade! To take him down, it is a beautiful end to the round here. Simk clutches up on 1 versus 2. What that is that time pressure. They were guarding for main, they were expecting it, but it doesn't matter when you don't hit the shots.
And a second clutch in a row for Zero Tenacity. Well,
here you go again, you got that bomb down.
Yeah. It's like you go for the bomb, you go for the kills, you do the damage, and yes, you can try to with the force buys, but at one point you will have to collect yourself, and they will still try again. I get that, because they have now AKs in play, which makes this much easier for the whole team, absolutely.
That is the blessing of a T side, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can just keep forcing, with that loss bonus growing better and better, and with the bomb plant, it gets easier with time, but I'm still not really fully on board with this decision, just because it can get really out of hand quickly.
Yeah.
But of course, not every time. We might see something different here, and we'll have to each our words that look like fools. You never know. But here, Partisan, through mid, Vladan. He does manage to catch Joff. I was wondering if he'll check for that or not. Molotov as well will force Brute Monster back. Maybe a step hurt there. Don't know, not sure. But Z head up with the rotations. Nemanja toward the A side. Now supports his teammate. Waiting for contact. Brute Monster trades. Nemanja down, however. Leaves Brute Monster alone with a missed shot now. Pressure being put on, trying to get rid of him, they'll do so. Flashbang is great at the CT side. They're adding pressure to this. The bomb has been dropped into connector. They're going to keep blowing that up as well, make sure they can't get it easily. But it's the flank from Vlad and into mid. Turn around for one, the second as well. Both found, and Partisan. This time the force works out, and it's Vlad picking up 3-4 as well. Coming down to a missed shot or two. Maybe Amalia finding one, but in the end, it's Partisan celebrating that first.
Yeah, that is absolutely the case right here. Partisan able to steal this gun round, vital. And it was a force buy, but also it would have, you know, gone with the same force buy, so, or rather gun round, so it's not the end of the world. A loss would have been quite devastating, but nonetheless, no loss, a win rather. Let's see. Can they keep this up, though? Keep this pressure up, keep Zero Tenacity guessing. Don't give them an inch, don't give them any sort of info. Tough times ahead. Especially with pistols. Surely you don't lose against them.
Just setting this up for comedy, are we?
Yes, Kinda am, yeah. Not gonna lie.
I don't blame you. I always err on the side of comedy. You do know that much.
Yes, you do.
But
You
unfortunately,
like to
I don't think
dabble?
we're going to be seeing funny business in this one here.
Oh, just saving up. Makes sense. Just keep that money, keep those Kevlars up. Can't forget that Anubis is a map as well, right? You would expect the T side to have plenty enough rounds for free. So starting off at a 3-0 CT start, it really puts you in a nice, comfy, kind of sheltered position to begin with, at least, and they'll have time to recuperate. Any loss right here is nothing compared to what comes after. I want to see a little bit of mid presence, though, from Zero Tenacity. Nemanja, there's a reason we know him as the mid cruncher, as the mid beast monster, whatever you want to call him. So that's exactly what we're going to be seeing here. They're going to try and see if stealing away an AK works, and I'm certain it might.
The Monarch of Mid.
Yeah?
Yeah, maybe.
The Dynasty of Nemanja on mid, or something like. No, that's too long.
That much of Mid. Your moniker. Either way, this is going to be a 3-3 scoreline.
Yeah.
Fairly
Almost
simple.
a guarantee.
All
Do
of
they
Z10
say Kevlar
however.
again?
Yeah, they can go for this, right? It's now 3 rounds that's going to be picked up for Partisan. The loss bonus is going to be there, supported by the next round, so deal some damage here. Maybe have Brute Monster save that armor if things don't go correctly. You've got 1 kill out of it, and now you've got a second as well. Brute Monster still fighting. He's going to open the next round, most likely coming out no matter what. Maybe, actually not. No. Not going to have money for it at all.
I thought he would try to stay alive at least. That would have made more sense, though apparently that's not the goal here. Second question that perhaps we can pose is also... That looked like a great start for the retake, but where did it all go so wrong?
That is a good question. Sheer manpower, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is somewhat of a difficult position to hold, even when you do have it there, because from main, you don't want to always be the first contact, then you're trying to swing in if there's a smoke down as well, as we kind of saw. It does limit the multi-frag potential to a degree.
Yeah.
Let that CT side wrap around you almost to a degree as well. So, not always clean. Here we talked about wanting mid control, but it has been let go forcefully, so they've been evicted.
Good start by Partisan. They're going to be taking complete control immediately here. Z10 have to pull back.
Well, Z10 are not going to be going for it as much here, and even if they are, it doesn't matter. Still, Partisan are not shying away from that fight. It's quite the difficult thing to look at and keep in mind here for this. The Tenacity side are moving forward as well. They've spotted Dragon, sure. But what does that really do? Just let Zero Tenacity know there's still at least someone in mid. Now they're falling back, headed back toward the B side, and same case for waiting, does not hear any of the steps here. He's going to find out very shortly. They are already here. He needs his teammate to support him as well, both from CT, essentially. It's duel coming into front punches. I was going to say, hasn't seen him, blooded, walks right past it. Bomb fakes once, now dropped. AVN, savior for Zero Tenacity they need in this round. Flash into the fight as well. And Dragon down. Zero Tenacity, they'll come up clutch here. It comes from one man not being spotted, a 4x3 moment. And Z-Ted, don't let it go. Slips right in.
And that's going to be enough. Plenty enough. Number 4, just like that, gained. And immediately Partisan have to take a timeout. I respect that. They start good, though. 3 rounds this early, at least it gives them a fighting chance. They won't let this one slip too far away into the abyss. All out for Brute Monster. No challenge on the other side from Depression. Right now, everything going, I think, according to plan for Z10, though. Any more rounds than 4, and they'll be celebrating CT side for sure. Mid control contested again. Up out for Brute Monster. And Nimani gets traded out. Fair enough. Don't tell me they walk this. Oh, he's walking jail. Nexus, he's walking jail.
Oh, coming
It
through.
works. What?
From both sides, a 1 versus 1. A ballsy call, but Partisan, they will happily take it.
I'm genuinely surprised it works, and it really does. That's going to be number 4. Okay, just like that then, I guess.
I mean, that is nice.
Roll back the moment, because that was not supposed to happen. They both eat a headshot, I believe, or at least something of the kind.
A headshot body shot.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter either way in the
43,
end. You're both still down.
Yeah, exactly. You're both still dead. So it does not matter indeed. What matters is what's the game plan moving into the next one. How
There's some
the
issues.
hell do you stay alive here?
Guess what Zero Tenacity have to worry about now? It's not just mid-control where Partisan have shown that they can walk in and trade it out very effectively and take control. It's now also B. You often do tend to see that lurk smoke around jail and B main be a thing, and just walking through it, hoping for the best. The fact that you full committed of that alone, and the mid place they've gone for, the only part of the map where Partisan haven't done the same yet is A main. But even so, they've kind of willfully let it go at times. You had that earlier round where I think it was Vlad catching Joffo going aggressive. They've still had control over that part of the map as well. So it is for Zero Tenacity to wriggle themselves some sort of control now on the CT side. Because when you look at this game, they started 3-1, right? They had that early lead. What's it been since then? It's been Partisan all over the place, and very convincingly in almost every single round they've now managed to pick up here. It's left a very tough situation for Z10 to come back into. But this round, we can at least let them explore what they want to do a bit better. See if Brute Monster can be effective when it goes aggressive, maybe. And this is a good choice, right? Smokey is going to be blocking him. Joff was not very aggressive as well. They're both going to be pushing into this. Neither weapon will be recoverable if lost here. Big gamble they're making, but Partisan, they're also playing slow. In my eyes, what that means is that even if that T-side now want to take control towards canals, they'll probably look at some of these corners at least. But we see Brute Monster withdrawing. Joffo left. Alone at the canal for now. Brute just the coverage of cave does not want to be called out all too aggressively. Partisan. What's the plan out of this one? Vladen. Will you check for any of these corners? A step now shown, but Joffo's called Dragon.
Ooh, this is going to be a tough one.
Dealt with. And a Partisan. Pack tactics come to play now.
They do, don't they? Comes down to a very different start all of a sudden. Brute Monster has to hit the next shot. And then they can maybe hold this one down. He's going to hit it. Second peek, though, will catch him out. Collins is not traded. What is happening right now? Where's the trade? As Simka just lets it slide. Joffo comes into play, though, and he finds 2. That's enough. The deep flank is too late. Partisan should be able to steal nothing in this round. No time. 4, no life.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be causing some issues here. And this is going to be tough now. But Zero Tenacity. It's fine with the board. They managed to pick up these pieces. Now, problems on both sides, of course, but I'd say PT side, 5, you can work with it, 4 as well, you can absolutely. So, worst of the worst, at least, being avoided for Zero Tenacity, but I still see Partisan very much in control here.
I maybe don't see it the same way. I'd say yes.
Look at the gun rounds that have been won here. Like, after the first 2-3 rounds, it has not really been Z10 as in control. Close calls, sure, maybe once or twice, yeah, but I do think that scoreline is slightly misleading.
I wouldn't say it's super misleading as much as it just doesn't really do much yet for Z10. But I'm sure that this is not, you know, this is a one-off. We're going to see more very soon here, possibly in this round right here, as Depression is going to be able to find 2 in a row, but Siofo not traded out. Depression gets 3, hold up. 2 versus 2, I'm maybe talking too fast. Partisan, as you say, they are playing good gun rounds. They have set executes that work well. And it's a 2-on-2 retake. Now, this is a bit of a tough one.
Coming through. Depression. IGL needs to step up here. First one fouled. Second one still needs to show for this, but anticipating him closer. A step or 2 could be enough, but not against a P250 representing the pistols in the game. Headshots coming through close range. Zero Tenacity still 6 on the board. And now they're kind of making this sort of case as to why you do need to fear the second half. It is looking very nice.
That's what I was talking about earlier, right? Yeah, sure. There's a good position for Partisan, but we can never really count out Z10, and this is the 3rd clutch they pull that they're able to steal out of the hands of Partisan. 6-4. It's not looking great. Depression's got the AK. Let's see if he can mark up any entries. No. AVN, Simke deny both Vladan and him, and that's going to be pretty much 7-4. Yeah. Again, Brute Monster, he's another factor that I think we need to talk about as well. He's always been a factor on Z10. Every time we watch this team, he is either performing above and beyond, or we're seeing some mild, lukewarm shows. And right now, he's doing a great job, man. 9 kills already. Doing what he can. Trades off again. Dragon alone against 3. And even with the refrags, even with Brute Monster down, and another kill for Dragon. He is really counting his lucky stars. AVN, please don't hold a knife. For some reason, that just gets me very worried. Did he just see him bridge? Yeah, they both saw each other bridge. And oh my god, another chance at a clutch here. And shall it be Partisan to finally take it?
That was such a swift shot as well. The shuffle, the timing is going to favor him.
Oh, he missed it.
Not, but he's hurt him.
He has.
Dragon surely's just got to try to stick that bomb plant.
He
hasn't seen him.
I think he has.
Does let Shuffle get up close. Personalist 1 bullet he needs, but same for the orb. Not expecting him that close. What? And at the cost of the round, eventually there, 7-4. And now you're starting to see that shift as well, where I'm going to be agreeing that Z10 now going clutch late half. Waking up. 7-4. Potential for an 8th. That is now looking like a good CT half eventually.
Let's not forget that was an eco, by the way. So the fact that an eco goes down to a 1v1 is pretty insane. It's unfortunate for Partisan it doesn't go their way, though. And as I said, 4th clutch in a row that Partisan are unable to successfully convert. Well, not in a row, excuse me. Not in a row, but 4th clutch that they don't convert. Oof, this is going to leave some marks. Partisan in trouble. And, well, Dragon again starts strong. Neyman is going to be caught. They're going to be expecting a B push. AVN as well, dying. Zero Tenacity just losing on the initial engagements, and that's pretty much all there is to the round. That's it. That's going to be 5. It's 7-5 on the halftime. Ooh, yeah. Easy.
So it seems.
I wouldn't expect it to beat this easy, but sure. I guess that's what we get. It's your fault. 1 man against 5. An ace clutch.
This is a clutch
Even
too
in the
big
best
for the
of
man.
days, I don't think this was a very doable position. So,
I mean, stat padding's always nice. He's 13 and 5. First half's
all
going pretty
good
well
and
for him.
dandy. Yeah, that's fair.
Take one more here, and we're going to be celebrating 14 at halftime. That's not going to be given. Everybody's going down with bomb instead. Cheerful just watches the explosion from a unsafe distance, yet still lives. There we go. 7-5. Very competitive first half in the end.
Quite. I think we can all agree to that. Yeah. Partisan, I will say this, I think they expected a few more rounds on their T side, and I think we all expected perhaps a few more rounds on their T side. I certainly wouldn't blame them if that was the case. The bigger issue now is you're playing Z10's best map, historically and otherwise. Well, maybe not statistically right now their best map, but certainly close to that, right?
History has shown a slightly okay game for Z10 on this map.
I mean, they've been pretty consistent on it. Is what I'm trying to get at.
Even now, when things aren't as good as they were back then, they're still like fairly okay. They've been played it 27 times now the last few months. 14 of those have been wins, so just over half. You know, it's not their best, but they still play it a fair bit. And I do like that we still saw as well from them the willingness to compete for that mid control when you kind of asked for it as well, said that weren't seeing enough. We started to see it a bit more.
Yeah. And we can see
it
didn't
go
works.
all too well, but they still adapted in the end and did get those 7 on the board. Of course, rounds and clutches playing a massive part of it, but at the end, the scoreline what matters. The retake now, Partisan playing a man down. Might be 2 if they're not careful. But Vladen makes Steven instead. Let the retake begin. 1 and 2, no 3. Instead of 3 on 3. Not for long, however, that one as well gets taken away. Beautiful, powerful position. Can't choose when to instigate the fight himself here, but he's taken down another man in CT and Dragon. Just being a little bit too slow about this. Needed his teammate to activate it instead, and now there's no time. This round
is done.
Will go the way of Z10. Sure, a couple of kills there with the CT side as well. But I don't think that's really enough to go for anything on the second round, surely.
No. Surely you eco here. Absolutely you should. But what I was trying to get at is also the fact that absolutely at this stage, like what we're seeing is Z10 on their home page and Partisan, I mean, they're getting kills. The problem is Partisan is getting kills, but not rounds in those kills. Like, they're able to steal away quite a few easily, but somehow it's just never enough. And, I don't know, man. Partisan, what's happening here? Where's that derby? Where's that energy I was hoping for, that I was hyping for?
Good question. For now, not much. Pistols. Really, we're not expecting much here. An exit
we're
kill or
not.
two, however, seems more than likely as well. We're seeing the Monty and Brute mostly both with Mac 10s.
Yep.
That would make a lot of sense that you get to see that there.
So far, it's a pretty standard eco and a good cleanup. Brute Monster gets 3. They're not gonna let this one slip. All in all, everything going as one should expect. Zero Tenacity right now, the better team on the map. They had a better halftime. Yes, as you said yourself, it didn't look like it at one point in time. Partisan certainly seemed to have the momentum in their favor. But those rounds fizzled out, those kills never came, and those rounds never really were built. And in the end, it's 9-5, and all of a sudden, that's what you're looking at when reality hits. Simply put, there's not much else you can do. Hope to win the gun rounds, hope to stabilize soon, but that's all there is.
Challenging name, main. Mirage util for Partisan. Plenty of resources this side of the map now for both teams as well. Mid, similar to the start of Z10, CT side has been left free here for Partisan. We go back to as well this map way back when it really was one where Zero Tenacity were not afraid of mid at all. Nemadia was pretty much just living there half the time.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, we're not seeing that at all, and I think that's a part as to why we're seeing things a little bit different now as well.
It's we got to keep in mind as well that as we said in the pregame, Partisan have changed their IGL, or rather don't have their IGL anymore. So it's going to take them a while to adjust to the new reality, and it seems like they will be adjusting to this round at least. This is a free win for them. Yet, it also perhaps looks like finally Zero Tenacity have stepped out of that bubble that we saw them play a lot of times in when we came to a map like Anubis, and won't be committing to the classic maneuvers of mid-control and all, but perhaps sometimes switching it up the way they should. 9-6. Let's see Z10. If they can punch
what do you got here?
Number 10 ticket or not. Can they go for the 10th hour? Partisan, meanwhile, depression on the op. He's been a little bit quiet. We hyped him up, and then we didn't really see much out of him afterwards. So hopefully there's going to be more life to the man. Good hit. Nemanja down to 22. That's an M4 from, I think, Dragon. Oh, the timing. The timing for depression could not have been worse. And they lose a side control. Now they have to play retake unless they force this engagement and win. They have to win all engagements. They will get 2. Vladan for 3. Vladan for 3. Vladan. Quad, but enough damage.
One man's antics, his heroics. Give it this round over to Partisan. You say they gotta play a retake, not if they go before the bomb is down. Now it's a salvage mission for Nemanja instead. What a play, and now it's 2-5, and Nemanja cannot make a single mistake here. Thankfully, no Molotov or HE. That would have made his life even more difficult, but just look at the setup the CTs have here. They're playing essentially in tandem. They've got a 1-2 peek here. Catching the main as well, and they'll go searching for it. Indo finishes, Collins collects an AK in the round to Partisan.
Easy. That was an easy
round.
round. Wow. I'm joking. It was anything but easy. Vladan, beautiful round, beautiful play. Like, the fact that he gets 3 there is more than you would ever bargain for under any circumstance. The fact that you lose that first player and in the end it still marks up being enough, you know, it's good. It's a good trade, it's a good offer, and it's a good attempt here. Maybe they can keep it up. Let's see if they do. Partisan, they need to wake the hell up if they don't want to be blasted into oblivion. This map is going to come to an end soon if they don't stabilize ASAP. I mean, I'm not joking when I say that. Like, we are nearing the very end of this map, and every mistake that Partisan make could be their last now.
Maybe getting that sort of point, sure. But as long as you still got a little bit of hope. You know, 100% skill, 99% faith. Can't get through. Here, MP9 and the quick switching M4. Not a great combination, but thankfully Dragon retains the position.
That's not gonna work, yeah.
Well, some cash for the MP9. Picks up that M4 as well. So the only thing they lost is, what, about $1,000 of util and a weapon they weren't going to use. Or were willing to part ways with, let's put it that way. Instead, clean it up and around. We've got ourselves a chance to tie it up here. Z10. Eco out of the way. Timeout. A second one of theirs used now. And the quest for round number 10 begins. Now, I want to actually point out something. We're talking about Z10 historically on this map. Of course, right, when things or teams started to catch on to how you're playing a map and you're no longer as good on it as you were before, something's got to change. But my question is, can we see a change back to that mid-control that Nemanja was so good at it before?
Sure.
Because we're not really seeing that on this map at the moment. We haven't seen it, I don't think, in a fair few games we've seen them play here.
Yeah,
and we're not seeing Nemanja active.
I mean, it is intentional.
It is intentional, yes. That's why I'm wanting that sort of change back to it. Why I want to see them play back to that sort of role. Right? Maybe they've practiced with it, thought, okay, it's not working as well. But I do think it should be something they look at as well. Because mid-control is a key part of the map.
No, absolutely. But a lot of times it comes down to also the feelings in the moment, right? How do they feel playing against Partisan, who know exactly that Zero Tenacity like to play this mid-control, that like to be aggressive and unyielding in that regard, right? So for me, it's more of a question of, okay, what's the actual, you know, how do you change it up so you can take them down without having to, you know, fight for survival every single step of the way? Like, to make it a little bit easier on yourself. Because if you play the way your opponent knows you're going to play, they will counter you, and it could cost you rounds. In any case, again, philosophy is for the off-server, not on-server discussion. And right now, Zero Tenacity, the philosophy is they'll be tied up. They could be losing if they don't stabilize with these number 10. But you get what I'm saying, right? You get where I'm coming from.
You just didn't get what I was saying. I'll get to that in a second, maybe. But for now, Simk opens up only for one of the traders there. And now, guess what? You've got a trap being sprung. A sandwich being delivered here. And Nemanja gotta find if he wants to put a pickle in this one or not, because he's currently in one. No time, no chance, and the round is done. Depression cleans it here in the end. A great crossfire there as well, with so much control being put there towards cave as well. 2 players, one and done. One survived. That was the attention being pulled into that cave position for the CTs, and made a very good use of that setup. Partisan, they've tied it up here now. But what I was actually saying, not this game, but I'm talking specific broader sense, because I've not seen that for Zero Tenacity in such a long time.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see. It's not just this game. I don't care about one game, but it's the whole, last 4 or 5-ish games I've seen that I don't think we have seen Nemanja and that mid-lurks pretty much at all, right? To a very small degree if we have.
Yeah. No.
That's what I'm asking. Not just the scope of this game, but overall for their T-sides. Because
of course.
Nemanja, you put it as well. The workhorse over the team for a long time. And we're not really seeing much of him on this map where he used to be so damn good on. It's a tough one. Here. It's 1 kill. It's a round of 10. Oh, it's 2 kills. Sorry, I lied. And there it is. The round is eventually coming to a close. Partisan as well. By the way, putting up a hell of a CT side now. Lead up a couple of these ecos, haven't had any issues with them, and the gun rounds as well haven't gone all too wrong for them either. It's been a couple of situations where the Monty has been left alone already. 2 clutches he's had to try and pull off, maybe 3 if I'm miscounting. So, Partisan, they're handling these things incredibly well. That is coming from these individuals. You've got Vlad, of course, right? That 3K on that A side. They decided to pressure to get the Dragon to 21 in total as well. It's been a very, very good effort for Partisan on this second half here.
It really has. Their CT side seemed to kind of bring them up to speed, look to be much more dangerous than we ever thought possible. Love to see it, and this is looking like it's swinging out of control for Zero Tenacity instead the other way around. Unexpected, to say the very least, but Partisan, you and I both said it, they made a change with their IGL for a reason. They knew they had to make a difference in order to be more competitive. That's the reality of it. Emmy just wasn't hitting the same numbers to compare to him to Nemanja, for example, and they knew they had to up their game. And they did so with possibly the best change-up.
It'll be determined in the long run, but
yeah,
I want to say so. I want to say it's been a good one.
Yeah, well, we want to believe that's the case, right? We don't know yet. We'll see.
By the way, it's a kind of fun little thing as well to note here for Partisan. Is they essentially have, to my knowledge, 3 AWPers on this team, where at a point in their careers, they've AWPed as well. Because I've been thinking this for a long time. I was like, Dragon, I know he was AWPing at like a few years back.
Dragon used to be the main guy. He used to be
like 21-ish, I think I checked around then. He was a main AWPer. The stats at least indicate as much. Depression, for as long as I know, it has been an AWPer. And then Kindo for the last, year or 2 maybe, has been the guy as well. It's a fun dynamic to explore. Right now, though, it's now fun for Partisan because they lost 2 headshots and they lost the sight. They lost the round. They got to save here immediately. A little bit of these, or the damage that Zero Tenacity have just barely been able to inflict as well. That 2K in the eco they get, it kind of shows a little bit here. It's that economy that's not completely flawless, so they're not going to try their luck in this one.
Anything but.
Yeah. But I like the 3 AWPer dynamic, because obviously a Dragon, for him, it's been a while back now. For Kindo, it's been recent times where he's been the guy.
Yeah, he's kind of taken up the role, even though perhaps he didn't want to. I would say maybe at times it didn't look like he wanted to. So I'm happy they found somebody that's, trying to main roll this to as much as you can out of it. But before we get into the deep dives of that, number 10 is here. Tactical timeout for Partisan, 1 remaining.
Oh my god. You wanna...
yeah?
There apparently isn't... Okay, I'm going back to Kindo stats 2023. He does not even have, like, a dedicated part of the wheel to AWP kills alone. It's categorized as other.
Wait, can you repeat
in 2023, he had a total of 27 AWP kills. Which does not... I'm looking at HLTV and the weapons as part of that.
Yeah,
2024, he started picking it up a little bit, 10%. In 2025, it has been 37 as the main part of the majority of his skills with the AWP.
That's insane.
So yeah, it's a little fun fun thing here to look at as well. Because I was wondering how that is going to work. And now we're seeing a couple of rounds at least, Depression's picking that up. And if they do kind of solve that sort of issue as well of an IGL, that they can want to try out new things, and a new AWPer where maybe Kindo starts to feel a bit more comfortable rifling again.
Yeah.
It could be very, very good.
It could work. I can see that, yeah. Why not?
Yeah, obviously, it's going to be hard for a young player like Depression still to step into the shoes of very experienced IGL and tactical mind like Emmy.
Yeah.
But there are ways to make up for that, and you've got the team around you who already have a set style. They know each other, they've played with them for a good while, and all have their own ideas.
They've been around long enough to quickly adjust to it. That's the trick of it all.
In my eyes, could be a very, very good change. But maybe I'm glazing a little bit too much. We'll see. Depression in the meantime, though. He's hit that first one of his own. It's 2 and 2 for the price of 0 so far. Around 21. Could go either way, but continuing. A quick flick. Nice shot for Depression. And 2 remain. And now the round is going mostly one way. Because that's the bomb. The information is there. And look at this. Dragon takes position. He's not alone either. Has the help of Vladen. And Partisan. They've been called up to, yes, but I don't think they'll give this lead up anyway. AVN is not going to pull a 1v5, surely not, but a couple of kills wouldn't hurt. We talked about that CT economy. It's already suffering just a little bit. Bomb's been taken. Collins just jiggles for it. Doesn't want to challenge fully. There's no time anyway, so all you gotta do is stay alive and make sure your mana power is going to be enforced.
Pretty much, yeah.
As thus, 11 being picked up. We're entering the very climax of the game, meaning economy is going to be more important than ever.
Yeah, pretty much.
Especially in such a tight game.
It's going to be a bit of a tough one because what I fear is that second map for Z10. Come on, let's be real. Dust 2 is not a great map for them. It never has been. And if Partisan decide to put the individuals on the board rather than just focus fully on that team play, we could see Partisan run away with this one very quickly. Unexpected, to say the least, but nonetheless, something that can happen. They've been hunting for blood for a long time now, and right here it's going to be number 12 looking for a W, perhaps. Let's see. Zero Tenacity. No entries yet. Very slow approach. I can see where you're coming from, by the way. With their mid presence and all now, because they definitely should be focusing more on that. Oh, Collins. Hold up. Hold up. Collins, he gets 2. Is it enough, though? It's going to be a 2v2 right here. Brute Monster caught on sight. That's a problem. Kindle finishes the job just like that. What is happening?
Good question. I mean, it is a hell of a CT side. That's one thing we can say. And
yeah, that is fair.
Maybe you can still stretch this. I think you can, to the point I made before, is we're not really seeing the AT side that we'd expect from a previous edition of this team. It's like they kind of forgot that identity and haven't gone fully back to it, which is a bit rough and a bit unfortunate, but at the same time, it is the current situation. And it's something Zero Tenacity will have to work on. It's not clean. This is supposed to be a T-sided map, but currently it's not looking like it. Here in mid,
doesn't feel like
Vladen this time unable to multi-frag. Number is kept even. Depression comes around. We'll remove AVN from the equation.
D10 down to 2 players left. This is going to be the most difficult match of, or rather round of all, especially when you are enclosed from multiple sides. I was about to say, especially when Kindo's right behind you, but then turning around, Brute Monster wins the duel, and it's a 2v2. A-Site's lost already. They just don't know it yet. Collins surprised, but still takes the fight and wins it. And Brute Monster, immediate 180 back towards B. Gonna be heard through con information. Yeah, this is GG. That's map.
Cleaned up. Very good first map when it comes to what Partisan decided to deliver here. And in the end, right, it was that first half that goes very back and forth. In the end, it's still Zero Tenacity coming out 7-5, if I'm not wrong. 7-5, I think.
Yes. 7-5 halftime for Z10, and only 3 rounds on their T side. That is worrisome.
That is very much worrisome. And maybe I'll just go back to it, right? It's that identity of the T side that I don't think is all there, and it is a bit upsetting just because we've seen how good they were in the past year, so we kind of have to compare that to how things are now. It looks very different, and the result here as well is not the expectation we had headed to that second half specifically when they have that lead. So I'm just questioning and wondering exactly where's all that gone, because not only did they have that 7-5, they also had the pistol, they had the full up, they had 9-5, and then nothing.
They had a perfect position to work from, but as you said, afterwards, everything just kind of collapsed, and that's where we are left off. With that being said, we go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in about 15 minutes for our second map of Dust 2. Stay tuned, as Zero Tenacity could be on the way out if Partisan decide to wake up and bring the heat.
Howdy.
We are live. Yeah. Let's see where we're rocking this time. Ladies and gents, we're back. It's live. It's Zero Tenacity versus Partisan. Nexus, we said all there was to say about Anubis. Zero Tenacity fumbled. Partisan are given a 13-10. And now on their own map pick, choose to start T side. Or rather, Z10 decides to start CT.
There we go. You're not wrong. Gotta be an interesting one for sure here, and we'll see how things do change. Right, map 1, we could have used a little bit more Monty, maybe things would have looked different. Who knows? Who knows? There were quite a few things and a couple of ones, but mostly for the side of Partisan. They had those individuals online, and they can start things off here as well. Well, with the first, trade eventually comes through. It is a slogfest of bullets back and forth, but access toward the A side has been granted. All of Z10 though. Through short, guess where the bomb is planted. Not for long, so Partisan, depending how quickly they spot these players arriving, is question. Flash, however, prepared by the CT side. Don't get a chance to use it. Instead, a Dragon goes searching. That's 2 he'll find. The Simk is left alone. A short cleared, and now that post plant looks real damn good.
Simk, very difficult job to try and even get close already. 2 players through short will deny him any sort of chance of a wide peak. And of course, depression. Living up to the name to give it to Simke here. Partisan start off with the pistol. It's a great opener, especially on Dust. Given that T site to start, you get the pistol. All of a sudden, you hold all the cards in your hands. What you must do now is not lose against the force buy. It's definitely on the way, and we see it already. I am a big fan of the scout. You said it yourself. I really like what you last said about your theory with how to play this early start of Dust, where you probably won't be able to afford the op anyway, so you might as well try with a force buy and go for the scout, be it T side or CT, because you can keep buying that scout later down, obviously.
Yeah, scout was fine. It's just damage, and in the hands of most professional players as well, you can rely on a headshot, you know, fair few times, so it's good enough, and even if you don't, it's still going to be good enough in terms of that damage to assist, so.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Here. Looking for the damage. Can't get it. That has been denied.
Gonna walk out long for free. This is gonna be a problem. Z10, unless they take control of short, they are about to lose control of side. And could have been sandwiched in, but I didn't expect Collins to be freely running through CT. Gonna be caught out in the cold, and Zjoffa now has a big job ahead of him. That FAMAS has to connect. It does. Kindo's out. And with Dragon low HP, it means this should be a very difficult bomb plan, to say the least. Rotations are already in CT, and we've got a full stack ready to defend this A side. Bomb plant still happens. No counter util. Oh, Zjoffa gets caught. That's a FAMAS lost. And the big flank, it's gonna pay off. Dragon, he's given it enough time. Brute Monster finds depression, though Vladan has to stay alive ASAP for as long as possible. And they both find each one. That's enough.
Oh,
That's it.
no.
Vladan will find the final kill for sure as he duels between the stacks of grain. And just like that, Avian spills away. That's going to be Partisan 2-0 and a good hold.
That is a tough one for Zero Tenacity. They end up losing there. It gets close, but now all you got is a bunch of pistols to show for the results. Now, in this situation as well, right, we go back to that scout purchase. Maybe you want to see one on the CT side. Apparently we're not, but this is a situation where that would be applicable to see it coming back. They're instead opting for essentially a full eco. You got a P250 and a Desert Eagle, or 2 or 3 in the mix, so damage to be expected, yeah, but with the group up toward the B side, I don't think there's much. With the MAC-10 as well first, it is insanely clean. Execution in about 2 seconds and 3 are gone. Very nicely done, and we continue. The Partisan? Oh, never mind. Keeping it clean, I was going to say. Foundation
really.
down to MAC-10. That MAC-10 is now dead. And they've got another one which will reclaim that. And one last man on the side.
Oh,
still actually
nice
a headshot
shot.
as well. And The Brian Kenny-esque reaction time angles there. But a Mac-10 chases him down. Nicely done. Partisan only lose those Mac-10s as well, so in the end, right, it's not a massive loss for them here to lose 102.
They recovered the rifle as well, yeah, so...
Yeah, they get enough damage.
All in all, looking pretty solid. 3-0, Z10. We got the op-up for Brute Monster. And do they play aggro mid? Do they try to go through short, through double doors maybe? Brute Monster's going to take this fight every day of the week. And we can see on the other side, Depression is yet to pick up that AWP, so he's just going to be playing support until he does. And it seems like a fast short action. I like the idea. Let's see if nades fly through under. Opening up the smoke, but not enough was seen as the duel for Simka goes well, but he needs to evade death as certainly it's coming. Kindle will confirm it. Molotov already to break up the retake attempt. Counter smokes have been thrown. Sjoffa trying, does hit the shots, but not the kill. It's Kindo again. A secondary for the man. He pretty much opens up like a can of worms, and this is enough. The bait has been set, and the lure has hit. That's 4-0. Z10 got a save.
Ooh, a very dangerous beginning now.
Oh, he saw him, of course, so...
Yeah, Brute Monster, he's not even going to get out of this one, I don't think. They've got all the time in the world, so with that bomb to be blow up, and Brute Monster, he'll keep on walking into Dragon's AK, and guess what? Free AWP, baby! On top of 4-0. Thieves out of start, of course, but things keep getting better for Partisan.
Yes, they do.
Alpha Zero Tenacity, however, it comes back to round 2 as well, right? There's a very close call there where Vlad and Dust bail him out, essentially. But now, 5 rounds deep.
Kindo.
Got the next round coming through, and Kindo.
Big ups from the man, actually.
Absolutely. Now, it's looking rough. Kindo, big down.
Big
thumbs
down,
Not a great opening for him.
I mean, at least he doesn't lose... Wait, that was an AK drop. Yeah, that was an AK drop. Simka doesn't get checked. Wait, what? Partisan, what is happening?
Okay, this
How are they not checking basic corners here?
A bit audacious.
A lot of damage dealt. And a rifle lost. Without Kevlar, obviously the rifle less effective, but surely ABN you fall. Oh, he's going to push in. He decides to aggro. The Deagle still on the corner. This could work for Sjoffa. Hits the shot, but no. Instead, from long as well, Dragon reports. And it seems like the flight is going to be a very short one. Zero Tenacity about to bomb into a 5-0.
Well, somebody better call them. Because we're not seeing the 5-0 here on the server, are we?
No.
So a little bit of them here, but in the end as well, things very much contained for Partisan after the first 2 losses, so they don't lose any more. Things continue to be A-okay, and now... Well, now we're going to be a little bit scared of what could happen.
Collins is making all the right calls. I mean, what could happen is they're going to adjust. They're going to make the same approach as always. They're going to poke around, see where Zero Tenacity is going to be least protected, to say. And technically, this is Z10's relatively okay map. There's a lot of games you can look at. There's a lot of games you can see. Last time they played against each other, you mentioned already at the start of the series, like 10 days ago, they played against each other exactly here on Dust, where Z10 actually won. Partisan, a few plans have been changed. And they might just work. Let's see if they do. Depression, waiting for the jump shot. Misses the shot, unfortunately, and... Collins has made his way out. He's a bit blinded, but they still got an angle, and it's going to be looking good. Sjoffa and Simka are down for the count. Immediately, it's 2 free entries. Partisan, they're quick on it. Good turning by Collins there. Good recognition of the first flash. And then the second didn't actually blind him completely. Just a half-blind, really, kind of scenario. Don't know why Dragon walks into B, though. It seems like it's a bit of a extension too far.
Could have been just a little bit of a extension, but has to let them with a man advantage, which eventually and now gets taken away from them. Utility doesn't get deployed, long confirmed to be clear. And officially, time to wake up for the police. They have been called, they've answered it. And Zero Tenacity on the board from this round. Collider back as well, right? 3v4 momentarily. 3 vs 5 as well, but there we go. To the first round of Zero Tenacity. Hopefully first of many, otherwise they're going to be out of the tournament here, of course. Both teams 2 out of 2 at the moment, with the prize for this one being playoffs. And only one team gets to go there. The other one, and well, most likely both will have to try again in that next series as well, but until then, for now, it's the opening on long. Kindo again gets caught out here first. Besides that, Partisan are not going to be sending anybody out there. It was just the utility and just one man more focused on mid control, and that's where the CT side as well are going to be reading into. Gotta have a fairly good setup to hold for this one. AVN can try to support as well from the doors or window. Not sure which one he wants to go for if they spot it, if they want to crunch on this.
Oh, grenade. Does it land?
HE? Not yet.
Oh, that's a smoke.
He wants to wait for that commitment. Wants to blow up that smoke if they want to go that way as well. Because he does have the AWP watching for this. Keep that in mind. Brute Monster is waiting. Looks open. Spotted nobody. And Partisan. 3 players deep. Gotta figure out how you want to actually do this. 45 at the clock. That is B.
40 seconds. They gotta move now. Smoke up into CT. Collins is surely gonna go through middle, and the last 2 through tunnels. They have to have the first entry on their side, though. Otherwise, it's a done deal. And Collins doesn't even get Simke. Now, it's a death row kind of scenario. You don't really have a way out. Effectively, saving is the only option for Vladan with the AWP, but he's about to be chased down. Look who's in T-base. I believe Tiofo has made his way all through long, and he's already ready for him. And that is going to be Z10 on number 2. Okay, we've got a bit of a wake-up call for real. We're starting to believe the Matrix is potentially real, as the second does bring about a timeout for Partisan. It makes sense. They're starting to lose rounds that they don't know how. The 5v3 was definitely a letdown, and now the complete and utter destruction of them is a smart call for the timeout here. You gotta chill the hell out and just kind of get your thoughts together. You already got 5. Surely you can get more. I guess that's the process they're going through right now.
Looking at as well, finances struggling just a little bit when it comes to the T side here. So I want to see them be a little bit more cautious now when it comes to that long control. Not sending Kindo out immediately, as Z10 have now more than one of them immediately. We are seeing them be a bit more slow on this overall, right? Last few rounds we've seen them go for that long control, whatever. But it has been through the B tunnels as well that they've started to explore mid a dust to default, essentially. Now just a step slower when it actually comes to exploring this side of the map. Seeing if Z10 want to go a little bit aggressive, maybe give them an overextension on any of their players while hunting for one of their own as well with every trick and gimmick they've got. Boosting tunnels, any headshots, found nothing in terms of information given here. Might be a clue in itself of a Z10. They've got a 3-man B hold. Patient. And the gamble just might pay off here, looking at Partisan and where they're going.
This is gonna be a vital push through middle again. They cannot lose that connecting tissue, otherwise they're gonna be stuck through tunnels, and that's, again, a death trap, no matter how hard you hit them with utility. Nemanya's going to be blinded out of the way, though. The smokes do work their favor a little bit. IEVN, Nemanja and Brute Monster already hit their marks. And Nemanja still traded, so is Simke. Hold up. That mid push didn't really work out as well as they thought, but it's a 2-on-2 regardless. Partisan have just got a way in, and it's Depression and Kindle, the two that have been hitting the hardest. And surely they can hit a bit more. Brute Monster and Tiofo, meanwhile, they have full util. Surely you use that.
Surely.
Molly
the utility goes out, but this is a nasty angle for Depression.
Oh, yeah.
Brute Monster tries to jump up, he's dead, pretty much.
I mean, they're going to go doors. Again, an off angle regardless. Xbox checked. Depression widens in from the angle itself, but Kindo is the one to re-peek and just gets a free kill. Round done.
Very nicely played. I even know, by the way, seen that angle played before either for Depression. It's a very, very sick off angle. But immediately just tells me exactly what to expect for as well, because you're not expecting to walk up the ramp a little bit and see somebody's head, because you're going to have to jump up there to get into the little window hole as well, and then you're just dead. It's a very, very nasty spot.
It does hurt. Yeah. Pretty fun one. Well, fun one or not, it's going to be round number 9, and it's not getting to be too fun for Z10. They got a few rounds together, strung up a few more potentially coming up, but not sure they're going to be able to succeed if Partisan keeps on performing like that.
Yeah, for me, however, this round is the most important one of the game.
The crux.
Zero Tenacity. If you want to have a game here, it's now or never. Otherwise, money is done. You got nothing to work with. Simke does accidentally block a smoke. That's nice.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the game plan. I don't know.
Probably was, because now it leaves a gap where he can challenge it from the second box.
Either way. Happy accidents or not. Doesn't matter. A minute has left. Partisan, they started exploring short as well, and now we're starting to see which way they do want to officially lean here. Back so long, we haven't seen this now in, what, 2 rounds? Indo again to be sent out first. Depression, Vladen right behind him. Contact, and Jofo needs to deliver. Yet to get applied to first. There's that second. A lineup for third. Potentially he's there. Oh. And he's dropped the bomb. He's won the round. Zero Tenacity. You keep this clean, it'll be the best prize you'll get in this game, and that's what they'll do. Financial struggles more than avoided here with the third round on the board.
Insane.
They stepped up what they had to.
That was awful, man. That was a masterful hold. And Partisan...
He has not failed at all when it comes to that hold now. Or Z10 hasn't failed when it comes to holding long here. Despite the rounds that Partisan have picked up here, long has not really been part of that play. Shot down and denied. 1 timeout remains for Partisan.
Dude, Tech 9s make me scared, though. I can't say I feel very comfortable seeing Tech 9s on the server at all. Because I am having flashbacks, and Zero Tenacity wouldn't be their first rodeo to lose against said pistols. Meanwhile, Partisan, they're going to end up going B again, potentially, here. They're certainly stacking into upper. No reports through mid, no reports through long. They're kind of giving up a lot of info without even giving info, if, of course, you catch my drift.
Drift?
Yeah, there we go.
Catch your drift?
I wanted to say my grift, but... You know, that doesn't...
I didn't know you were such an avid Twitter user.
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm not a... like, honestly, dude, social media is so brain rotten, it's crazy. It's horrible. Like...
Amen. I recently had a conversation with a friend who was of like mind, and it was refreshing.
Yeah.
An old soul. Here. AVN, Nemanja.
An old round.
Round delivered very quickly. Hold on. A bomb plant now can come through here. May as well just barely dodge Molotov to deny them getting in, but doesn't matter. They found Vladen. Now that forces the hand a little bit from Collins to try and even out the odds any way he can, but just gives it up instead. No bomb plant either. That's gonna hurt.
Yeah,
Would have been
it's
nice
gonna
to
leave
have
a
that
bit of a
extra money. We
mark.
could have gone for a couple of pistols, maybe that scout as well, but we're not seeing that here.
Vladan got caught jumping through the doors, so I'm not sure exactly if the smoke was opened up or not. But regardless, that is
I
going to
think
be
he
number
had
4.
to have been. I would imagine,
I
but
would imagine the same, yes. But
yeah, it
I
doesn't matter
can't
in the end, apparently.
confirm. Yeah. This is a very decent recovery for Z10, given that we were looking at a 5-0 start. This is looking quite convincing and far
Good
more
shots.
promising, even.
Yeah, that first as well. Just lets Nemanja get a little bit closer and farm some ecos.
Extra.
Wonderfully done.
Here we go. This is it. This is now the chance not only to tie it up, but to kind of put out a statement. We're not done. We might have lost map 1, but it was a close one. Let's repeat this again, but this time on Dust, we're winning. Partisan, scout for depression, the rest with AKs. I would hope that they switch it up, that we don't see the same kind of repeat structure of, okay, 1 peeks out there, 2 go there, and then, you know, we all lose, and that's it. Nemanja gets tagged, though, with a scout. How about that?
The power of the SSG.
It's crazy, man. Works.
Oh! Hey, finally, a kill on long that favors Partisan, but that wasn't Joffo. He's walked through the smoke.
Quick switching. Dragon.
Dragged on the ground instead. Vladan, he'll find a water. That's brute must have gone.
He broke his nail trying to file something, but the dragon now is gone. Oh, that molly is horrible. Oh my god, the incendiary could not have been worse. And I'm not saying it's Joffo's fault, it's the incendiary's fault. Joffo is caught on the side, he's about to burn, and he's about to be burned out. He still trades! The fact that he trades himself is a massive, massive, massive opportunity for Zero Tenacity to still go for this retake. They have the few skits.
It's also separated Partisan now on this post plant a bit more. At least for the initial part of it. Almost forcing their hand to shift their defense toward its short side as well completely. That smoke gives a couple of seconds of time to work with. Because you're seeing the Monty immediately after he threw that. Down from CT. Vladan in a tough situation. At worst, could be a 2-for-1 swing coming his way, but finds AVN quickly instead. And now the round is in Nemanja's hands, but the bomb is not really made to be defused in this situation. He'll find it first, but no time. Collins, quick one tap. 7-5 at half time. Comeback for Zero Tenacity. You imagine they don't win round number 9 and it's a completely different story instead. Or round 8, doesn't matter which one it was. They won that one. Let's them have a chance in the game here. It's given them life that they so desperately need in this series as well. So
Lifelines, brother. Lifelines.
Multiple. Otherwise, I really would have seen this as an almost 10-2 half, maybe 9-3.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, easy 8-4, easy 8-9-3. That's what I was initially expecting after the 5-0 start.
But
so very
they retained
recovery.
Control of the game. But I want to say one more thing. Right? Throughout the entire half, you have no rounds where Partisan were actually able to make use of long. Which is a massive testament as well to the power Zero Tenacity kind of hold there. You had a Chofo, you had a Simk switching up every now and then. The team efforts when they decided to commit to long worked wonderfully. So they did play a good game as well on that part, but it was the other rounds at the start that didn't let them have more.
They're pushing
good
top
things
mid.
and bad things. Here, however, Zero Tenacity, the greatest thing in Counter-Strike. I was going to say a plus W, but no, they are going to slow down a little bit and add a shift in the mix.
And that could be their undoing, actually. 3 players are behind them through double doors. They are slow walking the point. No contact means they should be aware of a deep flank already. Dragon's still expecting somebody behind them as well even. They still haven't pushed behind further. And now they have... Oh, Partisan, Oh! What? No, what?
Down.
The actual hell just happened. What was that shot? Somebody has to explain that to me.
Sit the hell down.
I need new glasses. Or maybe I just need glasses. Dragon.
Hey,
Nemanja.
Eventually found him. Man advantage. Be taken away here slowly by the C side. Fighting now in no man's land with multiple running at him. And now it's Collins waiting for his teammate to appear, buying time. Juffo running out of bullets, running out of health, but not the only one. He's got a Glock at the opponents. Nothing but a USP. And his headshots through. D10 round is theirs. Pistol in the bag. And 6 to start off their journey of Dust 2.
That is an insane recovery that never should have happened in the first place. A bit of a mistake, and the round is lost. Dragon cannot finish the job. It's Tiofo with a Glock that pulls it. 6 to 7, as you say, and Zero Tenacity is right back in the riding saddle. It's... Ooh, what a round. I still don't get why Partisan didn't push further through long. They have 3 players outside of double doors. They just needed to keep on pushing further, and they would have been able to split the T side in half and pretty much hammer them home, and somehow they decided against it, and that is round 14 for you, or rather 13. Now 14. It looks like it should be an easy W. I can't get behind the force of the CT side. It makes no sense, but hey, that's just me.
They've at least slowed down Z10 at long, which has given them all this time to make a rotation. A little bit unknown when it comes to the upper B tunnels, and Nemanja might clear out Depression as well. Might end him once and for all. Vladen, M4. Needs to go nuclear. Smoke's fading. His time. It's going to be completely up. He does better to get toward the side. A little bit of peppering through the smoke. He can keep buying time. That'll be all they need. Smoke's now still deployed. Cross to be made. Vlad in the second one to that. M4 is doing a lot of the heavy lifting here. He needs his teammates to activate, but they're so far away. Having him left alone. Better the Wolves. Now the CT retake is coming through, and it is not looking inspiring.
Nah, it's over. That's going to be round done. And ladies and gents, that's going to be number 7 tied up. C10 not only are able to prevent the force buy from succeeding, but they'll now play against Nico, meaning we see a advantage, finally. C10 looking like on Anubis. It was a principle, you know, the same principle. They won the pistol on Anubis. They got themselves going 9 to 5, and then afterwards it just collapsed.
The price of the force buy.
Yeah, we said it. It doesn't make sense. They still do it. Every team does it.
It looked good until they decided to leave Vlad into the Wolves. Where you have to rotate so much on that A side and then just get caught.
But honestly, it always looks so good until it does not. So it's honestly such a trap, basically, that many teams get caught in it.
Yeah, you can have a situation in every round. You can look at it and be like, okay, they've got some good ideas. Like this one. It's USPs, but they've got 4 players close to the B side here at the doors, and they can try to gang up on anyone they can find here. But they've abandoned the B side here instead, opted into the tunnels. So it looks good for a second to maybe slow down Z10 on the B side, find a shot or two through the smoke, but in the end, it doesn't look good anymore. But you can make these rounds into anything you kind of want. You can create opportunities where there really are none.
Pretty much.
Just have faith, brother.
Have faith. Keep hold of it. Don't give it up. Don't give up.
99% faith, 1% luck.
Pretty much. Simple as that.
Pressure. Ooh. Some people, seasonal depression. Him. Just gone now.
General depression.
Gotta find out which one it is.
He gives you depression
very
when you play
lucky to be
against him,
alive.
you know?
Gotta start hitting hard now. Partisan. Your map pick, your CT side, and now is the time to show what you're made of.
I mean, it's now or never, right? They got what they came for.
Yeah,
Now they have to prove to be the better team. Pop out for the pressure. We said it. He needs to hit his mark. He needs to be accurate and deadly. He's going to try. But will he fail is the question. As opens up the smoke. Does not even see Brute Monster. It seems like number 9 is inevitable by the way it's going here. They've lost long control. They don't need to die for it, but soon enough it's going to be vital enough to make a difference. Skindo also gets caught. Again, like I said, eventually it's going to come back to bite you. You need to do something. You don't. It's late, and it's about to get even later. Let's see. Oh boy. Things are gonna get very spicy very soon. I mean, honestly, like we said, number 9, exactly what we saw on map 1. Nothing new, you know. Return the, not necessarily the favor, but definitely at least to where you kind of went from, right? Well, still saving, of course. You don't really have a choice in this instance. And, of course, saving a 9 possibility given that they've lost so many players. Vladan as well disconnected. Technical pause here. Not sure what exactly is the issue, but I'm sure we will get to the bottom of it soon enough. Money-wise, we're looking at a half investment, potentially a full one if Vladan, when he comes back, decides to also buy with 3.7. I mean, it feels like you could try, but this again will very well cost you a great deal of money that I don't feel like you can currently afford to lose, especially not this late into the game. Or rather the map, let me rephrase that at least. Perhaps it would be best if we see a little bit of a different end approach here. AKA, don't force up, let them take that 10th, have a full buy yourself, actually be able to contend later down the line against your opponents and see what's what afterwards. I think that's pretty much the best case scenario you can hope for as Partisan here, economically speaking. It's the only way really to get you going, because any half buy measures, any stuff like that, I'm not sure it's ever going to really matter or make a massive difference at the very least. Still waiting for Vladan. We are not exactly sure what exactly is wrong or what had gone wrong, but I think we can safely say that Nexus has returned as well after a short period in the technical room.
Good to know I'm not the only one.
Yeah, you're not.
Bad
Don't
to
worry
know
about
that
it.
my issue persists. Thought I fixed it again.
You and I both have blue screens lately. I've had another one yesterday.
Yeah, I've fixed this about 3 times now, but it still keeps coming back after a short intermission, so I'm very upset. But it is what it is. Such is life, you know?
Such is life. Indeed.
Nonetheless, recap me, what happened? What did I actually end up missing here?
Literally
The
nothing.
end of one round?
Literally nothing. A save. It wasn't even a
Oh my
save.
God.
3 players went to save, and 2 of them died, and only Collins survived, and then Vladan disconnected. So literally nothing.
Beautiful.
A very poor round out of Partisan, if I have to say something, but I'd rather
just
not.
2 things, pretty much.
Yeah, it's not been a great map. I can't lie. It really has not. It started great, but the second half seems to have lost all focus for Partisan in some ways. These gun rounds are just not coming together.
Well, anything else we should look at here? CT side. Money's kind of interesting. Should not be a full buy, at least. We can say that much.
Yeah.
This is Zero Tenacity just trying to put this to Mirage, and I think continuing with the way we are right now, Depression not really being a massive part of the game at the moment, and opening on the CT side of Dust 2 as well.
He definitely has to step in. Yeah.
And
He has to
T-Side
step
as well.
up.
Just haven't seen much of him.
Just not enough, simply put.
Yeah. Then you look at the other side, we do have Nemantia, Brew, and Jopo all hitting their mark as well. Right, you've got AVN to kind of balance things out between him and Depression. But
Sure.
needing more out of Partisan here. That's
Absolutely.
the bottom line of things we have to talk about at the moment.
They have to step up. Just like they did on map 1. Again, no info what's happening with Vladan. So hopefully nothing too bad, and he'll be back in due time. Meanwhile, I think it's best we go to a break. This map so far, it's gonna take us a little while to finish it, so see you after a moment, folks.
Alright, seems like all is A-okay and handled again. So, counting down the clock back to the game, let us continue. Potential
Well, let us
final
continue
chance for
indeed.
Partisan, or at least getting very close to Curtain's call.
It's getting a bit rough. These rounds have not been easy. They've been trying pretty hard, but they've been relatively unsuccessful, unfortunately enough. So it's time to step it up massively. And this round certainly could be one to prove me right, or attempt to do so at least. Will it, though?
That's the question. It's an interesting middle ground buy as well for Partisan. It's not a full eco, but it's not a force buy either. Just enough left in the bank to make that next one a guarantee buy, and also to have some danger in this one.
Yeah.
Depression. For the first time in a while, he's managed to take down an enemy. Kindo, in the meantime, expected from behind. Flank from long taken care of. Vladen is going to be that second phase of that attack as well, while Colin's now stuck. Can't battle his way out instead. Shot down by the AWP and the CT side. I think I'm going to be calling this one a quits already.
Yeah, this has to be a save. I mean,
Vladen's MP9 surely has a chance to do something here. He can drop that flashbang over as well. They can challenge for this. But there you go.
That's
Smoke says
10.
no thank you. Blocks them off and away they go.
Depression, jittery, not getting his shots in. He does get one here, but a little too late. Z10, what a step back from form on Anubis, but immediately here on Dust, they prove us to be a bit more wrong, perhaps, than we initially thought, shall we say.
Head picked up. Here come the weapons.
This is
There was
it.
still an AK that Dragon did manage to get his hands on, I think. Don't believe he had it at the start of the round, but maybe I am misremembering. So, some sort of hole. And double checking. Yeah, they did not have that, but they had an M4. So, some upgrades. Now, Depression. You nailed the shot. I'm gonna take it. Brute Monster, I don't think it's gonna be spotted either. The barrel should not be showing that far. They are safe from the eyes of Depression. Davier escapes.
Are they going to be going
10.
B here? Or, like, it looks like they're going to actually hit B. Full commit to this. Although, going back towards long, they're wasting a lot of precious time that they don't have to waste. One would hope they are going to change up their approach, and through long, here we go. Under a minute left in the round, and it's going to be Kindo first obstacle on the way, and then two more on the site. Depression with the op. And of course, Dragon
payback.
the AK.
First one. Juffo. Inches forward, finds his target, and suddenly it's onto Depression. Cannot afford to miss a single one. I told you about jittery. That's what he is here as well. Shot missed. That's not going to put out the Molotov, but he will be forced forward. It's an A-side take and an execution. Both at the same time. Walking in, zero tenacity. They continue from that 10 to 11.
Too easy.
Too easy. He's out of dust too, and they are running through it. We've not had a single round, by the way, for Partisan. There's been 6 in a row instead when it comes to zero tenacity. 7-5 at halftime. Somewhere on the side of a milk carton, it'll say, "Have you seen this team? Missing since halftime." Shoulder. Knows there's got to be a second one as well, but Dragon. Wonderful opening, and they'll look to double down, but guess who's also going for a double of his own? Immediate manpower advantage is taken away, now granted to the side of zero tenacity.
Well, that's it. That's number 12. We are going to be seeing Mirage, that is a fact. As Partisan do fall apart a little bit here. Second half, definitely a much more disappointing one.
Could be the round defining play here. First one found. Gofor's going to try to force the trade. At a low HP, Collins has gone down. You leave it to Depression now to handle this one. Making a lot of noise. He's not even making an attempt to hide his whereabouts. This needs to nail the shot, smoked out, and not expecting a quick swing from Mirage. Collecting the round and zero tenacity. Look at them go.
Easy.
5 chances to close out to their opponent's map pick. Just swap these and head to Mirage.
It's looking a bit empty. I'm not gonna lie. I'm surprised. I hoped that Partisan would have more on the table, given they chose Dust, but it seems like they're a little bit out of options here, as well as out of ideas. And I guess we can safely say, you know, Collins, he's getting adjusted to calling now. Perhaps he was already doing a little bit of that before Emmy left, but surely still just had to get comfortable in the seat that has been now given to him. It's your worst nightmare, though, Nexus. Have you seen? 3 FAMASes and Dust 2.
Oh, wow. Apparently my eyes didn't register FAMASes at all.
I can imagine. You thought they were like SMGs, right? You thought they were all
No,
MP9s.
they just did not go to those at any point. It knew, my eyes knew not to look.
Okay, okay. Well, what can I say? This one is a pretty clear cut and dry one. I mean, the comeback is going to take them 5 straight rounds in a row. They haven't been able to string together 1, let alone 5, so I'm not seeing this work very well. Brute Monster, he's angled on those double doors. Dragon, as soon as he peeks, he's as good as dead. And he knows
the
it.
headshot might
angle,
still actually favor him, but okay, jumping up and down he goes. Dragon doubles up and Kindo down, of course, on short as well at the same time. Trying to add more pressure to this mid play. Now you need 2 more to find. The first one might have eluded Partisan for a long time, and now they've got the perfect opportunity to take it. Up on short. The man waits, doesn't get a chance, and Dragon, he's now confirmed the last man's whereabouts. What was dropped in the smoke, and a Juffo goes for heroics. There's one spotted on the side. 1 versus 1. Only a few seconds time he actually has with this one, but displayed it safely there, waiting for his teammate support. A flash comes in and Vladen secures the round. Partisan, they'll eventually take themselves their first for the second half. This one at least looks good. It starts with Dragon finding a couple of his own at the multi-kill. And slowly whittling down the rest of Zero Tenacity.
It's starting to shape up into something at least. I'll give them that much. I mean, still 4 rounds to go. Let's see if they can truly bring them together, or is this just a nice ruse to get us believing again, only to bring us down once more. Very passive approach. 4 players towards that A site long. This is a much different Partisan than you would usually anticipate or watch or just enjoy.
Certainly not up there with the finest performances we've seen. A little bit of that, of course, got to be put under pressure. 6 kills. Opening map, and he's had more than a fair few chances to get impact on the board, but just hasn't had that compared to map 1. And Zero Tenacity, they've instead had plenty time and plenty of good moments here. Up on the short. Fighter flight, choose to commit through the flames. Depression down. Killed him fairly quickly. Kindo will respond. HE of his own. And Collins wondering, does he support his teammate or not?
Well,
Don't want to split up here. You still have
out.
Dragon on long. That is the power position he currently holds and can go underchecked, especially with only 20 seconds left. And Shuffle, yeah, we don't even see him thinking about it. This one should be as good as done. Gotta spot nobody else. Big 3-beat. Short hold, however, has been dealt with. No time to make that rotation on the side. Can't get up ramp that easily. And the utility is there, covers for it. Bomb can go down just barely in time. A second to spare. And one man to save it all is Vladen. Short hold didn't stand. Long didn't make it. And a Partisan, they've just simply put not cut it on the second half either. 46 HP, a dream, and the two players holding for this. Now go for information. AVN secures this one. Ladies and gents, map number 2, it is in the bag. We are headed to a full 3-map series, all the way to a little bit of Mirage.
Yes, we are, and there's no avoiding it anymore. That's the reality of this current scenario that we're in. Partisan failing to pick up their own map pick will cost them dearly. This could still cost them the series and the playoffs themselves. Keep in mind, winner takes all, loser is eliminated. So Nexus, with that in mind, what exactly is going to have to happen on Mirage, I guess, is the idea here, right? Like, how is Partisan intending to make this comeback possible?
I don't know. I would like to allude to the roots of everybody on the server of pug your way out of it and just start fragging out. Maybe that just has to be like, that is very simple and very just basic, but it just shoot better, whatever.
Yep.
You can have plenty of holes in that argument as well, but for this one, I think that second half comes down to individuals not having those same moments we had on Anubis, where you had moments, right? Vlad and 3K when they were going for that A retake way back on Anubis. Here we didn't see any of that when it comes to the CT side. Here it was not multi-frag anywhere to be seen. And that just is kind of the end-all of this one until it was too late. Right? You got one toward the end, sure, but then you lost that final round as well. And it just looked like Z10 had it under control.
Exactly. And it just never happened. And with that being said, we take a short break and we'll be back with Map 3 Mirage for this first series of the day. The last matches of Swiss Stage number 5. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We return to action after a short period pause. Mirage is here, and we are ready for the third one to see where it takes us. Partisan versus Zero Tenacity. My name's Over, joined by Nexus, and together we'll bring you the action for the final map of this best of three. All or nothing.
All or nothing indeed. Playoffs on the line, and both teams trying to make it in. Only one chance. So far, this has been scrappy. Has not been perfect or great on either side, but we do manage to get us toward map number 3. Hopefully things will be better. We'll see. But it started off 1 and 2 headshots already, back and forth as well.
Partisan losing players faster than they can recuperate those losses, aka they are about to lose another potentially, but the B side is theirs. So they do have some sort of semblance of control currently going their way. Not the end-all be-all. Bomb a good tick away further. And they're losing players. It seems like it's going to come together for Partisan. You got to be kidding me. The pistol here starts off poorly with Nemanja finding 2, but in the end, it's the team that falls apart. Do not sustain this. Round is done.
So it seems.
Wow. That's a bit disappointing.
I mean, that's it. This fell apart.
Yeah, that's pretty much all there is to it. That was a disappointing round. And not much that can be done, of course, coming from Zero Tenacity in the end. They just didn't get those duels beyond Nemanja. It's going to be a 1-0 start. Partisan up against a full eco. This time should have no issues cleaning it up. Let's see what exactly is the play here from Partisan, though. The walk through the smoke is kind of dastardly. Gives you the feeling that there's more to it. And indeed, there is a little, at least a little bit. You've lost 1, though, so this is nothing to really send home just yet. Depression will find Nemanja. Seems like we've come to a common conclusion here. Everything going according to plan. Kindo. Of course, finding the final piece. 2-0. Good start. I mean, Partisan hell. This is how they started on our second map on Dust 2, and yet it still didn't help them in the end. 5 rounds is what they got to begin, by the way. To those that forget quickly, we started 5-0 for Partisan. Ended up going a very solid 13-8 for Zero Tenacity. So there's a lot to be answered for, in a way. Because where the hell did only 3 rounds come from on the T side for Partisan? Oh, excuse me, CT. In any case, this is going to be the first real attempt. We do have a full buy in play. All out for Brute Monster as well. He was instrumental in the winning of that second map. Collins finds Nemanja, traded off. It's Brute Monster to be able to steal it back. So everything going according to plan right now, at least. Oh, ABN. Just good for the 1, though. 3 versus 3. Simke, if he plays his cards right, that's again a guaranteed kill on his side. A little bit harsher, but still gets it. Tjoffel delivers as well. And that will be enough. Ladies and gents, that will be enough. That will potentially, not potentially, but certainly bring the round about and secure the win for Z10. They're first. It's not a 5-0 start, but it's a 2-0 into the first, which is a good thing.
Round of the board, that's all you need. Start your journey. That's what they've managed to do here with this one. Still, I want to see finally, now I think you too as well, would like to see a game of good Counter-Strike. Just a map of it that goes both ways, where it's very much competitive.
Very much so, yes.
One that doesn't go down a little bit sluggish,
that doesn't disappoint.
Maybe.
Because so far we've had a few disappointing moments. Especially second halves have been mostly just disappointments. But hey, that's just me. Round 4, Partisan. Will they get it? It's a full Sunday execution. Flash out top mid, trying to convince somebody that it's a fake. Or that it's not a fake, but I don't think it matters. Here comes the push, here comes the shove. Partisan, they'll put everything behind this.
There it goes. Brute Monster, wait, has a chance to line up at least what, maybe a 2k, but that's never come to fruition. Instead, he's been shot down and denied. Removed his pass from the site, and after retake, started off with a little bit of damage. There's the kill coming through eventually. Second! Wasn't even on the screen. Shout out CS2. Collins instead left in a 1v2. Needs to find them both. First one, easy. Second, AVN made a step up close, and with the shadow advantage, it still goes AVN's way. Zero Tenacity, hard fought, down a mana retake, complete, tie the game. That was a good clinical execution of the site as well. In no opportunity or situation did Zero Tenacity have an advantage on the site of duels they had. It was one versus ones only. Yeah, making use of the mana power, the crossfire that they had toward the site. Instead, take it around and claw their way back to it even so.
Let's see if they keep it up. Oh boy. It's about to get fun, isn't it? The second round, does it call to them in a win or not? Okay, it's all for AVN. 3 rounds, perhaps? Looking better with each passing moment. Looks like it should be number 3 on the board without a problem, I guess.
Back to A.
Back to A.
It's the bait and switch here.
Yeah.
It can very quickly catch them off guard, but the Desert Eagle headshot is feared throughout the lands. The second one, even more so, but Tjoffel, not afraid of that fight. He'll welcome it instead and be nice, feasted on too, and at that point, seems all too easy to clean it up as well here. Farms up a 4k, money well made, and a good round for Z10.
Good showing. Yeah. Tjoffel holding his position. Again, Partisan didn't help themselves going in 1 by 1. They didn't really think about it too much, so at the end of the day, could have done better. Alas, full eco. Don't have a choice here. Gotta play it smart. If you're Partisan, you know you need those AKs. You know you need that utility. There's no other way around it.
Couple of shots ringing out for the CTs. Make that a few more, apparently. Keep it clean? Yes, they do. From last round's single-man loss, now to this one, keeping it completely flawless. A good turnaround on a essentially a fantastic start overall for C10 here. Now they've got that money, they've got that safety net established. They can play a little bit more loose if they want to.
Loosey-goosey.
Bit more risque.
Yeah.
We'll see if they get tempted by that opportunity.
AVN. Vladan as well. Peeks in pit, tries to take a fight, kinda puts himself in a bit of a tough spot. And loses the duel. 3 rounds here.
Ooh, look at Dragon. Styling with a couple. The third one is too much. AVN is his turn instead and gets taken down for a couple of very good rounds to one that is slightly less so.
Wait, is Partisan really gonna pull this off?
Not a whole lot of opportunities here. Be hopping through the vent, maybe. Don't think he's got that dog in him at the moment. Not spotting for the cross either. However, maybe that does tempt him to go through. He has to drop down. There's a timing where he can still find that is Collins in connect to. Maybe depression as well. It's being a bit slow about this. Gotta be cautious. Watch out now for the man in window. MP9. Just the one. Orbiswell recovered. All is good. We've got ourselves a round for Partisan. But now we talk about that money as well for Z10. They still have plenty of it. So it doesn't get all too difficult for them immediately here. But we are seeing a back and forth, and that's what we ought to see.
Tactical time to talk this one through. They've gotten themselves up to speed. Let's see if they can get together a plan that works. Partisan, they need more than just 3. There's gonna have to be some more action going on soon. Nemanja taking control of deep pit. A lot of info gained from that. Although Vladan's given free reign over A. This is surprisingly out of tune for Zero Tenacity, and they will lose a player for free here. What is happening? Why is nobody keeping an eye? This is insanity. Oh, the timing here for Vladan has to be perfect, isn't it? And it will be.
Oh! Wait for the second. Kindo, however, does step up for a kill of his own. There's still the man in pit that they've not thought about. It was just one they found here. Thought Monty was the only man, but they still traded out. Oh, again, back and forth. The orchestrated depression this time for 2. There are 2 chances, 2 opportunities, but this round felt like it was going to be a done deal already. But it's still flipped and swapped back and forth. And now, unfortunately, I think we finally come to the end of this round.
I think we have.
Okay, he's lingering, but not too close. Eventually pulling back.
However much we might not like it, that's the facts. It's most likely the end here. I mean, it is the end, but the end of the round in favor of the T's, certainly unexpected. Zero Tenacity, they had it all. They certainly had the right conditions for the win. It's a shame they couldn't play by them. So, I guess the question on everybody's mind is, what's next, right? What more do you need?
Let's see. What do we end up getting here? Well, the first man down. And a second. Okay. This one's got to be kept very clean and apparently not lacking speed for the side of Partisan. Well, this one comes to an end as soon as it really starts as well. And so...
Quick, make it easy.
Man.
Seems to be the prerogative.
Down they go. Nicely done. They make it a quick eco there for the side of Partisan. Just run at them. No need to complicate things.
Another buy, my friend, and I can't say I'm super excited for it. Like, Zero Tenacity have been more of a miss than a hit. A few shots here and there that they connect, but a lot of times it's been a few very weird ones, disappointing ones, perhaps we can say. Meanwhile, entry already secured, so there is that.
They actually spot the shoulder of Simke as well. It seems like it. They're very convincing he's going to be there. Now they know at least.
Simke.
The Molly spreads the last second.
Oh.
Everybody's worst nightmare.
That was
you
awkward
wait there
to watch.
for seconds. Molly does nothing. Last 2 seconds of its life, it decides to give out your location. But there is a manpower advantage now made up to just one remaining on the side of Partisan. Is Collins alone at 1v4, and he's at least managed to find one bomb as well to go down. But there is no easy way. And apparently, that only gets confirmed. Jofo comes around, takes the shot, and Zero Tenacity. For a second, it looked a little bit awkward with the entries they managed to find, but that was very quickly converted as well. Follow-up kills beyond the bomb sites were not attained for Partisan, and we have got ourselves the next round of the board. Zero Tenacity coming back here. First half, it is going to be kept close and competitive, it seems. This is what we wanted, but so far we've had a 7-5 on both halves when it comes to map 1 and 2 already.
Yeah, it's been going pretty straightforward, yeah.
Yeah, it's more about the journey than the destination in this case.
Well said, yeah. I guess you could put it like that.
Well, you can have a 7-5 again, but a different sort of half where it's just shriek and shriek. You never know exactly what's happening. But so far, I think this has been pretty good. Right, the only real pickle that we've had on the road is the lurk round we had flying out of the apartments. Go for as well on ramp uncheck. Like, that's the only sort of hiccup where things could have gone awry. Almost did.
Usually do, shall we say.
But maintained. Dragon. Into the headshot angle. AVN says no thank you. This time. Out to be, yet again. Simke awaits and AVN on short as well. This is a rough defense, I'll say. But Simke's not the first one. How is this now suddenly this disjointed? You're begging for the opening to be given on B. That's not allowed. A couple of missed shots as well for depression. And Vladen in a 1v5 is looking like a 6th one to be kept possibly clean. And confirmed. Round is done. Secured for Zero Tenacity. So you've got 6 on their side now.
They've turned this on its head and certainly proven to be a tougher opponent. Even after a bit of a egregiously poor start. But what I'm wondering is what's happening with Partisan here. Second timeout they utilize already now as well. And they've been kind of falling apart a little bit at some of these attempts. Even having clear opportunities, but never really being able to take them. Here we go. Another round, another opportunity. This buy as well, right? I mean, you leave yourself for the last round of the half to have effectively nothing. Like, the money you're left with is laughably low. I don't know, it feels like they could have done a better job handling their economy. That for sure feels like something they should have done here for the last round at least. Good entry.
Traded back immediately. With a lack of manpower, or weaponry, I should say. Ooh, hold on. There's a bit of a pickle here. AVN, 2 found. Second one in the smoke. Just spray and pray. It has worked out for him. Denied to play, and it continues to get even worse for Partisan last round of the half. And we're going to be going 3 for 3 on the 7-5.
3 times in a row. In overtime, in regulation, we go 7-5 halftime. Twice for Partisan, once for Zero Tenacity, yes. Right? Or am I mistaken in thinking that?
Say that again?
Twice for Partisan, once for Zero Tenacity, right?
That is a question too far, unfortunately, for my brain to remember. I'm sorry to say.
Okay, fair, my good man, fair. I shall not tarnish your memory further.
All right, second half, final one for this game. A derby both teams are already used to as well, but coming out victorious this time to decide their third best of 3 for this year and this month alone. In the grand scheme, the winner of all their series. Last time I think Zero Tenacity won a 2-0, before that a Partisan 2-1. And now, anybody's game yet again. Pistol, as history has shown, it doesn't really tell us all too much in the scheme of this game, or this series. Yeah, bomb's going down, playing for the retake. CT side, they've been forced off close angles. Collins, it's going to be a bit of a phantom. They're not sure if he's got CT or stuck around a window. They're going to find him eventually. Now they'll know. Nabadia will be hunting him down. Or at least
That's
somebody.
an open bomb plant that is going to be very hard to defuse on. The smoke could help, though. But they found the diffuser. immediately. So, yeah, so much for that, right?
User +2. Dragon alone. He's at least in one nice shot, but he's been forced off the site. Even if he tries to get back into the smoke, pick up that kid, there would have been no chance. That faded. Doesn't nail the shots either. Zero Tenacity. 8 on the board. Partisan, this round is going to tell a lot here. Forced by or not, they are choosing to be a little bit more respectful of that economy and the game itself. Does the Eagle fully go around it?
So 9-5 looking like the reality right here. Zero Tenacity have stepped up their game plan, or rather their quality. Unless they get clapped by USPs, which will be quite disappointing to say the least. "60 seconds, walking through short, maybe running into con, but they're gonna go through short by the looks of it, which means they're committing into into a stack. Recognition, final seconds. Seems like the Spidey sense is tingling right. It's A instead of B. Wow. Partisan came very close to potentially having a chance of winning this round. Imagine that.
Oof. Instead, out to A, all is good.
Bomb has been planted.
And we wait.
Well, interesting conundrum. All I'll say, this game is certainly less so interesting when it comes down to it. There's been quite a few things that have gone very much wrong, and quite a few that could have gone much better.
All right, so the hunt for number 10. That's Zero Tenacity's main goal here. Group up. Break the A side together. Got fast pace to this one. They are choosing to walk through the smoke here. Assume that it'll go A-okay for them. Brute Monster at least has found the entry. Window on stairs, meaning pallets can be exited out of safely, while the money has been found down in the B apartments. Does very little to change the current. Oh, part of this round. Collins, first one found. Bomb is still stuck by Brute Monster. Also still not expecting the follow-up there. Flame is good enough to stop the push from happening. At a mad advantage now for the retake here. My eyes. The mad in jungle. Jumbo. Gone. 2-4. Both players stuck toward a ramp. Brute Monster first one found. Smoke as well. Forces his hand and now he's down. AVN instead. As for the task, and there's not a lot of options here. Flash as well and straight through the smoke. It'll be him to be found. Eventually, I say, but able to escape instead. Barely with the drop of a lot is still left in his body. Partisan, 10 seconds to fuse. They will not let Zero Tenacity have a 10 just yet.
Not that easily, at least, so I'm happy to see it. I'm happy that it doesn't go down as one of the worst maps of this best of 3. That would have been quite a thing to see, but still far from success, still far from where we wanted to see. Partisan. Let's see. 9-6. Already losing the entry is not a good sign, if I'm honest, but they've already lost B as well, so might as well lose something else. Although Dragon finds out Brute Monster. What's that angle? What's this assault, in fact, if I'm completely honest with you? Where is this coming from? Going towards A again there at the end, and it seems like Partisan have recognized this. Simka's dead. What is happening? Zero Tenacity is giving up a free round here. I can't say I'm fully in agreement with it. Collins finds Stjoffel. This will be an easy one. Partisan, they have just been given away back in.
Yes, they have. Even more so, they've dropped the bomb and they've now got this round under control. They're going to make an educated guess when Monty is going to be, and I think if they already didn't know, now they do. Not the first time he's been in a clutch when it comes to this series. Yet to deliver in these situations, and plenty of time wasted off the clock. He's trying to recognize where this crossfire is gonna be. Dragon found second. Depression will stop him dead in his tracks instead. Had a good read on the situation, of course, with the first one as well. He spotted toward the stairs. Can isolate those duels, but in the end, round in the bag. Partisan, they'll take 7 yet again to deny that 10. And Zero Tenacity, now is your economy on the line. Or last round, it was your economy on the line. Now it's the payoff for that one instead. And Partisan have a chance to clean up house here. Put themselves in just a spitting distance from getting back.
Yeah, get these
Back
wins going,
even
right?
yet again.
Get on track.
Oh my god. Wow.
Okay.
Ballsy.
Good, brother?
But we have nothing to lose. A Desert Eagle through a smoke may not be the worst of them all. But it seems like that is all they'll get. Just the opening, nothing else. I mean, if that's something that Partisan has to now think about in gun rounds as well, that's certainly got to be catching them off guard. Or at least forcing their hand to be a bit more cautious of them. We already know, we saw... There were a fair few rounds where Partisan as well did just go for these A plays, just contact heavy from the beginning almost. We know that's something that both teams, or at least one, will go for.
It kind of worked, yeah. So, surely we can expect it again. Brute Monster on the op has been brutal. AVN on 14 as well. Both have been trying their very damnedest to keep Zero Tenacity above the waterline. I think we can safely say Depression is yet to showcase himself fully.
Yeah, it has been a bit jittery of his game here.
Lackluster. Well, this is an awkward scenario because now both teams don't want to take the leap of faith. One mistake could lead you down a very steep corridor into a death trap. So let's see. 50 seconds. It's another A commitment here by Z10, clearly pulling away from B apps. And they're going to put one player through middle. That's going to be the lurking element. That's going to be Nemanja himself trying to make this play a reality, trying to sell it fully. I can't say I agree with that, but maybe it works. Here we go. It's all or nothing. It's a full A stack, by the way. They've read it. Nemanja's dead. Zero Tenacity's walking into a trap. It's 4 players holding. And it begins.
They might overlook just because of call-ins, but they will hard clear Dragon. His horde has been collected, and now 10 seconds. Get that bomb down. The problem is, the man in CT, they can still look to take this one. Try to force him. And Vladen goes very ballsy for this one, but been found out. AVN are now gone. Out of 2 2 remains. Both players tagged up on the T side. Making the run at Depression around CT at Juffo. Might have heard a step or two. Anticipating this, what if not both of them? Not the second man's but whereabouts, and Brute Monster, he waits, and this shot is all it takes.
And that's all it needs for Partisan to tie it up, bring themselves up to speed, and pretty much annihilate the advantage of Z10. We're seeing a full comeback from none other than Partisan here in this second half, and it's looking better and better with each moment, honestly. A fantastic show of force.
Timeout, one remains on both teams still after this one. We are seeing this back and forth now, getting toward the end of this, the climax of the game.
To 9, Tech 9s. That's what it's come down to. When you see Tech 9s and pistols again, you cry because you know what's going to happen. As it is a ballsy move through A, or towards A through Con. Unfortunately, Simka dies, Nemanja eats a nade, and Sialfo gets hit by depression as he hits AVN as well. It seems like it's universal, and it's done. Partisan find 10. They make it look easy here. Nexus, would you agree with me when I say that we are likely looking at the end of the series? Zero Tenacity seemingly out of energy, out of pressure to apply?
I don't think so.
No?
I do see Zero Tenacity still having energy, but it's just at the moment being unsuccessful and met by resistance instead on the other side. The sort that we've been missing for a while.
Yep.
On map 2, right, CT side, you didn't have more than one round that Zero Tenacity picked, or Partisan, sorry, picked up on their CT half. We compared that to Anubis, that's when those individuals did deliver on those moments when they were needed to on the defense.
Yeah.
The side holes stood, just to, they didn't. Simple as that, and now we are seeing them wake up again. But this is the closest we've had. Now we are needing these shots as well to be hit. We are meeting those quotas. And it's left the T side in a bit of an awkward position, but not impossible, because Simka has been gifted too. It's still a waiting game around for AVN, however.
He cannot die. AVN cannot die.
Why did he just pull the head? I don't think so. But
I don't think
waiting
so.
forward. Might have seen him either way. Doesn't matter. It's now just Simka. An ace required to stop a Partisan from continuing their own streak of rounds here. Depression. It hits. No, it does not.
Unfortunately, no hits, no connections, no wins, and no nothings. That's going to be all there is to it.
Does not know where Vladen is.
Yeah.
Assumed it might have rotated away. Would have been further away, and Vladen even just into the flames to celebrate. Heating up here on the CT side is Partisan.
Another half buy. They don't have money. Zero Tenacity, that is. Excuse me. It's a bit of a rough one, Nexus. It's looking like it might come to an end, given how it all looks. And holy boy, they're going to go half buy, yeah, as they should. For a second there, I thought I saw full buy, and Simka still has an AK. Can't blame him. You know, you try what you can. You try to prevent 12 if that's possible. You absolutely will give it a shot.
All right.
Oh, full B. Let's go. Send it, boys.
If everything else fails,
Rush B.
Lost
Exactly.
W.
And oh, it's empty. It's gonna be Depression holding the window spot. That means they get a free bomb.
There is no smoke for window. There is no window smoke at the moment.
Yeah, but there it is. There it is.
Okay.
It's flying.
They finally fill it up, but it's given Depression a second nasty flick down.
Ooh. He
Retains
does
the
get killed at
advantage.
least.
And now there's more opportunities to be given. HE goes out, chips away even more damage from Boot Monster. He's down to 13, and now he's got a second nade to finish him. There's Demalia. Needs to step up and needs to show what he can do. He's been high and dry these last few months, not having much to show for it. But this could be his round!
Oh!
And he'll pull back all 5. 4-0 Tenacity. It's the B play, a Hail Mary and an ace for the Deagle. About time to wake up here.
And finally, Nemanja gives us a show worthy of this series, worthy of this best of 3. It's going to be a massive, massive ace that brings them back on from the brink instead of having to play against overtime. Now they have a chance to actually make themselves the victors and potentially deny that OT. God damn. Wow. That leaves a lot of question marks, I'll tell you that much.
That is one hell of a way to revitalize your team. If that doesn't get you hyped up, I don't know what will.
Dude, for real. If this doesn't work, then nothing will. Like, you're a lost cause. If this doesn't work, you might as well say goodbye.
Again, a pack tactics and into A. We're not going to be slowing things down instead of going faster. Last round already to be playing. Now it's a similar approach towards A, where Depression's dealt the first blow. Nades will continue to pepper them and soften up their praise. But with that, apparently that's all it takes. Backing away. Initial push not successful, and they will respect it. Separate 2 and 2 to still remain on A. All this is going to be is just a delay. Delay to play. We're still headed back towards A eventually. Mirage utility toward the B site, but got a good angle being held there by Vladen.
Very decent, yeah.
Let's the CT side has still retained their manpower towards A. The rotation of Depression's got to be in window as well. Got a man up in ladder room. The knowledge. As soon as they see anybody, rotation's coming through. But Kindo, bullied. Not done yet, however. Stand for 1, not 2, maybe. Still does. Depression, 1 more to go. Comes to support and a man advantage of 3 on 1. You don't lose these, but Nemanja does have that bomb. Vladen not going to give up his position either, not immediately, but bomb goes down, and Monty does get away with that one at least, that much, and now so much more time to play with. Waiting for the man in CT, it's good on the first, but a quick trade, just slightly exposed and in the open. It will lead Partisan to 12 to map, match, and series points. Playoffs, 5 kills away.
Looks like they've guaranteed them already, man. I can't lie. This is looking absolutely amazing in my eyes. Looks like it shouldn't be a question at all anymore of whether or not they get them. Zero Tenacity, individually, they have just been playing a better game. And there is no lying. There is no denying that. Whether we like it or not.
That's rough.
It is.
One's down. Mid-play. Monty up. He's found his opening. Vladen has to stand again on the B side. Got a couple of good rounds here. And at this time, doubles down. Molly ineffective. But smoke fades. Vladen just buying time. His teammates coming through. 3 on 3. He looks to make it a man advantage instead. Up in the apartments. Down on site. The trade's coming through. Next one. Shofo. He lives. Balcony impression. Nailed the shot. Bomb down. The Monty position is known somewhere in mid, and they called it out. Out on side of
1v1 again.
doesn't recognize, does not know. Coming through with a clutch 1-on-2. Depression will finish this one off. We thought that Deagle round reinvigorates Zero Tenacity, but all it needed was one round of them saying no thank you, slow them down at Partisan. They will close things out here with a 13-10. A well-deserved victory. Right, I think in this one, it's the start on Anubis. They play a very good CT side, a wonderful game. And then here on Mirage, they bring that back with the individuals that just went missing on their map pick of Dust 2, which is a bit awkward, right? They did just get manhandled. Their second half did not give them anything. Maybe an outlier more than anything, in my eyes, but in the end, just it still goes map 3, and it doesn't matter what happened. It's the way you get here, and you've got yourselves a 3-map series, eventually ending in Partisan's victory.
And they were just, you know, individually, Zero Tenacity did very well. They tried their very best. They were close to pulling it together. It feels like there were a few crucial rounds that they lost one too many of, and this was kind of the running theme of the whole series. And unfortunately, in the end, as you said, right, or fortunately, depending who you cheer for, Partisan do take the win, do move on to the playoffs, eliminating Zero Tenacity from the second series of CCT here in Season 3. Now, it doesn't mean it's the end for them. They'll sure to make a comeback in the next series, but for Series 2, that is all there is for them. For us, the playoffs is slowly making to its full, let's say, to its full structure, to its full list. And you and I, we have to get the hell out of here because the next game was about to start in a minute. So, ladies and gents, stay tuned. Don't go away for too long. Short break, and then the next series, JRT and Ixner taking it away.
Hey, welcome back to CCT Season 3 European Series number 2, guys. I am JRT, joined by Exner, and those on the bottom there, they're wrong, guys. You got to swap those over, right? Because no, I'm not Exner. I could be Exner, I guess. I'll be Exner today. No, I'm just kidding. We got Astrum versus Monty. Let's head right into the rosters here and discuss both these two squads. And first, we'll start with Astrum. I think it goes without saying, Cole, that Astrum have impressed us as of late, right? With a 4-game win streak. There's one in a grand final yesterday against Passion UA. This squad's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the roster right now in good form. Surprised to find them here, given that situation in the 0-2, just off to a little bit of a slow start in the Swiss stage. They opened up things a little bit rough and had some tough losses to some strong teams here, but still have to lock in another win to get into playoffs here, where then I expect them to actually be able to do some damage here. Is one of the few rosters in that 2-2 division that we know is of caliber here, right? We know this team has a lot of that firepower. They have a lot of that X factor right now. I think sometimes they struggle to fully formulate it into success in the server, but they're building their map pool, I think, a little bit better. They've been able to offer up a little bit more success in that department. So excited to see what this team's made of.
Yeah, me too. And I think Grix in particular, being picked up from Aurora, was benched by them and then, picked up by Astrum. I think that's a beautiful pickup, and he's 1.15 rating, leading the squad. So I think that's another big reason why they've had so much success. Anyway, we're speed running here, guys. Monty roster up next. And I mean, we've seen some big ups and some big downs from Monty as of late. And unfortunately, it feels like they're in a down right now, Cole.
Yeah, I think this roster got off to a great start with the additions here. I think bringing in Afro and Haji, it elevates your kind of ceiling in tier 2, right? But after the sort of honeymoon period, obviously you find yourself at a little bit of a drop off. You're losing out on some of that momentum that you had early on in this roster, and so there's still some cracks in the foundation that need to be patched up here. And again, unfortunately, they find themselves on the end of a very confident Astrum roster right now. That's going to be a challenge to be able to best here to lock in a playoff performance. And obviously, we know playoffs is of the utmost importance for a squad like this to try and gain in the VRS. Take a look at the vetoes, though. We getting into things here quickly, and for me, again, not any massive surprises. I like what Astrum bring to the table here with Grix on the op on train. So watching them pick into this here and pick up this map in the tier 2 space, I think is always a really good move from them. Whereas the same can be true for the Monty Nuke here. I said, this team still has a little bit of cracks in the foundations. I think Nuke is one of their better maps.
Yeah, I mean, yes, the problem is for Monty is it doesn't really matter what map they pick, well, based upon their veto that they employ right now and their favorite maps to play, because their best map is also the third best map on the Astrum side, and then if we get to map number 3, it'll be the second best map for Astrum on Mirage. So basically, we got Astrum getting their top 3 maps into this veto, and on the other side, you have a Monty squad who do have that one map on Nuke, but outside of that, Mirage has been very up and down for them as of late. So very much as expected, an Astrum lean heading into this one, and I think we're going to get started very shortly on train. I agree with you, Cole, though. Grix has been so very good on the AWP, so to see him on train, I think it makes sense. It's just, how will the response be on the other side, right, from Afro? I think that's the question, and I think he's been pretty solid for them on the op. It's just that fact of the matter is, on train, it hasn't been that good for Monty, and I just feel like this is a map that Astrum can exploit them on.
Yeah, I mean, this is part of the difficulties, right? Train's a map that I think is tough to hop into as a relatively fresh core right now. I mean, we know it's really popular in the tier 2 space. I mean, we've been seeing so much of these teams try and play into this map here to kind of catch tier 1 teams off guard as much as possible, but we'll see what they bring to the table here. So we're ready to hop into the action, see what things are rolling out on train. We'll see that head-to-head very quickly, I do anticipate, here in between Afro and Grix on the other end of the server, and already seeing some action towards Ivy right now. Patsy trying to break through, but the setup looking a little bit too strong right now. Grix has to fight through the adversity, but there's too many targets on his screen right now. Monty, a force to be reckoned with here when they unify. 2 or 3v1 rather. Haji very low, but still full focus here with the bomb on the back of the CTs.
All right, let's see what Nori can do here. As you mentioned, no bomb on his back. He has to go and retrieve that and win 3 pools. Oh, didn't get the first one. So Ryu is going to drop him, and that'll be that. Monty do get the pistol round. Train can lean CT side. Not as much as it used to on old Train. But still, there is that opportunity to come out with a defensive stronghold here. On Astrom's end, are they going to force up? Yeah, we've seen this trend in the meta recently where force buys come through on the T side even if there's no bomb plant. So that's exactly what's going to happen here for Astrom. Couple of Tech 9s, 2 Deagles. Make that 3 Deagles and 2 Tech 9s. On the other side, Monty, they got the 3 MP9s and the 2 A1S as Astrom trying to engage quickly into the Brown Halls. Lean backing off into the B site.
Yeah, leaning this one a little bit further back here. The setup starting off 2 on the ace or the B side is, I mean, definitely not a bad idea here when you're dealing with what you know is going to be potential pretty poppier play. Those closer range angles, you might need a little extra assistance. I like the vision right now from side of Monty. For now, it just remains a pretty slow default. Be nice if you could get clacks involved in some form or fashion. I often talk about with this map how hard it is to utilize Ivy effectively. As you can see, it's kind of barely being watched. It's a very passive angle for Haji right now in that department as they prioritize T-Con control. Afro sent in. Oh no, that's a bomb. Uh-oh. And he didn't spot anyone else right now, so that's a lot of information right now gathered.
Jeez.
For Monty, and Astrom got to figure out a way to pick up the pieces from this point.
It's a really timely push as well. Good flash out for Afro. As mentioned, got the bomb. Clack's very close by, and I think Grix is trying to make some noise here to attract attention. Ryu gone. Okay, that's something. Ryu gets caught, I think, in Pop Dog. Afro, potentially exposed, does get Clacks. Not the follow-up. 3v3, a chance still for Astrom as they keep getting the trades here, but it is only down to Grix, and eventually Haji finds him. So an expensive round for Monty, but it was a force buy, remember, on the other end. So Monty will still have a chance to recover here in the anti-eco.
Yeah, I mean, well handled right there, all things considered for the side of Astrom. When the bomb hits the floor, you just expect that to kind of be a non-starter. But they still managed to find a couple of kills. Like you said, though, damage is always really nice, but when you go for the full force buy, you're going for wins instead. Not going to be able to find that in this case. Now it's going to be Deagles in play here. About everyone. Be heavy priority on that. See if they can try and provide a little bit of damage like that. Norway, the nasty shot right there on Delete.
Oof. I mean, these are the rounds you have to win cleanly if you're Monty, right? If you really want to start giving yourself a nice chance on Train, you need to build up that CT economy, and to lose the opening duel here between Lane and Patsy is not going to help them. That said, they've still got very much the superior firepower. Norway's upgraded to the MP9 off the ground. He's got an incendiary as well, thanks to that frag. And Astromar slowly but surely taking the space here towards the B site. And there's only one player here. This could be a problem, especially if Afro doesn't have the right timing as Astrom come out here. Astrom don't have the util aside from the incendiary, though, so he won't get smoked off or anything. That's beneficial to him, but still, you could very much see how a bomb plant can come through here, Cole.
And even a bomb plant is something that you'll happy to take away. Man advantage. No armor. It's still a little bit challenging, but see what they can make do here.
It's a good incendiary,
Molly?
honestly.
Yeah, I mean, used perfectly. There's a nice shot from Afro. Looking to tap away. You gotta be careful challenging these Deagles. A quick shot, you can be sidelined like that. Although Grix only has an MP9, he does whip out his Deagle. There you go. Good decision to be made, and he uses it against him instantly. Man advantage maintained. The double up. Patsy trying to play on the back there. Let his teammate take the most of the contact right now. They might not anticipate him here. He still has the element of surprise. We'll see if they can box him in now. Clear from Afro looking good. And it is another challenging round here with the bomb plant included in the mix. But this is going to set up these gun rounds for success here for Astrum.
Absolutely. Look, you keep Monty down to only 2 surviving players in the last 2 rounds, really, and now you got your buy-up coming through. Yes, Monty should still be able to string together a respectable buy-up or more than that. You know, everything should be fine on their side. There's the last A1S dropped over. So 4 A1S is the optimal util, but the economy is in a bit of trouble should they lose this round. We'll see if that's the case, though. Astrum certainly looking good on their T sides despite not winning a round. They've been competitive. Now let's see what they can do with the firepower up and running. Here comes Patsy, joined by Norway into those brown halls. And B site feels like, I mean, you talked about Ivy being a little lightly defended on Monty's side. It looks like they're going to be dragging that direction because Astrum's firing off a few bullets, but I think this B site could potentially be exploited by Astrum. They've already gotten in there before on their eco, so I think they're probably going to lean in that direction again. We'll see, though.
I mean, right now you can definitely see why this team is on a bit of a hot streak on the Astrum camp right now. They have so many different ways to win when they're feeling confident in hitting their shots. These extremity players, very valuable. Ooh. Interesting little off angle right there. You wonder if he saw anything crossing over. Looks like he registered as soon as that walkthrough came in, but still very prepared on this B site. Seeing Grix try and lead the charge with the AWP on a bit of a lurk, which is just so surprising here. Timing not going to work in his favor. They'll look in the wrong direction. Gets sidelined by Afro. Now cues up the rest of the aggression, but the rotate's looking good from Ryu. A lot more targets on his screen. Not enough to get a multi here, but maybe provide coverage for the rest of the team to get involved. Clax finds another. Just going to be lean left into the Z side of things. He's going to charge down the bomb, but he did enough. No time here. Wondering while he was going head first, and Kinsey going to fall. Is he going down after time? He does. 950 to his name right there. Monty with a huge rip away.
That is a very big round victory, and I agree with you. I'm not sure what Grix was thinking going on that lurk with the AWP. It's not a very common pathing for any team really on their T side, but obviously he gets caught out by his counterpart over on Monty. Afro finding that frag, and Afro's been the one singing the praises of the AWP here on this map with an 8-2 scoreline. Timeout going to be called here. This is a technical timeout. But yeah, Monty, I think surprised to maybe even themselves up 4-0 here against Astrum.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a little bit of, the game plan around some of the lurking ops, and I kind of see the vision. I think it's tough to do on certain maps. I mean, Train definitely one of them, where it's so valuable to have your opper with the pack, being able to cover off deeper lines. If you get a peek on the A side of Train, you can just be holding an angle while your riflers scale, and it can be really effective. But solo Ivy, just seems like there's so many difficult angles to clear. Obviously, you see what happens when things go wrong. We'll see if they can course correct, though. Trying to do so with the B pop again.
Yeah. Again, I was surprised that they didn't go back to the B pop immediately based on their success in the previous round. There's just that anchor that they dealt with very well thanks to that util. Good little boost molly toss there. Molotov goes towards the site as well. Flashes are out. Astra moving in and taking names as Norway and Kinsey get a couple of frags. There you go. This is, of course, on the eco round that they're finding the success again. Afro gone. What a shot from Grix. 5v2 in favor of Astrum. Gizmi and Ryu on the outside looking in, and they are not going to go into this fight at all. What a take from Astrum.
I mean, you just highlighted it. Success not too long ago on those sort of flashier B pops right there. And it just looks so clean when they go for it again with a little extra utility to back it up with a little extra firepower this time around. And they just take that site so comfortably. Have to lean on your strong suits right there, and it's exactly what they're able to do. Quick and decisive play from Astrum. Get on the board here, and with a couple close rounds, being able to finally break through here immediately breaks the economy of the CT side, of course. They're kind of on double. I think they might force here.
I think you're right. I mean, Gizmi's invested down into the util, but no. Okay, Haji and Afro don't buy.
Okay.
Gizmi, Lean does. I don't know. Anyway, it's a bit weird. Anyway, Astrum got 3 free upgrades in that previous round. Oh, Klax, that was a bit messy on the spray. Gizmi finds him. Kenzie does get the trade, but I don't know what that's going to do to their attempt here towards the A site, having lost that player in that situation. Gizmi. Oh, Gizmi's under a lot of pressure. This is a risky position to take, knowing that there's a player that could be coming out of Pop Dog at any moment. He's really trusting those smokes a lot, and I guess his trust in them is not betrayed this time, since Astrum decide not to take the initiative, at least not yet. Haji is already out of Ivy. That could be a potent position if Astrum overlook it, or even head in that direction. Full minute left.
Good punishment from Nori. Denying the aggression there, trying to route through that Ivy side on the CT side, trying to capitalize on a bit that underutilized space. Be shut down. A little bit of rifle presence here still in the server, though. They're hoping to lean on. Issue is the gamble stack here not going to pay off here likely. Got it, Grix again. Doing this solo lurk thing, man.
This is crazy, man.
Yeah. I'm very surprised.
Yeah. I mean, look. I don't know. I guess he did find the space, and now they're going towards A. Missed a shot there. Norby's like, okay, I got this. Don't worry. AK out and takes care of 2. Afro's overlooked, and Hell gets a headshot onto Kenzie. Can he get the bomb planter too? He does, but the bomb goes down. Afro still trying for it. Goes on top of the train. Is spotted. Missed shot from Grix again. Grix could be exposed here, and Afro's got an A1S in his hands. Grix finally connects on the shot. There you go. Astrum will get their second.
Phew.
Yeah.
Huge sigh of relief right there. Grix getting able to, create space for his squad. I mean, again, it's not an easy role when your eyes pressed to the glass right there like that. I mean, trying to cover off the whole A side and be able to call the shots for your team by walking out towards that A side, but managing to make the best with what he's got. Able to facilitate that space right there. Leads into a timeout from Astrum. They're a little bit maybe panicky in the closing statement of that, but they get the job done. Do get a pause going, and now they're in a real position of strength here to get activated on this T side. Seems like they're good at finding the gaps here, creating vulnerabilities. Their executes have been really promising here. So, I mean, so far you've got a lot to be happy about. No, it's a little bit concerning to see maybe some small Grix misses, but not a massive deal just yet, and you know that he can get hot at any moment.
I think it's just crazy to see Grix on lurks.
Yeah.
With the op twice,
Train.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're Mirage top mid, cutting off rotates, I get it. That's, something I've seen a little bit here and there. But on Train, it's like, that almost feels like guaranteed. He is part of the pack this time around up against some pistols. We got flank coverage here. Well, it truly handled right now.
Yeah, this is done. Nori takes care of Afro, and Ryu, last one standing, over towards the A site. Does have the armor and the 5.7. Worth saving, for sure. I mean, doesn't have to throw this away. Op will be recovered there, as Grix grabbed a SMG for a moment, just to see if he could find a player. And he doesn't, so he'll go back to his trusty big green. Third round picked up by Astrum, and I think overall, despite the scoreline, it's felt like you were saying, Cole, that Astrum have been threatening, their strategies have been solid, their execute's good, and Ryu will take a scalp before he falls. And that's just the consolation prize in the round, as Astrum still have plenty of cash to buy up. But yeah, no, overall they felt like the better team on Train, which is what we expected. It's just that Monty was hanging in there in those early rounds, in the first, I would say the round 3 and round 4 when we didn't really expect them to. And then finally Astrum struck true, but it wasn't on the gun rounds that Astrum did, it was on the ecos.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if you really wanted to capitalize as well in this strong start, it had to be a little bit cleaner on those anti-ecos. They just took so many casualties, and as soon as you lose a gun round or even an eco round, you just, it does break your economy. So a little bit of disruption here. Nice shot. Tag off, but it does force him to fade away here. Molly keeps him at bay. He tries to track the legs of his opposition. Just lead into a bit of a miss there. And now Astrum making a quick decision here to maybe slow things down. Seems like they're happy with the opening advantage that they got. They showed a lot of their presence though. So now it's about taking map control back. You know that it's possible when you show that much presence that the CT side probably got aggressive. That's not the case in this round, but that's probably what Astrum's feeling, as you can see from Nori's position, being very diligent on the clear.
Monty have no presence towards B now, having lost their anchor. Ryu says, okay, well, let's have a look here. Nice shot from Afro onto Norway. So, speaking of solo players, one is gone, and then there's another from Ryu onto Kenzie. Clax finally collects here, but this is leading Monty in a very significant way. Look at the health bars, and in fact, last player standing is Clax, and he's gone too. Oh my goodness, Afro with the overkill from the AWP. He's been having a great train for himself, which is what we expect of Oppers, but we thought it would be on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic work here from Afro. He's got the experience. I think he, as well, you know, getting off to the CT side start, this is exactly what you want to see out of a player like Afro. I mean, we know that Grix is good. He's the new hot commodity right now in the Astro camp, right? He provides a lot, but you know, Afro comes in with a lot of experience here, even at a tier 1 level. So I think you have to lean and trust in on that right now. And Monty being rewarded for that in a big way. Just constant output coming through from that AWP.
Grix wants a fight. He's got the op in his hands again. Not going to find it though, because there's a rain of utility over in T-Con that he has to dodge. And now, I think they want to try and take that space. Smoke going to get tossed. T-Con very much at risk here for Astrum, and now you see the result is going to Ivy, which is not a good path in a lot of cases for those T-sides at this point, at least on the current state of the map. Norway. Go in. He does, and there you go. Afro hits the shot onto Norway, and then you have a pop flash that comes through, and you still got Hadji to worry about. At least, okay, Grix gets Afro. Afro getting a little greedy, perhaps, trying to re-peek into that fight, and it will be a 4v4.
A big evener right there, taking down Afro as well. Now that the op presence is down, you'll be able to get a lot more confident with how you can get these executes rolling. See what they can do here. And this 4v4 is where you gotta lean in on some of the execution power that you've shown us in the past. That's what they're looking to do here. Group up, get an execution going. The decision making here, but a little bit gambly on the setup for the CT side. They look to be stacking over this B side of the map here with quick rotates. 2 players in a 4v4 is a nice solid defense that you might not anticipate, but Clax is sharp on the entry. Brings home a big pickup. Gonna take a little bit more space now is something necessary, but Kenzie gets caught with utility out.
Oh, nice shot from Hadji onto Potsy. It'll make it a 3v2, and now back to even numbers only briefly. Hadji traded out 2 as well, though, and it will be only Gizmi, and Grix gonna win the duels. 3K for him. He's starting to wake up with that AWP, and Astrum will find a 4th.
A big pickup right there. Grix coming through, trying to match some of the fight that we see Monty putting out from Afro. Able to punish his aggression, and then finds even more in the late round when things could have got complicated. Astrum do it again. I mean, the economic control that they've had in this game has been a huge factor for them. That's going to continue now.
That's a crazy back and forth round. Monty had the edge at one point, right? They got a couple of nice frags, and Astrum managed to fight back. It's all Grix doing the work with the op, getting the trades when it was integral, and as you mentioned, Astrum breaking the economy again. Here for Monty, great opening frag from Clax, and damage done onto Afro, who's down to 24 HP. Haji's the only one left with armor. There's the nade toss, and it connects Clax with the mortar strike onto Afro. And a 5v3 now for Astrum as they continue to bide their time. They don't want to be careless here on the anti-eco, and that's why Ryu punishes Patsy, who just poked his head out of Pop Dog and then found a bullet.
Now we're continuing to shut these down here as well. You got a good position from Haji. Can't be overlooked. Spot it, but goes for a clear here. He has to quickly activate now. Needs a little bit of assistance that just won't come through. Clax avoiding the flash, but Haji's not so fortunate. Maybe he still finds another. Time running a little bit low, a little bit uncomfortable. Ryu, I think he's shown his face though already, and the HE clears out Haji. So it's desperation with the Deagle right now in the back of the site. Low HP, needs some headshots here. Flash ping is perfect from Grix to do the trick and close it out.
Haji creating headaches there in Olaf. I mean, unbelievable work with the MP9. He tried to throw the flash, was counter flashed, and still recovers to get the frag onto Clax, and then he got back into cover as well. So they say, you know what? They just toss a nade in. Let's take care of this like that, and it does. So after a little frustrated, I'm sure, but they still get the round regardless of the efforts coming through. And again, that's just the eco round for Monty. So they do the damage and keep the economies honest on the Astrum side. Here comes the Util raining forward. Gizmi wants to take a fight here into T-Con. There's 3 players here. Util out for Grix. He tosses it, and Gizmi actually finds the frag onto Clax. Follow-up, almost. Haji will finish what he started there. Still a man advantage for Monty. Haji looking to find more, but he loses his teammate to his left, and now finally does get that more, but it's only one. Kenzie finding the trade again. Astrum down to a 2v2. Neither team can really wrestle control from the other in terms of economy, and that's not going to change here in this round, regardless of the outcome. As Kenzie, along with Norway, trying to path their way into this A site. They know that someone's nearby. They just don't know where. And Lean has managed to get towards the back of bomb site, but he has been found. So now they're just going to try and isolate this position. Doesn't mean they're going to win the fight, but they do. Norway finds that. Look at the damage now. Kenzie, 16. Norway, 13. 29 HP combined. Afro's got a significant advantage, but he has to hit them quickly.
I'm met by a smoke right there. Gonna add even more patience as a requirement here. Is he gonna even continue his efforts? Talk about the economic issues. Might just hold on to his gun here as the smoke fades away. 10-second defuse ahead of him. He knows there's just no chance.
Yeah, I mean, if he knew the health, I feel like he might have gone for that one a little more aggressively, but a lot of that was unconfirmed damage. Or at least one of it was confirmed. I know the headshot was found there onto Norway, but I don't know that they were aware that Kenzie was down to 16 HP. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's a great round from Astrum to survive there, and their trading has been excellent on their T side. But still, like you said, the economy hasn't stabilized. Doesn't matter anymore, though.
Yeah, I mean, able to survive it up to this point here. It's essentially job done for the half. No more worries about that economy here with these close rounds. They'll be swiped aside. A lot of heavy lifting being done here. A lot of footsteps being heard though right now. Preparing this defense. Clax still manages to find an entry despite the overwhelming aggression, and Ryu aggresses in for a little bit of extra damage as well. That trades back coming through with the AWP and HE combo. Keeping this one. Winning ways here for the side of Astrum. Those trades have been phenomenal. That remains to be true.
It's been really brawly, though, in this first half. More than I anticipated, honestly. 3v2. Health bars low for Kenzie and Clax is collected by Lean. Now a 2v2, and HP advantage goes back in Monty's favor. Astrum has success towards this B site, and that won't change in this round as they've taken it. Lean gone. Gizmy's all the way towards T-Con, so now he has to walk into the B site from Connector, and is probably going to be watched by Grix, although he has quite a few angles to keep an eye on here. Gizmy will eventually come through. There's the spot. Oh, a frag for Gizmy, though. And then the trade from Grix. 15 on the half for him as Astrum take a 7-5 lead going onto their defensive end.
I mean, it's already exciting to see so much back and forth in between these two oppers right now. Grix being able to close off what Afro started here, you know, with his efficiency early on. Grix had to level up his game towards the later stages. Multiple clutches on that B side that he's able to bring home for his team, keep a healthy lead going. Exactly what you like to see out of your opper. And able to answer the call when necessary. And with a lead here on the T side as well, it's got to be a huge confidence builder. Clax with, you know, maybe not the most flashy KD as well. His, you know, quick entries on that B side were huge alongside it. Again, you know, amount of impact that he had in opening up some of these rounds definitely felt in the server.
No question. I mean, one of the reasons why Monty were even able to get the rounds they got in that first half was off of a nice pistol round. And then they converted a couple more and even won the fourth afterwards in a tightly contested round. So I think a pistol round would be important here for Monty to keep it competitive, especially considering they're going on to their least favored side. 45.5% round win percentage here on T side versus 59.3 on CT side. And on the other end, it's Astrum, similar story. You know, 55% win of their rounds are won here on their CT side. So let's see if Monty can recover. Still not, very much not out of the realm of possibility. It just feels like Astrum have been overall the better team, as Clax is going to get gushed immediately here. That's information at the very least gained. I don't know if they're going to go for a full-on B lean. Doesn't look like it just yet. I mean, that should trigger them to come in here. Yep, it does. Both pieces of util utilized here towards B. Norway with the dualies gets one on lean. Ryu the trade, and Afro one right back as well. 4v3 advantage for Monty, and make it a 4v2. Gizmy has also got a pretty cheeky spot here. Could catch off a player for free, and he does. That leaves it all to Grix. In the meantime, he's been doing work on this B site. He's got it down to a 1v2 and technically a 1v1 on the site proper, but look where Afro has gotten himself. He's on the flank. I believe he spotted the back of Grix. Grix, will he win this fight? No. So it doesn't even matter. Round is over. Monty get the pistol again.
Yeah, winning both pistols here, a huge asset for this team. So this is going to be a challenge here for them. Trying to pull things back and get a little bit closer. So getting that pistol, a good way to start things off. We're going to see a force buy, though, come back. Once again here for the CT side. Able to bring it out. And the T side made it close. And then we're eventually able to win one of these force buys with the aggressive purchasing. So don't hate to see it again. See if they can replicate some of that success that they did in the first half.
Afro. Slow approach towards Ivy. Grix on the scout here. Where is he located? I believe towards the E site. Anyway, Afro's going to get the opener on Clax. It's a good start for Monty, who don't want to be fussed by this force buy. The last half, they were constantly having trouble keeping bodies up against these types of buys, and I guess that won't change here. Lean's going to get one. Good trade by Gizmy, but Grix is right there popping up the ramp with the scout and finding that frag. So there's guns on the ground. Ryu hears all of the footsteps, but in the meantime, Kenzie takes the initiative and T-Con Cole, and now a 3v2. Ryu and Afro aren't even close to each other either, so technically Ryu on an island here, but takes the right angle and wins the fight against Norway and Grix as no one is watching Long Dog for whatever reason. They were both focused in on A. Now Ryu Goes back towards that B site that Afro's already cleared out. And it will be down to Kenzie in a 1v2.
Yeah, we'll see how much of an element of surprise this flank is. Ryu establishing himself to meet head on. Kenzie, gun out, and walking into a tough angle. Ryu pulls that one back piece by piece, opening up that round there in the 2v3, able to complete the mission. And again, not necessarily clean here, but you survive the force buy. You're able to hang in there. And now it's going to be the eco. These, as we said in the last step, these are the rounds that you have to focus a lot more up on and making sure that there's not a lot of casualties.
Yeah, no question. I mean, Monty, again, you know, it required a very significant individual effort from Ryu. But this is the round where they need it to be clean. It's already a good start with Haji on towards Climax. Ryu gets Kenzie. This is trending very well for Monty. They've already got site control and no casualties to be seen.
Well handled. Going to hunt some ecos. Get those Mac 10s farmed up. We'll continue to take some names here. And be able to get off to a much more foundational start here in this half than in the first. Had that 4-0 start, but obviously, again, we talk about the CT side economy being so fragile. They definitely took too many losses there. This time, keeping things clean. Good side. Grix, though, trying to get some damage if possible. Could be good here for his opportunity with an AWP in the future. He should still be able to buy it no matter what the case is, but anything extra is always nice. Everyone's just going to hold on to where they're at. There you have it.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, it's great work from Monty, like you said, in terms of building the economy. But now I think the real test is not economy, but can you hold off Astrum once the guns are out and once Grix has the op back in his hands? He's really starting to overtake, not completely, but I think over these last few, it's looked like he's been the better opper versus Afro. Although both have had good games. Afro gone. Speaking of, Kenzie spraying him down through the wall. That'll make it a 5v4 very early on for Astra. Monty looking to deviate themselves in towards that B side. And a bit of a different setup here on B for Astrum versus Monty, who typically like to only have that anchor and lean. They've got two players located in this vicinity. You got Norway watching from Bomb Train at B. And his teammate behind him. Lean and Ryu setting themselves up towards this B site. Feels like Monty want to execute here, but I mean, one piece that's kind of missing is Haji. I'm assuming that he's going to try and set up a fake towards A. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
See how much this sells to rotate right now. Pretty much camped up with two at least. I think Molly going out there, making it hard to get through here, but gives me off the back of a great flashbang and lean scaling forward. Side of Oil, Haji still has some fights ahead. He is going to lose it out to Kenzie's aggression, but that just is the realization now that there is one so far removed on this retake. They take positions of power right now. Lean's using the tree as protection here. In the grass, he does get bested still. Clack's able to get a visual on him. Even though the sneaky moves look to be the gut punch. The retake's still a little bit slow on the uptick. They're still struggling to make it on through. Ryu has a deep sight line right now, and he misses out on an opportunity right there for the shot. Clacks with the AWP can't connect, and yeah, they just have to call it.
No kit available, right? So you don't have the time to go slowly into those fights. Obviously, you know, Monty doing a good job with the utility, the flashbang coming through and keeping them at bay for a little bit longer, and, you know, in the end, they can't even get to the site, can Astrum. And Monty, so far, flawless here in this second half, going up to 9. On a map that we heavily favored Astrum on. And that was a win on a gun round, although enough is saved through by Astrum that they can justify the force buy to come through. It's still going to have an 8K, an op, 2 A1Ss, and the MP9, and util's quite good as well. So all is not lost for Astrum just yet, but having found the opening frag and looking good overall in the duels, and then losing that round is not a great look for Astrum. I have to give a lot of credit to Haji, though. I think he did a great job of selling that fake towards the A site, and not only did he keep the A players occupied, but you keep them occupied towards the far side of the site, towards T-spawn or towards Ivy, right? So their rotations into B, once it's getting hit, will be a lot slower, and you buy yourself that extra second or two where you can focus on clearing out whatever players might be on B, rather than having to worry about connector because of what Haji achieved there. So, well done. Will be a 2-round lead for Monty. Now they have to do it again.
Very impressed with the resiliency right there. As you said, Haji doing a great job. Execution still strong, even though that was only a 3-man execution right there.
Right.
Which is just that much more impressive that they're able to, you know, get over the 2-man setup. We'll see if they can keep it up. Good positioning right now from the CT side. Kinsey able to hold down the line. He's got backup right now. Afro eventually best early pressure there of Kinsey. After he gets 2 though, Patsy getting an underhand smoke and does lose his life because of it, hoping that maybe he could get a little extra coverage out of that utility. That's not the case.
I'm surprised he throws the underhand smoke, right? Because his position might be overlooked due to the fact that his teammate, Kenzie, was right there with the spray transfer with the AK, so they might not expect a second player in that position. But instead, he gives it away by throwing the smoke, and they're looking right at him to find it. Trades come through here. Down to a 2v2. 43 seconds left on the clock. Monty need to get that bomb off the ground and plant it into dirt. Norway is on quite a flanking mission here. This could be the difference maker. No chance Haji expects it, and now he makes noise, so everything you could possibly hope for if you're Norway. Both could get both. There's one, and the second as Afro tries to jump off that ladder, but it is not enough. What a flank from Norway.
That's what they needed right there, Astrum. Looking a little bit complicated. Some small, maybe micro mistakes being made, but still being able to close it out there. Finish the job, bring in a little bit of energy into the CT side. Things are feeling a little bit down and out information-wise. I mean, it's a really good reaction right there coming through the closing statement. Now we'll see what they can bring through with more and more firepower here. Trying to catch a kill there. Ryu destroys Kinsey. That is a nasty opener from the back of T-Con right there. Sends him packing. Thought he had an elevated angle. Maybe the element of surprise. That's not the case there. Ryu is hunting you down.
Weird. You kind of expect Monty to explode off of that, and I think Astrum did as well, so they kept all the bodies there on the A site, but they don't. So we'll see if that call to back off will pay off for Monty or bite them in the back. Trying to play the patient game. Sometimes you can take that momentum off an opening frag like that and really snowball the round in your favor. Only Norway here at this B site. He's playing next to Oil. He's going to be under a lot of pressure. The thing is, in that position, you can kind of tuck yourself in and wait for reinforcements. You don't have to peek around aggressively and then try to set up a crossfire from connector. In the meantime, though, you do give up bomb plant. So that will happen here. Astrum, what can you do? What can you get done? Oh, there's the one. That could help reinforcements arrive a little bit cleaner. Flashbang going to get tossed by Grix to allow them to have another look. And there's Clax spotting out Gizmy. 4v3 now. Monty reeling, and Norway's still alive. The patience game paying off for him. And it's all down to Afro in a 1v3. He's got the op, no rifle. A couple of players softened up, but it doesn't matter because Grix is right there with the op. Takes down his counterpart, and we're tied up at 9.
Yeah, huge bounce back right there, using the scopes to their advantage with both the AUG and the AWP. All tied up at 9s here, and the CT side starting to bite back in a big way. When you get these players on those scopes, those zoom-ins, and that's huge opportunities to shut things down. I mean, the mechanics are already so sharp here for the side of Astrum. But when they have utility to back it up, and the best weaponry here for Train, it's going to be an even bigger challenge. And the door's just swung open right now.
And you look at the last few results for Astrum on this map, and yes, they've been winning, but it's taken a while sometimes. Think triple overtime against Passion UA, 22-20. And then the previous one with the full 24. This one could be a similar story. As it stands right now in the anti-eco, Astrum taking care of business. Patsy, the 3K, the last one through the smoke onto Gizmy. Ryu's tucked in the corner, but he won't be safe for long. Definitely not now. It's done. Clax finds the last, and Astrum the first team to hit double digits.
As you said, it takes them a while to get there here, but no stranger to these close games. But they're definitely familiar with knowing how to close out.
Yep.
And this is a team that gets better as the game goes on, when they get a better understanding of who they're playing up against, how they're playing. Because again, I think it just offers up so much different availability here for this team's moves, when all the extremity players are so comfortable with what sort of moves their opponents are making. It just becomes all the easier for this team to calculate. And now Grix stepping in with his op early, making sure to provide the opening advantages. There's a big time pickup right there. Gizmy sidelined. Gotta pick up the pieces here. They have to figure out another way to get these success going in the 4v5.
Yeah, now they're fully reset and they have no map control, really. I mean, you could argue, yes, some space towards those B upper tunnels, but I mean, that's kind of been a given. They haven't really had trouble taking that space because Astrum's been giving it to them every single round. You still have that two-man setup towards the B site. Norway and Patsy. Or excuse me, no, that's Grix this time over on B. Interesting. So the op taking a different spot. Norway. Oh, Grix spotted out. Norway as well. What an opening sequence from Lean, who might even get the third for himself. He does. That's round over.
Yeah, Lean just determines it right there. Been a little bit quiet in this matchup right now, but that is a huge splash being made right there by Lean. So they needed a tool to get them back in after the 4v5 deficits. When they started off this half down 4v5, they had a good fake out from Haji and some good time buying measures. Still showed some efficiency on the other side of the map here. This time it's just brute force entry work being done by Lean. Haji will be caught trying to run away, but not a big concern here for this T side whatsoever. They're just happy they can bounce back and have another, potential piece arise here. If Lean can continue to find those sharp openers here, we've already seen what Ryu can do. We got a good first half out of Afro, now, wielding the op here, so try and bring some of that power into the server here more consistently.
And Lean has been known to go for entries on T side. Third on the squad in terms of attempts over the last 3 months at 28.8%. But I mean, third on a team where the highest one is Gizmy at 22.6. So he's definitely a player that they rely on in certain instances to get those opening frags. And that time, one of his best, I would say, in terms of the space he clears and how effectively he does it. The read and just the IQ in that round was off the charts for him. So Monty hoping, like you said, that they can get a repeat performance here, as we're all tied up at 10, and Astrum find themselves in another pretty tightly contested series here on Train. Grix opening shot does not miss a beat there. 20-second frag from Grix, who leads the server in that category. 5v4. Kenzie spams through, good flashbang tossed by Monty to create difficulty on the visibility, and that allows Ryu to stand for a little bit longer here in T-Con. Oh.
Another one. Not only back-to-back opening duels here for him, but did it in the last round as well. His opening picks consistent, and it sets up everyone else for success. Leads to a contact walk out into a B site that is well staffed and well prepared. This one looking to remain flawless right now. no complications here. Haji will actually provide a little bit of damage, of course. Trying to do anything extra, though, it seems like a impossible task here at this point. You have to dodge out in the span that's so close to his head. But, I mean, there you see what Grix can do on the CT side. Posted up, providing opening picks right there, avoiding flashes, and finding new positions in which he can deal damage. Got a nice bag here on train, and he's being able to bring it out.
Well, 20 seconds left. Haji's trying to stay alive. Could go down after time, though, if he's not careful. Did he get the spot there? I'm not sure. Either way, tucking himself in here. And dead. Doesn't die after time, though, which is the good news for him. It got close. Patsy gets the headshot, so he will still get that loss bonus, but, you know, that's not great either. Monty, after winning a surprising round, get completely shut out of that one. It's thanks to Grix's op, which we have been seeing warm up as this map has gone on. And now he's just absolutely been a difference maker for Astrum here on this CT side to get them really back into it and, of course, back into the lead.
Just elevating here in the next level to the opening duels. To the consistent outputs here, but that consistency in the number of attempts he's been going for this time unsuccessful.
It's not like he was playing over aggressively either. Just out there, all the way at the back of A site, and they win the duel on him from T-Con. Afro down to 16 HP. And this is a troubling thing for Astrum because this is the half buy from Monty. Not a full investment, and they're already a man down. See the rotation for Monty in towards Long Dog. All 4 players outside of the lurk are here. This could spell trouble for Astrum if they're not sharp. And they won't be. Haji finds that frag onto Kenzie. Sure, they take a lot of damage, but they got the 5v3 advantage. Clax needs to find something and does. Afro gone. Where are those rifles, though? Those are the ones that can really make a difference for Astrum in this round. They're trying to rotate forward. Clax watching with the op. Misses the shot, gets baited into it. Nori from Connector needs to activate soon. Clax attracting a ton of attention. Patsy is as well. There you go. Rifle striking true. Brings the numbers even. And now Monty might be in trouble. And you see it. Haji has to do work. Gets one. Not the second. Patsy trades him out. And it's all down to Lean at 3 points of health to clutch out this 1v2. They're going to stick the defusal, and Patsy takes care of the frag.
Security found right there. Astrum do it even despite the early loss of Grix. Not having that opening advantage, but finding different ways to win here. This is the difficulty of taking this team down right now. They're in tip-top shape. There's so many different tools here to get on the board. We talk a lot about the stopping presence on this team here, but the rifle power of this roster as well is so good. I mean, these are some of the, you know, maybe a little bit fallen off in terms of the hot commodity that they were. These aren't the same, you know, caliber of players that they were in the early stages of, you know, 2022 and 2023. But I still think these players have a lot to give at a young age, and as you can see, you know, the combo of players like Patsy, Nori, and Kinsey, they can do a lot of damage. And Clax, again, I think it just raises your floor so much with his consistency. So you built up a really strong team, and you have this strong opping presence behind it here. They are eager to lock in a playoffs and show what they're made of here versus some tougher competition as well.
Need that all-important 13th to take their map pick here. Do Astrum. It's not that sizable of a lead. Only a couple of opportunities to try and fend off Monty from finding overtime. Gizmy's already out here. They're trying to go faster, ratcheting up the pace. It's a change-up pitch, but Grix is ready for it. Opening frag again for his squad. And Patsy helps him out by fragging out Ryu. This is all Astrum in the opening moments, and only one back for Monty as it's Afro, the last one standing. His team's life on the line here on train. 4v1 required of him, Cole.
Man,
Nope.
he doesn't last long there. Greg's gonna put the seal on this one. Call curtains upon this map here of Train. Beautiful stuff coming through from his opping overall. Still see Afro trying to keep pace right there, but in the grand scheme of things, I think everyone on this Astrum team able to come through and provide a little bit of extra coverage alongside that star power that Grix provides, and that's just enough to pull them across the finish line with some difficulties on that CT side, but things that this team knows how to recover from.
Yeah, I mean, like you said before, they've been in these tough, close engagements, right? They've been in these situations on train multiple times and usually are on the winning side of it, at least lately. And once more, I think they extended to a 4-game win streak over on train. So they're feeling good about that map for sure, despite some adversity. Sometimes that adversity makes you even stronger. So let's see if Astrum can close it out on map number 2. It's going to be Nuke. It is Monty's map pick, and Monty are a fair bit better on Nuke than they are on train. So it should be interesting regardless of the outcome, guys. We will take a break, and then we'll be back with Nuke. All right, we're back into it here. Astrum versus Monty. Map number 2. It is a 1-0 Astrum lead in the series. Haven't picked up their map pick. Let's see if Monty can do the same here on you, Cole.
Let's see what they can bring to the table here. Looking to answer back. I do worry. Astrum's nuke is very good in there on a hot streak right now.
Yes.
Got themselves, what, a 6 or 7 win streak right now on this map?
Yes.
And they're looking to keep that rolling. Players like, again, I just have so much faith in players like Clax on this roster, but Kinsey, the one to actually open it up versus the P250s, and Patsy has a sideline towards ramp. They're getting shut down here. Flash avoided. Teammates arriving on the ramp side. Nori eventually tracks the aim, but still a 2v3. This is manageable right now, and Nori continues to hunt down his prey. Missed flank coming through from Lean. A freebie's what it felt like, but not the case right now. He seems like he registered Grix, though. And both players spotted out now, hunting down his prey. He will fall. Bomb in the hands of Ryu. We'll see if he can manage.
Man, you gotta hit those. You gotta hit those. 2 cracks at it as well before, I think it was Grix realized that he was there. Either way, maybe Ryu's still gonna clutch this one out. 1v1 now. Here's the footsteps. Grix around that corner. Does he know he's that close? He doesn't. Ryu makes up for the missteps of Lean with a 4K on the round, and Monty win another pistol. Flawless so far in these pistol rounds.
Yeah, they won both of them on train. Now going to keep it up with the clutch factor from Ryu. Bringing that one on home. Overcoming the early adversity of the opening duels right there. The missed opportunity on the flank from Lean. All of it nullified right there with Ryu's clutch. The Force Spies, though, going to be unrelenting, of course, with this squad. They're going to keep up the pressure without question. They've had so much success in these sort of Force Spies, so going to try it again.
Monty occupying all the space in lobby right now. Feels like they want to go out off of a flashbang potentially. They're just waiting for the pushes to come through for now. Norway, top of hut. He's got company here on this A site. We'll see where Monty decide to go. They're really biding their time, expecting Astrum to get aggressive, but that doesn't seem like it's going to be the approach for Astrum at all. So it's going to have to be Monty to take the initiative.
Get something going for themselves here. Taking a lot of damage on this early inbound, and the scout does get overwhelmed. So does the P9 close by. A lot of damage for sure. Blax tries to work with his Deagle here. He wants to force it. His teammates are on the scene towards lower right now. Tough angle though for Nori. He just gets blasted. Good clear on the side of Afro to keep coverage. Absolutely necessary here. Patsy's still able to thread some damage in. Question is, how much do you want to go for this here? You know there's going to be a bit of a flanking presence. You're still close by in range of this retake here. Spotting on a player on the back of Silo. There's the kill confirmed. Again, time running a little bit low, and shots connected from Afro to keep them in winning ways here. It's going to be Monty escaping the scare.
I think Patsy wanted to get around control faster, but just got caught in geometry a little bit. And that delayed his activation into that B site and ended up being a difference maker. So Monty, despite some adversity again, facing off against that force by against Astrum, do indeed get the 2-0 lead. And now, excuse me, it'll just be upgraded pistols here for Astrum. 5.7, P250, and the CZ. Monty, we've been going to lobby every single round. You have to imagine in some of these rounds where Astrum might take a risk and go for a lobby crunch, but that is what Monty's expecting and what they're setting up for every single time. And the slow pace continues here.
Able to make it work there with the slow burner in that last round, so making sure not to walk into any stacks, give over anything too comfortably here for this defense, especially again on these sort of rounds right now. Knife is pulled for Grix if anyone heads down the vents, but that won't come his way. He gets spotted around the vents as well and hunted. Be finished off as well. Chase down for Gizmy to complete the mission, keep it flawless. No casualties taken right there on the side of Monty. Again, off to another good start in this half here. They've had those, it's most of the gun rounds offer up a little bit more cause for concern. Get a quick test as to what they can bring here in this round here and now.
Yeah, I mean, if you look over on Train, 6 of their 10 round victories, or yeah, 10 round victories were from pistol round and then conversions, and then in the gun rounds they technically only had 4 rounds. So I mean, there's certainly something to be said about Astrum on the gun rounds having been superior to Monty. We'll see if that perhaps shifts up here on Nuke, as the op is out for Grix and the rifles for the rest of the squad. Nade blows open the smoke. I don't think any visibility gained off of it. I think Kenzie was too deep into the angle into Mini. That said, Grix is in an off angle here in ramp. He could find one. Has to hit the shot, though, otherwise he's dead, as Kenzie does find that opener. But Grix decides, well, that's been long enough, and he fades away into the B site. Ryu and Patsy. Patsy wins the duel. The follow-up as well. Oh, goodness. They went for the trade. The spacing was good, but the shots were better. Finally, Afro does get one back, but it's still a 2-man advantage for Astrum. Dodges the AWP shot, and Lean could have the advantage if he looks the right way, but the timing, Cole, not in his favor, and Grix will get the last on Afro.
Yeah, that's brutal right there. As soon as he turns his back, of course, that's when the shift walk up the ramp side comes through through J Hall, and Lean's still finding himself a little bit frustrated in those lurks on the ramp room. And that's the early showcase of what this team can bring to the table there. The rotation's so good on the CT side that it is so difficult to find ways to get past this team. And when they're rotated like that, when Patsy's holding down the line, gets a multi-kill as well. So valuable. They try and blow up the door there, deny a sound cue. I don't know if that worked. I think it actually got blocked. Didn't bounce quite right. So I have to make an audio cue there. And this kid queue up a decent setup here. CA execution looks to maybe speed things up. And that A side is left slightly vulnerable right now.
There's a smoke in for Squeaky. Flash out by Monty. They might have a peek here. No, they just want to give the impression that they're going to be doing so. Play the mind games with Astrum. Keeping these players on the A site, but they're not moving a muscle as it stands. Hoping that Astrum second guess themselves and perhaps go down towards B, or a P comes through and Afro misses the shot on the jumping Clax. Norway immediately responds afterwards, and Clax swings around for a 2K. Oh my goodness, so well done from Astrum on the defense, and it's all down to Afro desperately spamming through the panel there of the hut, but he's going to fade away as Norway retakes the space that he was just in.
When you have an opportunity to capitalize right there on moments like that onto a player like Clax, you got to make sure that you take those names down, because he is going to make sure to punish. His anchoring so good on this map here, and Kinsey going to deny a save with that late kill. Insult to injury, there is the continued success, and these rounds coming through quick and fast here, pretty dominant as well, with a lot surviving in some of these situations. So of a scare put on this squad, as now it's just pistols out here for this T side as well.
Yeah, and once more we're seeing the challenges from Monty on these gun rounds. Kenzie an opener, and well, this is an anti-eco. Grix waiting. And Monty, yeah, there's nothing really here for them in this round at this point. With the amount of space that Astrum taken outside, they're going to start ratcheting up the pressure even further. walking into the pistol angles, which, I mean, could be a risk, but with how low Afro and Lean are, I'm not sure that'll be the case. Need some wicked shots from the Deagle. Okay, there's one from Silo. Now they know he's there, and maybe they'll think twice about pushing up aggressively here, Cole.
A nice shot. The beast of Grix right now. Haji trying to find an angle with AK. Not gonna last too long though before ruled out, and the Molly would have flushed out Afro if it wasn't for the kill confirmed by Patsy there to close. Astrum immediately answered the call. As soon as they get those guns out, it is right back into the swing of things here for them. Tie things up 3-3. And sure things up right now in a big way.
I think this round is critical for Monty. You either make it competitive or win it, one of those two things. But if you fall flat in this gun round, oh boy. They're going to be asking themselves some questions. I mean, sure, it's T-side nuke, and you could argue that 3 rounds is already a great step forward to a decent T-side. You need that competition, that competitiveness they had on train, and there's a good start. Lean, Burn, and Claxton, itty bitty crisp. Norway finds the trade immediately, though. Gives me with the spot on towards Mini, accelerates them in through secret. Incendiary will greet them. Kenzie keeps them at bay, but they use the smoke. They're going to go right through it, and Kenzie, realizing that, fades off and leaves it up to Grix, who hits the shot onto Haji. Now they know Grix is in this vicinity. They also have to worry about Kenzie, but they do find that headshot. Afro, great work on the trade, although he takes a ton of damage afterwards. They're going to deviate themselves into the vents and maybe go back to the A site. Look at the aggression from Grix. He spots the player going up the vent. Oh, what Grix? Why? Why is he taking out the knife in that situation? Might have been a misclick. Either way, Norway on the other side gets one, Patsy another, but the trades are good again for Monty, and it will go their way. I'm not sure what Grix was thinking there.
I'm right there with you. Yeah, a little bit of awkwardness inside the vents. He's been trying to work that position in the past. It's just so difficult. The AWP and ends up being a loss in the end, in the heat of the moment, in the chaos. Can't quite complete it. You get attack pause immediately from Monty. Just interesting after the round win. I mean, not the most comfortable victory, but still being able to secure this thing builds up a lot of confidence for them. They know that they're up against still some pretty potent purchasing, though. This isn't by any means going to be easy now. Still with the firepower in play. Good reaction coming through from Monty to get back on the board, being able to shut things down, deny Grix's success with the op, no matter what the case is.
I mean, it felt like Grix had everything he needed, right? Got the information, knew they were going up the vent. Could have just waited, posted up with the op for another player to come through. Instead, walks up, pulls out his knife, and dies. So there you go. I think he got his pistol out eventually, but it was far too late at that point. Maybe just didn't expect the second player. Anyway, that's in the past. Now we go into the future. 1:28 on the clock here. Kenzie looking for targets. Gives me we'll find one onto Kenzie. Breaks the trade immediately. Fades off into heaven. Looking for a follow-up, but he loses a couple of teammates in the process. The 3v2 advantage in favor of Monty as Clax and Norway are the last two standing. But they're in a really good spot. If Norway goes near Big Garage, then maybe he's able to spot out Ryu and bring this back to a 2v2. But Ryu's looking in the right direction, and they'll have none of that. Clax, 1v3. If he isolates the fights effectively, there's still a chance here, especially if he finds one before they actually get down into that bomb site.
Low targets, this is definitely manageable here.
They're going
managed to slip past his crosshair, and if they do end up in that A bomb site, which might change if Flex finds this flank. It'll be on the high HP player. He's not registering
Oh,
on
man.
the screen right there. Small window of opportunity, but Lean this time able to complete the kill, lock it down here, and keep his team safe from any sort of complications in this one.
That was the beginning of the 1v3 clutch right there. If he looks to his right and gets that one, it's the healthy player gone. The other two players are low HP, so sure, maybe they go B in that instance, but instead, well, you see the result. Didn't get the spot, nor the clutch opportunity. 5-3 in favor of Monty. Still enough money for Ashton to get the guns out, but it's not going to be the strongest buy. 3A1S is the MP9 and the 5.7. Ryu, looking over the tip of that smoke, hoping that someone decides to charge around it. That's in the meantime. We'll get one here. That's a really nice peek from Secret, and he fades off immediately, having taken only 5 HP of damage.
Nice kickoff here for a pretty low investment. And that you're not coming into this one with a lot. But these are the sort of rounds that we definitely watch this team live on in the first half. Or first map, rather. Scrappy purchases here. Patsy?
What?
What? Just 2 straight to the smoke right there? Even more success. I mean, gotta be careful on how you finish this one, but round set up well. 2 smoke spam kills to confirm even more. How can they complete the mission? Grix says absolutely. Catches one sidelined. This is looking like a brutal end. The run here from Monty with 2 in a row. And it will close out fairly quickly. Doesn't take too long to complete it. Before Nori takes down Lean on the lobby lurk, and they just bounce right back.
Yeah, and because of how close these rounds have been, money is not in the greatest spot for Monty. Sure, they're going to have a hero AK here, but I believe everyone else is going to be on the eco. Oh no, they're forcing up. I take it back. Force buy going to come through here for Monty. They realize that potentially the economy on the other side is kind of delicate, so they decide to fully invest. Grix, AWP back in his hands. Here comes the quick push from Monty. Already into HUD is Ryu. He's a little exposed, and especially with Grix finding that opener over on Afro. Are they going to continue pathing forward here? There's the nade. That's going to do a ton of damage, and there's the rifle as well from Clax, who does collect one before he's traded out. Gizmy finds a follow-up on Grix. Now things are a little bit shaky on the Astrum side. I think they were hoping to come out of that fight a lot stronger than this.
Worrying reality setting in right now. Everyone tucked in towards the lobby. This might be continued re-aggression right into the trap.
Oh my
The
God.
patience could pay off here.
Oh,
Spotting
spot.
out though the jiggle. Oh, Nori. Thought maybe he could get away with it right there on the re-peek, but he was spotted and taken down. Reaction from Patsy. He's got a lot more though. Here to try and shovel. Not sure of where his opponents are here. He sneaks in towards the back of heaven, and he spots out more. His teammate looking to get involved is being covered, though. Kinsey still able to provide the kill into Haji somehow. Makes it even more challenging. So smoke goes a nice bounce in towards Mini, but Gizmy still under pressure. That smoke allows for him to lurk out here. Catches the aim off guard, though. And as he walks forward, Gizmy completes the clutch here. A player that wasn't really activating all that much in the last map, coming alive here in map 2.
Wow. All right. T-side 6 rounds is fantastic for Monty. Especially on Nuke. This is crazy. Such brawly rounds, one after the other. It doesn't feel like either team have ever gained any type of momentum here in this series. It's just been this back and forth play where neither team can really gain an edge in a round. It's been very few rounds we've seen come through that have been clean from either side, especially when the guns are out. Now tons of utility being tossed onto this A site, but it's all a ruse for Monty. They're going B, and no one is there. Lean has already started to confirm that. And they will slowly but surely make their way down that ramp and find themselves a clear bomb site.
I got this one pretty well contained here. You can see USPs. Meeting minimal resistance. And Now looking to keep things nice and tidy here. Catching Patsy. Gotta be careful, Gizmy. We're gonna farm up some ecos here, sticking around. We'll get punished there eventually, but enough really done. Grix can't find anything either with his USP. Well handled there. To build up a continued lead here. Monty, not only 6, but 7 now manufactured here on this T side, already showing their strength. Their map pick, and again, doing so up against a very challenging opponent on this map in particular. They trusted their own ability here by picking into this map. Challenging a team with a 6-map win streak with such strengths as Grix after Train. This round's continuing to be a success story here. Now trying to end it quickly here, but Clax is so prepared for the defense. Knocks down 2. The trade's available. Clax still under fire right now. His teammates bested in lean. He's out towards the opposite vent, finding success. Flank is incredibly quick here, and that's going to be the silver lining. Patsy's following in the footsteps of this execute, catches players with utility. Haji, what is that? A 180 spin? Absolutely destroys the flank. The only way they have a chance of winning this round is kills like that. And Afro going to give him a challenge. The 2 Frenchmen looking to complete the mission here. Spotted out, diving down the vents. The problem avoided now, but it's still Afro left between a rock and a hard place. He survives.
There's no way. There's no way. How does Afro get away from that? I figured that Grix confirmed the tag, but I guess he didn't. There we go. Afro's dead now. He was trying to cut off that rotation. Haji, what a shot. He's got 2 HP, but if he's hitting headshots like that, he could very well clutch the round. He slips away too. Grix doesn't know where he's gone. Grix looks the wrong way, and Haji, with 2 health, gets the 4K. Not to mention he started this all with an insane 180 flick onto his opponent. 8-4 for Monty.
Dude, I want to see that from his perspective with his mouse hand. What he just did right there. Absolute destruction. That is a flank that guarantees the round. There's just no way you can possibly trade that. There's just not a chance. It's a complete spin. It's nothing but muscle memory right there, and he just destroys the flank and provides Monty a new lease on life here for this T side. They're looking to bounce back. They want playoffs here. And they are making a convincing case here for what they do on this map of Nuke.
This is crazy, quite honestly. To see Monty that effective on Nuke. We really thought that Astrum winning that first map would come through and take control here on Nuke, but it has been anything but impressive stuff from Monty. We criticized them for their gun round performances on Train, but right here on Nuke, it's been very, very solid on the more difficult side of the map. Now they go on the CT side. It is their stronger side as well. It's the weaker side for Astrum on T side. Everything is painting itself well here for Monty, according to the stats, but oftentimes, those stats can be tricky. Don't always tell the story into a series. So we'll see if Astrum can make it back into this one, but they're going to have to win a pistol round to really make an argument of it, which they haven't been able to do so far.
Yeah, I mean, typically those stats also kind of, not big difference makers when it comes to these pressured moments right now. And, a matchup that determines whether you make it to playoffs. But I tell you what, now is definitely the time. You want another pistol round here in Afro.
Oh my
Absolutely
God.
levels them through the smoke while blind. Pistol success looking to continue here for this team. They've got 3 out of the 4 so far, but Nori able to find one towards the outer yard. Thought that was actually through the smoke right there, but Nori instead towards the outside. So job not finished just yet. You did a lot of that early heavy lifting. Still 3v2 attempted to be recovered here in the Astrum camp. Can they find the gaps in the defense right now? The answer is no. Gizmy shuts the door in their face.
Are we? Chance or no? Okay, never mind. Afro gonna get the instant headshot. 4K for him. The 2 Frenchmen with back-to-back 4Ks here for Monty. It's 9-4 in their favor, and we'll see if that's the death blow for Astrum, who did force up after losing pistol on their T side in the previous map. This time they say, well, no, not gonna happen. That means that this is likely looking like a 10-4 lead for Monty. What a hold from Afro, though. Those dualies singing for him. 2 of the frags coming while he was blinded. Through the smoke to boot. Impressive showing from Monty so far. We'll see if it stays impressive to the finish line. Clax finds one with the Deagle. Kenzie up close to the Glock. Gets the dink onto Haji. Maybe we spoke too soon. They need to get this under control fast.
After trying to do so, they do make it down the Vince. Oh, distractions. If Patsy had a better gun, maybe, but just the Glock can't do the trick right there. Haji will go down. Complications still in play here. Nothing
so scary.
guaranteed. They're going full force in towards this outer yard fight, giving him duels that you might dream of here, but the Eagle shots need to continue to rain out for Clax, and eventually the shots running dry, his health running low, will be run down. Not necessarily flawless there for the side of Monty, but they'll take it to 10. The pressure going to be amplified here for the Astrum camp on Nuke.
Still a scary thing, a scary prospect when you're over at that blue box and you're peeking with the A1S, knowing that a Deagle's on the other side. Feels like you're playing with fire in a lot of ways, but still, Monty were able to put the aggressive positioning to work there and take care of the last 2 for Astrum on the eco. Again, not the cleanest, but at least they survived with 3 players up. 11th round is what Monty's looking for here, and what would be a stranglehold on the map. Astrum need that response. The early util favoring Monty. A little bit of damage done there on the Clax, but a lot more on Grix, who's down to 62. Astrum just trying to spam through here and hoping to connect on something, but it's not happening.
Bonus round here. Couple of MP9s. Could just be the way that this team putts on in this map. And locks it in. But Kenzie, if I went through the smoke and Patsy, it didn't even look like he stopped moving right there. Just on the go. Shift walking back on the fadeaway. Connects a headshot. This bonus made even more challenging with a couple of riflers falling. Everyone falling here quickly. That is the way that you need to bounce back. There are no casualties up against the bonus round in which you see Monty go all in.
Yeah, no, the money's not there for Monty because of how shaky that previous round was. Not the one we just saw, but the one before. Astrum will get the 5th. And you see the buy-up still comes through for Monty. Afro on the AWP. Ryu on the A1S. Everyone else onto either SMGs or pistols. We'll see if Astrum can have another convincing round victory or if Monty can silence them. 1:35 on the clock. Astrum, where are they going? Looks like they want to take their time in lobby. We haven't seen a single lobby crunch yet from either CT side, which is a little surprising. Oh, nice Molotov, but they overlook Hachi completely, and Hachi gets 2! Oh my goodness, Grix does get the trade, but that is problematic for Astrum. Now Lean almost catches a player as he pokes his head into lobby, and, you know, they were getting a little hesitant, were Monty, about going, Astrum, about going for the execute towards the A site, but eventually decide to commit it. That is the right decision, but still, that play from Haji gives a great opportunity for Monty to come back in on this retake and feel confident about it. Afro. Looking into Squeaky. Clax is waiting there. Afro has to flick around to get that shot. He does not, and Grix finds Ryu as well. Only down to Gizmy and Lean. They're the 2 pistol players.
A lot to be given here in this round. It does actually seem like they're calling it a day. You're recovered for Gizmy. See if he can hang on to that lead. Actually does provide a kill for himself. Survival, sometimes difficult on this map, but he does live on to tell the tale here. So does the AWP for Gizmy. So not the worst way to lose a round right there. Op recovered. You walk in with a little bit of extra economy here in this next round here. At least a hero op to be played off of. So you get a chance at more damage to be done. Not going to really fully force behind it just yet. Not making that decision, but trying to nurse their lead here with extra damage on these sort of rounds. Maybe even get Afro, who's been playing phenomenally, alongside Haji. A way to win this one.
Afro. With the AWP, like you mentioned, not going to have a chance to have an impact in this round just yet because most of the players here for Astrum are headed into ramp. We'll see if Afro can find his way into some of these fights. As it stands, Astrum just gaining the map control for free, but what? Gizmy with the deagle gets Kenzie. Where was that? That was outside. Okay. AK recovered for Gizmy. Now he's going to toss the smoke for Squeaky and does damage up against Grix as well, who's down to 17. This one is not shaping up well for Astrum.
This is massive complications. Afro even further punishes right there with an op shot. Gifted from that last round. Norik does open up a new path though. Crowbars his way into this one. And now they know that the only opportunity they have really to take is straight down in towards the lower side.
Oh.
More damage done. More pressure applied. The USP will fall on the back sites, but it provides a little bit of extra time for the rotates to all envelop on this B site here. I'm going to be planted safe. Coverage for double doors. He slides by the smoke. There's one above Grix. He doesn't realize. The op shot connects, but Nori has his teammates back. They're going to look to survive this round here. So low on health for 3 targets. Can they sneak by the crosshairs? Can they isolate these duels? Lean does, but his back is turned. Clack steps forward for the kill, and Afro stuck in between 2 angles. Gonna shut the door, take more damage. His fadeaway needs to be now or never. If he wants to go for it. What?
What?
Are you kidding me? Straight through the door right there. A little parting gift for his opposition. He's gonna get in the back corner of Secret. The bomb planted is close towards Secret, so he's not going to survive. It wasn't planted Astralis where maybe he could have been safe.
No, you got to get out of there. It's just
I don't know if he
difficult.
had time. Yeah,
I don't think
it's
he
just
did.
such a massive radius. He was dead for sure. He's hoping that could be the coverage. That's brutal, man.
Nothing you can do. Well, Astrum almost let that one slip away, though, Cole. That was very, very scary for them, and they just barely hang on. I think it's just good coverage from their teammates, making sure that Monty couldn't get back into it. Patsy walks right up there, just going for the blitz onto A, and it works beautifully. Monty completely shut down in the first 10 seconds of the round. Afro does get 1, but it's only 1, and Ryu is just on a path to save. Nothing he can do in this round. What a blitz from Astrum.
Full control established right there. That's such a quick and easy round for them to take as well, especially in these gun rounds. As things get late, as pressure gets amplified here, we talked about this not necessarily being the biggest success story for this map of Nuke for Astrum, but they still got a good T side. When you got a 6-map win streak, an online Counter-Strike here on Nuke, you have to be bringing through some effective T sides. And now they're showing their range. Quick speed up towards that A side, just threatening the idea that, hey, we can pull this out of our bag at any given moment. And that's going to remain in the back of Monty's mind as this lead gets diminished slowly but surely.
This is wild. I mean, we were talking about off that pistol round, you know, Monty taking this one. They get the conversion as well. But since that point, the headaches that Astrum caused them on Nuke once the guns came out, they're returning. And you see the buy up here, not going to be great. They were effective on their eco previously. See if they can do it again. Give Astrum fits and starts. Haji's been a big reason why those ecos have been effective. But now Astrum taking their time with the approach. Grix on the AWP watching to make sure no one pushes up as Kenzie takes the space. There's that Molotov to guarantee that no one is red box. In the meantime, Afro and Gizmy with a potent setup here with the pistols over in ramp room. Unfortunately for them, Astrum are not headed there. They're taking the space outside.
This is that pace change here off the back of a very quick A play that they just threatened. They showed their hand. Now they're going to take a much slower approach. Try and work some angles here. Ryu, good position though. Could have a lot here as the pistols look to distract. He could surprise, and that is exactly what they get away with. Grix able to catch one with the AWP though, and Ryu does get overrun. The rifle taken out of the hands of the CT side.
Oh, what?
Grix falls.
That was such a long-range shot from the 5-7 from Lean. Yeah, surprising. And they keep fighting, and Norway is getting chipped down. Needs to be careful. Gap being closed by Lean, who grabs that rifle off the ground that gives me head, and he gets blindsided by Norway. Good coverage by Norway and Kenzie here. And we'll be down to Afro. Some scary moments in the round for Astrum. Oh my goodness, the time! The time! They have to get this bomb planted! They should be okay. Oh my... They almost lose track of everything there. Afro recovers the gun, but that will be all. Astrum do indeed close out the round victory.
Oh my god. A little bit of cause for concern right there towards the late round. Looking to be managed though in the end. Able to lock that one down. Find themselves just one round off here as the eco gets punished. Astrum are pulling this one together piece by piece. They're showing that they can remain dynamic in this T side, that they've got different options on how they want to play out this T side. Players to back it up at the moment. What's the response going to be on the CT side? As you said, we've seen some minimal lobby crunches here. Instead, a lot of focus towards the outer yard. It's a big pickup for Gizmi to provide an opening. Want to continue to brute force their way through A. They've got a lot of targets on their hands.
Nice shot from Afro. Monty. Ooh, Gizmi almost gets caught out by the op, and then it's the double kill. It comes from two players, Klax and Patsy, taking care of Gizmi and Haji simultaneously. Afro hits the shot, and the follow-up invent. Oh my goodness, the repeat. So bold from him, but he makes it work, and Lean gets the last. Monty finally get their 11th.
Yeah, Afro not going to fold underneath this pressure here. Still able to put out with the AWP here. Able to elevate his game when called upon. They needed something to lift off here, falling a little bit silent in recent history, so having Afro be the one of all players to provide that coverage. Bring in a nice multi-kill. We do a whole lot. We do got a not live being called out though right now. Black's disconnecting. Wait a little bit before we see who's going to be taking this round, whether it's Monty finding themselves on map point, or if we can see the continued mounted comeback from Astrum piece by piece.
I mean, look, Grig's kind of slowed down here on map number 2, but one thing is for sure is that Afro has been opping his mind out here on both of these maps. 21 frags in this one, and then on the other side, look at Grix only with 12, even though he was very potent on train. Not the same story here on this map, and I think it's largely due to the fact that Astrum couldn't get going on their CT side, so we didn't get a chance to get many ops out. Still a timeout here as we wait for Klax to rejoin the server.
Yeah, Grix was in a weird situation in that CT side where when he did have ops, he was in a good position, but sometimes he does this thing where, you know, he wants to continue his advantages. When he hits a shot in a round, he keeps up the pressure, right? And I absolutely love that if oppers can kind of master the timing and be a little bit more selective with their aggression. And as Grix right now is a young player, right? He's a young opper. I think there's a lot of time to learn and grow, but he has that killer instinct in him that that I think I really appreciate. Just it got punished in a couple of really important CT rounds, which then left him limited here, where he was able to find a couple of opening picks, but in closing out rounds where he finds opening picks sometimes can be a bit of challenge because, you know, sometimes he gives those opening picks back and gives an equalizer.
Still waiting to see if Clax will be returning soon here, folks. Waiting for some updates as to what might have happened. Imagine just a PC issue of some kind. And he'll be back with us in a few moments. A critical round for Astrum, of course. As if they lose this one, money will be broken. Confidence as well. They'll probably start thinking about map number 3 on Mirage and what they can do there. That one, I mean, you know, we kind of set this up as being a veto that favors Astrum, and I still think that to be true. But if you look, even though the success hasn't necessarily been there consistently for Monty on Mirage, they played it 28 times. They've got the reps there against some tough opposition. So I think they'll be very serviceable on the map. When you look on the other side for Astrum, they've got that nice little streak. But, well, it's a 2-game win streak, but they've won 4 of their last 5 on the map against Passion UA, Paravision, Cybershock, and OG. They only lost to 0 Tenacity. So there's a lot of good wins built up there for Astrum. And on the Monty side, you know, some struggles perhaps on the map of Mirage, if we even get there. But if we do get there, yeah, go ahead, Cole.
No, I was going to say, I mean, you also have to take a look at some of the individuals that are stepping up to the plate right now on the side of Monty, having more firepower out of the rifle core here. Haji with a lot of X Factor. We talk about Lean, who had a bit of a tough go of, or rather Gizmy, who had a bit of a tough go of things in that last map. He's been providing clutches like he needs to for this team. And, you know, I think as things go on here, obviously you want to close out this map of Nuke and do so with confidence right here in this moment to pounce, but you know, I think it could make for an interesting map 3 here, given the pressure, given what we're seeing in terms of the output out of this Monty camp when their back is against the wall.
Yeah, looks like Clax is back. And Monty. As soon as this one gets started, we'll see if they can answer the call with their backs against the wall. Astrum, not the best T team here on Uke, but like you said, a lot of those comebacks, a lot of those close wins, you have to have a strong T side. Astrum, waiting to get going once more. I think they're just confirming that everything's good to go in terms of economy, in terms of buy-up. I think they are. And there we go. Finally underway here, round number 21.
This one could determine so much here. Continued success for Monty if they can get rounds in a row. Try and knock this one on in. Off the back of a nice after multi-kill in that last round. That was required. It looked like that 5v3 is starting to be pulled back, but for put a shutdown to it. This comeback effort continues from Astrum. Looking phenomenal in the bounce back. Able to breathe a little bit more life into this map of Nuke here, especially on their T side. Now Afro looking to lead the charge at tip of the spear when it comes up secret. Giving his team a lot of information right now. Especially if those cross smokes come out and there's not a lot behind those cross smokes. He's going to say, hey guys, there's nothing towards this outer yard. Keep your focus put over there towards that A side and towards ramp.
Afro. Ooh. He's going to strike at the right time. Util's out for Kenzie. Tosses it forward. Or pops up. Great flashbang tossed. In fact, it's a T-flash that was thrown, and it helped out Afro immensely. A little off in the timing for Astrum. Now a 4v5 for them to try to recover from, and now a 3v5. Wow, Afro's incredible right now. A second frag found, although space is gained into B. If they get the frag here, it'll help, but they don't, not at all. Ryu with a 2K. Grix strikes back, but it's just one, and he's got to get the ace clutch to get this round for Astrum with only 27 seconds left, but okay. Afro gone. Flank coming in by Gizmy. Does Grix have the read? Fakes the plant. Needs to be quick about this because the bomb needs to go down for him to have any success in the round. Haji's waiting to cut him off. Won't do it. 1v2. 8 seconds left here for him to try and get that bomb planted. Should be safe on A. Yep. Has the time. Will they kill him before he gets it down to dirt? They don't. Bomb plant secured for Grix, which is actually impressive given the circumstances. And even more impressive is that he almost clutches it out.
Yeah, just a little time to reposition right there would have gone a long way, but gets chased down, blocked by the fly up the ramp. Now, it is Monty. I mean, again, using Afro as the big facilitator of that round, putting it into another 5v3 back to back. And look at what they have here. I mean, it is a phenomenal bomb plan because it at least gives them a little bit of tools. It would have been so much more lacking if it wasn't for that, but Tech 9's AKs, I say AK and play for Grix. Everyone else a little bit limited right now. They're going to try and sneak it in towards this A side, but the smoke spam is phenomenal. This one going to be shut down, put to rest here on map 2. Is Monty going to shut down the win streak of Astrum as well? Taking us the distance unless they can get down the vents here, get the bomb planted it. Oh no, the bomb is dropped in mini. That does create some complications here. Grix looking to recover this one, but there is a whole host of CTs waiting to catch him.
He's dead.
He does get blasted right there quickly. This lurk is good from Nori if the bomb was had, but not going to matter here in this case. It's a quick finish from Monty. 3 in a row to close it out, shutting down the comeback effort.
Wow, it felt like Astrum would be able to make their way back into that one, but in the end, Monty find what they need towards the tail end of it, and really Afro. Afro was unbelievable again here on this map, and this time it's in a winning effort. 20 plus frags. I think he finished with 23 or 24 frags, something along those lines. And every time they needed something in those gun rounds, he was there to deliver in a significant way. Gave them a 2-man edge immediately at the beginning of, I believe, the 12th round victory that they found, even though we saw that crazy attempt at a comeback from Grix and getting himself back into the round and potentially the map. It gets shut down and they are able to secure it. So well done for Monty to take their map pick. We were really, praising the history of Astrum here and that win streak they had, Cole, but at the end of it, that doesn't matter. What does matter is the W on the board for Monty. And now we're headed to map number 3 on Mirage. It's anyone's game. We'll see who can take it after this break. All right, let's jump into it here. Map number 3, Astrum versus Monty. And Monty with a nice victory on Nuke to set them up for a potential reverse sweep against Astrum. Not too shabby, especially considering Astrum had that win streak that was just broken.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge streak to break right there. 6 matches in a row there of success on Nuke. Finally shattered. You know what could go nicely, though, here for Astrum is just a dang pistol round at this point. One bet desperately. We'll see if they're able to get it here. At least a 1-for-1. No massive casualties. The 4v4 here to play out in the pistol. Great dodge on the flash, but it is quick from Kinsey to offer up access through CT. Lean on the site, surviving for now as Afro has coverage, but eventually toppled over. And Grix going to be able to provide the finishing blow. A much-needed pistol finally converted here for the side of Astrum.
It's the first one. I still can't believe it. But yeah, all 4 pistol rounds prior to this were Monty's, and Astrum convincing in this one with Grix on the 3K. Kind of a retake setup for that A site, and it works out well as they're explosive. And they get that first on the board. Probably feeling good for once that they're not having to trail at the beginning of a map. That said, Monty with the bomb plant will get the 3 Galils, the Tech 9, and the Glock in play. Looking at the numbers here again, Monty, 28 times they've played this map over the last 3 months, 14 wins, and over on the other side, Astrum, 16 times they've played it, but 11 wins, so a much higher win percentage at 68.8%. Clax, getting up close here, off of Grix's op shot, you think he'd have the advantage, but no, Afro hard clears that angle. Now something could materialize from Monty. Good frag from Kenzie, but you see Afro continuing on forward. Does he catch Kenzie? No, he doesn't. But he does gain some space here, Cole.
Good way to build up on the advantage here is to win. Boosted up on top of the stairs, but limited impact coming through, and the collapse is good. Everyone getting involved and not sitting passive right there on that recovery towards the A site. Making moves as a team here for the side of Astrum to get past the force buy. Able to stabilize, plant their feet a little bit here in this one. And now they will be able to take advantage off the back of that pistol success.
Yeah, big time. Deagles across the board for Monty. Some body armor for Gizmy, so we'll see if maybe he gets an upgrade off of that. A frag, a rifle, something. In the meantime, some damage being dealt here on the Monty side. Grix gets the opener for on lean. 5v4 in favor of Astrum. Kenzie. Smoke in front of him. Afro on the other side. Afro's going to push that, yeah, right into the crosshair of Kenzie. No problem there for Astrum. And look at the health bars for Monty. Yes, you have 3 players up, but Ryu and Haji are on life support. Gizmy doesn't care, though. Hits an instant headshot with the Deagle, and then a shot to the dome of Grix as well. He's lucky he was beyond that wall a little bit, because if that bullet was clean, he was probably dead. Oh my goodness. Kenzie waiting over at connector. Low HP players on the other side. Gizmy's activated. Great movement from Gizmy into window. He gets one onto Kenzie as well, and all of a sudden Monty have pulled one out almost here up against Astrum in a situation where their HP was so low. Did they get the bomb plant? Yes, and Gizmy gets the frag on Clax as well. What is happening?
I don't know. Gizmy just keeps on finding these difficult duels, man. So low on health, this should be guaranteed kills. Especially for a gun like an MP9, but still being able to overcome the adversity, there's still a huge advantage as well. A nice crossfire being built together. Are they going for it right now? They're so slow on this retake. There's going to be panic setting in. Finally starting to move forward here. Looking to try and track their opposition. Bombs just planted so far gone here, and Gizmy provides another kill. Flank comes through. I said they would be able to capitalize and get up to a 3-0 start. That was completely taken aside right there by Monty.
Okay, well, that's an absolute and complete collapse on the Astrum side. Monty just had a Deagle with some armor. That was it in the round, and look what Gizmy does with it. Opening frag at Cat, then continues to follow it up with some damage from the MP9, and that movement, that jump that he pulled off in window was absurd. So well executed. If he doesn't do that, he's probably dead to rights. Instead, he survives a little bit of HP, and it's more than enough after he picks up the rifle to do the rest of the damage. Astrum are all of a sudden on their heels after taking pistol in the follow-up. Now Haji and Lean are going to farm up some frags. A 3K combined for them. Norway and Grix, the last two standing. A little bit of a... Okay, yeah, I was going to say, both players passing each other in the smoke, but Gizmy does manage to figure it out. Jeez.
A team that can let frustration weigh on them, that is such a heavy loss to take right there. Early on in this map, getting punished and now frustrated. The last thing you want here. On the side of Astrum right there. After an already pretty frustrating comeback denied. Gizmy here again, who has really come alive. His train just felt a little absent. He had some decent kills here and there, but in terms of impacting the rounds in a big way, it just didn't feel like it was all up to snuff. Now, look at what he's doing, man. Ripping rounds away that have to be brought together from thin air.
I mean, both these teams are fairly close in world ranking. But no matter which way you slice it, I think this is an upset if Monty pulls this off. Afro and Gizmy going to get a couple here. It's just the anti-eco, and yeah, this is over, so we can talk more about that. I mean, VRS-wise, it is a much larger gap, with it being number 83 there for the Monty side and number 44 over on Astrum. So, I mean, there's a significant gap there, and Astrum's been playing a lot better in terms of CS over the last few maps and series that they've played, but right now, you know, they're making mistakes that we just don't expect of them.
And at the worst possible time for them as well.
Yeah.
You're just a step away from playoffs where you'll be able to prove it against a lot better competition. Say, hey, we're not only being able to bring home victories in the tier 2 space, but we can challenge some of the better rosters as well, get up to the upper echelons, which to me, this roster should be nearing the top of you know, their game right now in terms of the tier 2 competition. They should be in that conversation with the caliber of players, but this team falling back into some of their old habits here and struggles to seal up series that they start off well, capture advantages, losing rounds and being, I think, frustrated off the back of those. They're going to need a huge mental recovery in that sense. And look at the spacing right now. Gizmy denied by the molly, but he's looking for a timing to get in towards ladder, and that smoke going to provide him that access.
Okay. Gizmy's in ladder now. This is an interesting foothold that Monty have. Haji coming back towards CT. Does he expect Clax? T-Spawn, excuse me. Does he expect Clax to be here? Yes, he clears it. Wow, I think he just had a favorable angle there. And Clax figured he was more entrenched than he actually was. 5v4. Now the A side really exposed, and Kenzie doesn't realize that Ryu's already passed his angle. Oh no, Astrum on alert here, and Gizmy will activate at a perfect time. Yes, he goes down after one frag, but the one frag is all he really needed to ensure his squad would get the round. Grix will tuck tail and save the AWP, but this is a 4th in a row for Monty.
The back of just a nothing round as well. Being able to capture the moment. Lean to seal the deal. Again, having the trust and execution of this roster. I mean, there's a lot to be said here about the new players on this team, right? The Hajis and the Afros that definitely carried them through some of those difficult times on map 2 there and got them to this decider. But this organization puts a lot of faith in that old academy project, and that's where a lot of these players kind of originate from. Here's that Monty Gen team. And you know, obviously, I think expectations a little bit lessened with that fact. But this isn't the Monty of 2023 and 2024. They're doing some really good work here and there, kind of entering into the conversation of tier 1 events. They've got to build back into that form, but I mean, the good roster construction, the trust in the academy process here for this team, and the experience that Afro and Haji bring are all valuable assets for this team to get back into that conversation at some point.
Molotov sailed through. Patsy's gone. Half-by. It's still on this site. Kenzie does manage to collect one and a second. Okay, hold on a moment. Do they have it? A chance perhaps for Astrum? Norwees pushed up close, but great spot from Gizmy. Yes, Kenzie does activate for another one, but his position is completely exposed. And Monty just have to wait for their chance to fire, but they're missing their shots. And look at this, another chance for Kenzie that he shouldn't have. He gets the fourth and the 50 ace for Kenzie. And Astrum are back on the board in an unexpected way.
Yeah, there you go. Kenzie needing to provide new life here. The rifle impact coming through from him absolutely destroys. It was so good, Patsy had to leave.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I'm done, guys. I can't even help in contributing after that type of performance. He's too good. You don't need me. Cole, that was insane.
I mean, that's exactly what this team needed right there. Again, I think this is a roster that can let frustration kind of linger in their camp when things don't go their way. When a round like, what happened in the third takes place, recovery usually is difficult for the squad. That has to be the catalyst for this team to get back on track here. Get back to winning ways. He has just opened up that door.
I think what helps Kenzie as well is that the bomb is down on the B site, so Monty have no choice but to face him to try and win that duel. It's just the fact that they did it from such a long range and try to close the gap a little bit more. I guess it's tough, right? It's easy to say that, but it's tough in that situation to really find a way back in with time against you. But full credit to Kenzie. He made that happen. And with the 5-7 to boot. Just when you felt like Monty, we're going to gain that momentum, we're going to gain that stranglehold on the map in the series, there's a round like that. More eco round magic. This time it's Astrum who find it.
You can definitely see there's a lot of weight in this matchup right now. Some of the split-second decision-making here, some of the, wild calls that we're seeing, and some of the huge X factor. If the pressure rises, who's going to come out on top here? That last round, or last map rather, we saw the expertise from Afro, the AWP. He put a lot of weight on his shoulders and kind of lifted his team to the finish line on that map when they stalled out a little bit.
Yeah.
That mental factor takes a toll in realizing that elimination is on the line. I mean, I know this is, a Swiss stage where it feels like business as usual, but, here in the season of CCT, you got to take into account the VRS here and how important it is to win every single map. I don't think teams, heading into some of these Swiss stages as lightly as they would have taken it in the past. It's a lot more,
which is good.
Yeah, I know it's a great example of why the VRS has a lot of positive influence here. I know it can be a frustrating system, but it's definitely got its benefits. And I think that's one of them right there. Makes every game important. Every opportunity needs to be capitalized on, and it's definitely showing in the server some of the hiccups, some of the pressured moments here for these teams.
No question. And we are ready to go again, folks. Patsy's back. He's recovered from that ace. Gotten himself back on his feet. Unreal.
I think he flew back in his chair and unplugged his PC or something.
Probably. That seems like a reasonable explanation. I know I certainly would be flipping out if I was on this Astrum squad. Haven't seen that. Kenzie has brought them back to life here in this first half when it was looking dire. Gizmy's been the one powering Monty forward so far with some stellar play. I guess Kenzie's decided that he's going to answer that with some crazy play of his own. Gizmy and Lean, in the meantime, are taking up this space over at mid, while Monty set up 3 players over at the A site.
Good defensive protocols here put in place. And a nice pickup from Kenzie. He carries it forward. 6 kills in a row for him. before Clax disrupts his setup here and does it in a big way. Makes a massive splash into the map for himself there. Will be knocked out as well by the AWP presence coming through to close. So there you have it. Some stability found off the back of the masterclass of that ace. Being able to bring in continued success here, following it up with some of the other players getting involved as well. Clax being able to lock down the defense. And we're tied up 4-4.
Yeah, Monty had enough money to buy up the AWP here, but they choose not to. Don't give it to Afro to try and maybe get a bit of disruption back in their favor. Instead, it's going to be the AKs across the board and a standard default setup here. They haven't committed to any angle, or excuse me, any site in particular at this point. They're just looking to find that opening pick, I would imagine. 3 players potentially leaning in towards mid, speaking up for Astrum. Great incendiary. Gizmi's under pressure, but he still hits the headshot on Kenzie. Util's reining in, trying to spot him out. In the meantime, Ryu collects Clax, and here we go again. Monty on a 5v3. Patsy at least answers for one to make it a little bit closer, then Grix connects for another onto Lean. So we have a 3v2 edge still for Monty because they did trade one of those frags out, but Grix and Patsy are hot on their tails. Oh, speaking of being hot in the tail, Haji, the flank. This is probably the round if they don't check it. They're not. Okay, Haji just going to take his time. Probably tell his teammates, hey, just fire a few shots, guys. I got this flank. He does find Grix. He tries to get away. And now Patsy knows that Haji's here, but the round is probably done, and Haji still seals it up, even with the head-on engagement with Patsy.
Yeah, comfortable to close right there. Entry started to be manufactured. The economy that was built up right there. Surprising to see them still be able to keep those buys rolling, but Monty providing good pressure on that ace at execution. Get a couple of those opening duels. You still have Haji with that experience on the lurk and flank. We'll wrap that one up with a nice bow. Monty maintain their lead here for now. Good they can continue to provide.
Astrum scrambling for the forest buy here in this round. 2 FAMASas, the MP9. They do have the op for Grix, but I think the biggest problem here is the lack of utility for Astrum and how much Monty has. Grix has to hit his shots, does on the first one. They try to get the trade on Monty's side, but don't achieve that. At least they get the information as to where the op is located for now. Kenzie waiting at connector. Great catch from Clax onto Lean. Just like that, on the force buy, it's looking phenomenal for Astro. 5v1 now as Grix hits the shot on Haji. It's all down to Rio. This looks like it's going to be a clean sweep for Astro, and it absolutely is, Cole. What?
Perfect call and response here. Neither one of these teams can take a massive advantage. They just keep on getting answered back with these, you know, at least a very efficient force buy there coming through there, including an AWP glass cannon. But Grix right where he needs to be, you know, positioned well to deal with that A attack, catching players walking through the smoke up connector. Defense was well staffed on that A-bomb site, and that's going to be hard to get past for any team on any sort of given round there, especially up against the force buys. That's what they needed.
I just feel like it's surprising to see them going for contact plays through smokes, and you know, even into mid, they needed more utility out on Monty's side. That was their advantage, and it didn't even become a factor just because they're trying to take those duels. Anyway, 1:21 on the clock. Here come the nades. Gizmi and Haji eat both of those. They're gonna slip through. Haji's allowed to get the stairs here. This is such a forward spot. Does Patsy know? I think he might know now. He might have popped around that corner. That said, does it make a difference? No. Ryu and Haji find the opening 2 frags, 5v3, and a missed shot from Grix is not going to help their case.
So we get a little bit more back and forth here. Kenzie inside the smoke thought maybe he could get something going, but spam. Straight through it. Haji pulling through for his squad there. We had Gizmi lifting this team off from the very get-go. Now Haji getting involved, and I said, you know, as the pressure gets amplified, as this game goes on and on, You gotta lean on some of that experience. What Afro was providing was great in map 2. He's still feeling like a bit of a sleeping giant in this map here, waiting to show what he's able to do. But Haji stepping up in map 3 right now is a good sign.
We're nearing the 2-month mark since Haji and Afro were signed here on this Monty squad, and it feels like things are starting to come together potentially for them in a significant way. I say that, and then
Is it on raffles?
I know, right? I'm trying to build the storyline, and they're breaking it for me. All right, whatever. 5v3 in favor of Astrum. Afro, Gizmy, and Lean still trying to fight their way up from Tetris, and it's not looking great for them as they've lost Lean. They're stuck. I mean, they really can't retreat in the situation up against the MP9s, and there it is! Another clean sweep round this time for Astrum, and we'll be tied up here going into the second half of action. Look, I guess I'll still make the point, Cole, regardless. You know, I think new additions need time to cook a little bit, right? And Haji and Afro, there's no exception there. I think they've added a very nice dynamic to this Monty squad. We see it, you know, a lot of the times when they need that veteran presence, when they need those riflers and the Opera to come alive, it happens there for Monty. It's just, it still feels like there's these slip-ups and these inabilities to gain control and momentum of a match when it's in their hands. And I think that the most clear example of that was the ace that comes through from Kenzie when it felt like he should have never been in the position to do that.
Yeah, I mean, those sort of moments there, you got to be able to keep the ball moving, especially in a map 3 right now. You know, if you are able to pick up that momentum, if you've got Astrum kind of, you know, on right where you want them, on the edge of you know, collapsing there, kind of frustration mounting for this team, you want to be able to, you know, constantly pounce on that. And the fact that they do open up that avenue back, we see a lot more back and forth from that point forward. You know, a little bit of CT side recovery with the fact that they managed to get 6 rounds, even cap it off there with another. The door does swing a little bit open here for Astrum in the second half, when it could have been just consistent dominance in the first. Obviously tough to do. We'll see what they bring in the second here. We'll see if they can capture the moment. That's going to determine who's going to be pulling through Ryu to open it up. Going back to winning ways here on the pistol potentially for the side of Monty. The silent scaling still effective, but they do have an advantage. Windows boost is spotted out, not dealt with. So Patsy just overcomes on the aggression.
Oh,
it allows for the scale up connector from multiple prongs right now.
Okay, Clax finding Haji, still within the realm of possibility here for the Monty side, but with Lean getting gushed in that situation, it's going to make things difficult. That said, he does collect a frag, but his teammate's gone, so it's now all up to him. He's denied the plant the first time. Maybe going to try to do it again. What a shot from Lean onto Patsy, and now Kenzie's alone, 24 HP versus 20. That means one bullet will determine who is the victor in this pistol round. Will it be Lean? On the defensive side, he's already had 2 in this round, or Kenzie, who's trying to clutch it out and give his squad another lease on life here in this series. Lean fading off. Can't find Kenzie. This is such a great spot from Kenzie too, right? He just goes all the way to Cat. Big brain play, completely off the site. Knows that Lean has to try and find him, and even gets the frag at the end of it. Astrum have the lead.
There you go. I mean, being able to finally complete some pistol rounds. Maybe missed out on fully capitalizing on the pistol in that last half, but getting both here in map 3 when they were silent on all of the pistols throughout the first 2 maps. What a quick turnaround here for Astrum. It's about converting off the back of that, but we're not going to see the amounts of investments as long as they don't lose to the full eco. You know, barring a deagle in play, we knew that was enough last go of things. Don't make that same mistake twice.
Clax looking to be the tip of the spear here on a push to the A site. The problem is This is where the stack is for Monty. Yes, it's just pistols and a couple of them upgraded. But a stack's a stack. You have to pick that apart if you're Astrum. Or we will get the first onto Ryu and go to the empty site, or they just take the fight forward. Looks like they're just going to take the fight forward. Not yet realizing that the stack is on. Again, might not make much of a difference, and with that second one, it probably won't. There you go. Astrum is going to walk all over this A site, get every single frag, and farm up the money.
Before we get that first gun round rolling. Finally coming through here for the T side. Or CT side, rather, being able to bring it in. You know, Afro here, who didn't often have the op as much as he might have liked in that first half, is not going to be able to start off on the defensive with it either. What you get for that third round purchase here is limited firepower here, limited utility. And this one going to be missing that dearly. Flash is phenomenal. Patsy opens up off the back of it. Claxton follows suit. They're taking this one by charge here, by force. Mac 10 entries. Smokes finally come through, but they've got the entries to find it before those smokes even bloom. Who needs that utility right there? Just take the kills, take the swings, and Astrum going to contain this lead here up against the third round purchase.
Change of pace, too. Based on the way this series has gone so far, as Astrum just take it fast into the A site, and Monty not expecting it at all. That's a big one for them to find here into this second half. Looking at the money here for Monty, obviously one of the first investments they found into this half. And you see Gizmy, he's just trying to stay alive. Should be okay, you'd imagine, even if Clax pushes here. Problem is, oh, I say that. There's that flank. Okay. One. Push on the other side. Jumps up, gets the second. Ooh, that's not a good idea to pull your knife out, Gizmy. They're hunted. Yeah, you're dead. Kenzie finds the last, and Astrum will win a 9th without allowing a single gun to be saved through. I think this is some of the firmest control we've seen from either team. Well, I mean, if not including map number 2, I'd say between map 1 and 3 from either team with what Astrum's been able to do here at the beginning of the second half. As we go into it, 1:26 on the clock. Pistols for Monty. Some upgrades available. Body armor for them. 3 players having that. As it stands, Astrum. They're hungry. They want that 10th. Smokes up. Mid control trying to be gained here. Is Alpha going to challenge at all? Does he jump through this window? Make a bold play through the smoke? Just hang back. Looks like the answer is just hang back. Wait for the engagements. Here comes Astrum. Going to the A site. Stacks on for B, right? So A site's completely clear aside from Afro. Astrum still haven't committed to it. They're going to. There's only 40 seconds left, so the ultimate choice is the A site. And they will realize, oh, okay, no one's here except for Afro. And Afro getting tagged down. Patsy actually spots out Lean, trying to come in from Cat. But this will be a 10th round victory on the board for Astrum. Exactly what they were hoping for. And on the Monty side, well, you know, the eco didn't work out, but they can carry through these investments into the next round to support their full buy, or at least what you would imagine will be their full buy. Norway sprays down Afro. A little bit of a hunt from Astrum. It's really not necessary, I would say, given what is on the other side. And eventually, yeah, they're just trying to spot out if anyone might be in the wrong spot and get a frag here and there, but they weren't really aggressively hunting. So it will be that 10th picked up from Astrum, as mentioned. Monty, this is it. This is it for a team that started off pretty strong in that first half. had that 4-1 lead, and then all of a sudden, or I should say 4-2, and then all of a sudden they get that ace that comes through from Kenzie. And since that point, it's been back and forth, but it's leaned Astrum in a pretty significant way. Norway and Kenzie eating a nade there. Oh my goodness, that is some very meaty util damage from Monty, who, as mentioned, absolutely need to find this if they want to path back into Mirage, Cole.
They do? Oh my god, Kenzie doesn't give up on that spam. Utility to maybe try and retake a little bit of this mid control. Yeah, 2 players on Cat, that's what they're going for here. Inching their way up, but spotted out now. In the danger zone is Patsy, and can't escape the grasp right now. Kenzie, though, is able to offer up an answer inside of jungle right now. His position of power here allows for more scaling. So much resistance spotted out on Cat as well. And the long rotates that are forced in through either Catwalk or, in this case, CT. They have to all funnel in towards CT spawn right now. Not known to the T side, but that's the direction of this retake right now. Astrum looking to find themselves to 11. Looking to keep up the energy on this T side. This retake is stalling. Ryu's the only player with the kit. He's too far gone. It's a save call.
Wow. Giving up the 11th round to Astrum. That is a bit of a shock from Kenzie to punish. Kenzie get frags here. And Grix is the one who gets it. Oh my goodness, they don't expect 2 players to be there. That's 2 guns gone, and maybe even a third. Afro at risk. He manages to evade the fire of Grix for now. Does he want to try and take the fight, or just going to tuck himself around the corner? He does just tuck. That is the right call. Monty lose the round. They thought they had a 4-man save on. They do not. It is 2 guns saved over, and now a decision to be made. Do they buy up here? I feel like they absolutely should. They've got the money. It's the util might be a little light for some players, but it should be okay overall. Oof. Astrum have been flawless in the second half so far. 5 rounds in a row, and actually 6 if you go back to that first half of action.
I haven't skipped a beat on this T side right now. Impressed with their work, but Afro, he has other ideas. Again, he needs to be able to influence here. Leveled out though with only a single. As the utility continues to rein in, they get site access, bomb planted, CT control established as 3 players wait behind the now faded smokes. Couple of kills start to influence this retake here. HE does phenomenal damage. Kenzie has to hold off against the CT aggression. Gonna give him a great swing. Burst out of it here into the possibilities. Grix with the op. Oh my god, I didn't even see the flick. It was so fast, and Grix finds another one. Catches a side turn. Gizmy getting baited by the footsteps. He's calling Gizmy's bluff. No kit. He's gonna tap it again, but there's simply no time. It's already the 10-second timer running out. He's won the round. God. Gizmy gonna have to run away. Oh my god.
I can't believe Grix did that. That is absurd. A 1v4, and he hits absolutely every shot. What a crazy flick on the second, too. He gets the info, and then goes boldly out again. Hits an immediate shot, which he has to, otherwise he's going to get traded immediately, right? He gets the shot, goes right back into cover. And then the third one on Lean, I didn't think that was going to happen. Lean exposed himself too much. I think he thought he was holding a better angle than he actually was. Again, credit to Grix for hitting that. And all the pressure onto Gizmy, who didn't have the kit. He's like, wait, guys, where are you? You need to support me. I can't get a 5-second fusel. I have a full 10 seconds required. And because of that, he has to face for the fight, and Grix doesn't give it to him. He doesn't give it to him. When he does, the time is already expired. And Astrum remain flawless here thanks to a ridiculous clutch effort from Grix, who's up to 19 frags now and is only behind Gizmy on the server. Goodness me.
Okay, opportunity right now. 6 chances to knock this one in. And it's looking like it's going to start soon here with an opening pick like that. Afro just splits The uprights right there, right in between the legs with that shot. And Kinsey doesn't just stop with one man. Continues to compound the aggression. And as such a isolated lurk right now in this round, he's already done so much to try and get them through here. Patsy with an instant dismissal. That is the last player standing on A.
I mean, they found the lurk here. It's kind of meaningless because
Yeah,
they've
what
been
happens if
locked
there's
out
now
of the A
two
site.
lurks?
Yeah.
Or he's filled the position.
Oh, well. Haji. Well, you get that from Gizmo. Look, Haji should be dead to rights every single time. Norway fires a little bit too soon. Thing is, they found Gizmy. And Haji's so far away that this is probably over. He does get a frag. I don't think it matters too much, Cole. Astrum just have to hold him off of this site. They've got the util. There's the nade that sails in. Haji's got too many angles from here. Does get that onto Griggs.
Oh my
And
God.
Wait, hold on a second.
No kit.
No, there's no time. He's got no kit. What an effort from Haji anyway. As it's a 4K in a round that if it featured a kit, he actually would have had it, but because he had no kit, that's the end of it. Wow.
That's a bummer. They gave him
It
that
is.
one right there. Great showing right there from Haji. He's been putting it out all map, but it doesn't matter. Like you said, no kit available, so it's a shutdown coming through there from the side of Astrum. In that second half, just complete dominance. They swept that thing up after a pretty difficult map too. They hop into their T side and they don't look back.
That means that we do have to say goodbye to Monty, despite their efforts, despite, their ability to get back into this series and what looked like a phenomenal start to Mirage and a case for themselves to try and make playoffs. They fall short. I think it's Kenzie who deserves a ton of credit, pulling off that ace and getting all 5 players in a round where it felt like Monty were about to take control, and then he stops them. And since that point, I think it was just Astrum that really pulled off the majority of the rounds after that. And, well, you saw that second half. Cole just said it. Clean sweep coming through from the Astrum side. So, Astrum, move on. Monty, we'll see you next time.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think for the Monty camp, commiserations to them. They almost get the job done, but missing out on the playoffs is definitely kind of a shock to the system here for a team that I do have high expectations. This is a roster with a little bit, of months around them with some reps to be played out there. They've got the experience, the pieces around them. This is a playoff caliber roster, just weren't able to make it versus a tough team. I mean, both these rosters, of the capability of playoffs, just missing out with having to play up against each other.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself, Cole. And that is going to wrap up this series. We do have another one coming for you guys in just a little bit, but we will be saying goodbye to Cole. He's got to go. We got a new co-caster coming through. Vincent will be joining me for the next series. We'll be back after this break. All right, we're back with the last elimination matchup of CCT EU Series number 2 here in Season 3. And, well, it should be an interesting one. We got Passion UA, which I guess is a little surprising to me, Vincent, up against Nexus. I thought Passion UA would be already through to the playoffs, but some struggles lately.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a maybe a bit of a puzzler, right? Like some wins in here that you kind of expect. I guess to be fair, they did have a forfeit loss. That doesn't help. So when you look at like who they've lost to, they lost to TNL. So I don't think that that's too crazy. TNL like had good results recently. So I'm not too worried. What I do know though is that both Passion and Nexus were in playoffs before, and this being an elimination game, only one of them can move forward. So it's going to be a disappointment for someone. The question is who. Well,
yeah, we're looking at the Passion UA roster. Obviously, there have been some changes recently with Demka and World 2K coming in and TC as the coach. So they're trying to establish a new identity, I suppose, right now. And honestly, what's interesting for Passion UA is they've kind of plucked away the key pieces from Monty and then brought them onto this roster. So Monty's like the farm team, so to speak, for Passion UA at this stage. But either way, I think Passion UA, they need to find that identity. They need to get themselves worked into the system that TC wants to see, and of course, find some common ground between what they were before and what they want to be in the future.
That's valid. I think they're working on that, right? I think Topa's done a pretty good job, right? TC is a critical piece to that. I'm glad to see him land in a spot that is looking to build, is looking to play, pick up pieces around him. Like he's a critical piece to the puzzle. I feel like that, he's proven that he really shines in that type of role as a coach. So I think that they've made those first steps. You talked about like these pieces like Dimka and like Goro. Those are obviously strong pieces, and I think that they've done a good job of bouncing back. I was really, I think, fairly really down on this roster not like 3 months ago when they were the ones getting picked apart. That's the way it goes. You're not disappointed to see those good pieces get picked up.
Yes.
But what you are excited about is seeing an organization that kind of came into the space, surprised everyone, and then got picked apart, be able to bounce back and start to build back as well. So that's happening, and I think that's been pretty good. The results have been good actually for Passion UA. The first event they had with this 5, they won. So I think that's obviously a huge boon. But let's talk about their opposition, right? We have been discussing how there's new pieces, how there's different looks to this Passion UA roster. Well, it's sort of all the same, not quite all, but mostly the same that we've seen from Nexus for years on years at this point. This VTN led squad, it feels like they hover right around the same spot at all times, and they can step up a little bit, sometimes they drop down a little bit, but they're rarely outside of the same area they've been in the past. That's kind of my go-to about that, and the hope is that somebody like LowenX can continue to help build up that floor a little bit for this team.
Yeah, Lonks was really strong in the last time I saw him play, and you see the losses they had. Cybershock, who ended up 3-0ing, by the way, which I didn't see happening, so I don't know how much you can take away from that loss. Then up against NIP, it was actually a lot closer, back and forth in the series, ended up losing that one. So after getting 2 wins immediately as well against Zero Tenacity and Monty, that's Nexus' struggles started to begin, and I think like you were kind of alluding to before, both these teams were in the playoffs in series number 1. I expected the same here in series number 2, and to see them on the elimination block and one of them won't be in playoffs is a surprise. Anyway, we talked about the key pieces here. I think Lonks is absolutely one of them. Behind him, Zello on the AWP. He's going to be important. I think there's been moments where he's contributed in a significant way. I think it was on, I'm not sure if it was Nuke or not that was watching them, but on one of the recent maps where they were comboing so effectively that it was very difficult for their opposition to deal with it. It might have been up against Monty, actually. So we'll see if they'll be able to do the same here.
Yeah, I hope it's going to be similarly strong. I think that Nexus have found, I guess my general criticism for this team in the past has been that their level of consistency is not very good, and I think that they've started to actually show that that's maybe no longer true to the same degree, right? I'm talking very wide swings where they would at sometimes look like a team that could contend for top 4 finishes, and then other times they would look like a team that could probably barely make it to a play-in. If we're talking CCT and we're measuring in that fashion. Now I feel like Nexus are at a position where they found a little bit better consistency, where I think that they're constantly fighting for playoffs and playoff victories, but not necessarily a guarantee, as we're seeing right now. But let's talk about this veto. This is a little bit of an interesting one because Passion UA, I think that maybe one of the biggest criticisms that you could levy at this team, maybe some of the reason that they've lacked in some of these more recent games is that their map pool, it's like, I guess on paper broad, but like it's weak. It's a paper tiger, if you will. I think that, you know, it might look like they play a lot of maps, and technically they do, but I'm not scared of Passion on all that many maps in general. I think that that's where this veto, like that's what I'm thinking coming into this veto, where Nexus, they're solid on the maps they play, right? Like they are at a good level at pretty much every map that they are willing to play, sans their perma.
Yeah, and the permas Train, although that's probably not bad news for Passion UA because Train is kind of miserable for them. And I agree with you. That's a really good analysis, honestly, because if you look at one map in particular, Mirage, they play it a ton, 36 times over the last 3 months. That's 16 more times than the next played map of Ancient. And then, you know, once you get past Mirage, and I would argue Ancient as well, there isn't much left. Sure, you could say that they're serviceable on Anubis, but I agree with you. The rest of the map pool is rough. So in those 3-map series, when you're going to get tested, when you might not get your Ancient, probably won't, when it's going to get banned out, or even Mirage could be banned out, that's when the troubles start to materialize. And I think you're absolutely hitting the nail on the head. That's probably the reason why Passion UA have had their issues trying to get things back here in their favor over the last 3 months and go back to that major form, so to speak, although it is a different team since that point.
Yeah, it's hard to even like draw comparisons considering how different it is. But I also want to kind of talk about a little bit of history there when we talk about this Nexus team versus this Passion team, right? This is the same team that played in Europe Series 1, and it was a 2-0 for Nexus. Like, I think that's, in my mind, that's an upset, right? Like, I see Passion as the favorite in this matchup. That being said, I lean back on that and I look and I'm like, this kind of proves to me like that Passion have these moments where they're just not able to take it to their opposition. And when they're getting, like, when they're losing on Ancient, you just talked about how like Ancient and Mirage is their bread and butter, and it absolutely is. When they're losing to this Nexus team on Ancient, I think that goes to show like the swings of form that this Passion team can have. So I'm looking for them to kind of like come back and prove it again. And to be fair, they have been. Like, you know, you talk about some of these losses, but in general, the results have been there for Passion. I think that's important to keep in mind because as a fan, sometimes it can feel volatile, but the results have been pretty good. Like, you know, just looking back, right, you know, second place finish at the Contenders Yellow Compass event, you know, top 16 at Galaxy Battle. They won the first phase 1 of Galaxy Battle as well. Like, these are legit. These are good results. It's just sometimes when you look at like who they lose to, you're like, so what happened this time, going from like being able to like 2-0 Ints to getting beat by Ints, or same thing with like an Astrum where they beat Astrum and then they get beat down by Astrum. It's that level of inconsistency that starts to like bear questions.
Absolutely. And I mean, all that being said, let's check out the veto here and see which maps we're actually going to end up on. I imagine we're ready for that. There we go. Yeah. Nuke ban, Train ban, absolutely zero surprises there. Mirage pick for Passion UA. We already mentioned that is absolutely the map they're going to go into. But Dust 2 for Nexus, we'll see how that one's going to fare. Yeah, that's a good pick, actually. No, I take it back. That's actually a really good pick because we talked about the weaknesses in Passion UA's map pool. And then finally we end up on Anubis. So Anubis not going to be in the first 2 maps. Last time I believe it was, but either way, you know, Mirage picking through here from Passion UA, I think that's the key to success for them here.
Yeah, I think that Dust 2 is actually pretty interesting because I want to like maybe dive a little deeper on that. I don't think that the Dust 2, Passion's Dust 2 is all that bad. I think they are suffering from 2 things, right? I talked about like, some of the individual fluctuations. I think that's particularly on display with regard to Dust 2. But then second to that, I also think that they tend to lose to teams on Dust 2 that have like really, at least more recently, that have like high firepower. Like, you know, thinking like a TNL, like a, you know, like a Cybershock, who actually like have a lot of heavy hitters, but sometimes they don't get those heavy hitters online. And so that's part of the reason that like that can be a tough matchup too. So I'm not that worried about a Dust 2. I think the bigger issue for me is that like I think Nexus can like compete on every map in this pool. Like I don't think there's any gimmies. Mirage is the biggest of the gimmies. Like if there is one, Mirage is it. But still, I've seen Nexus on Mirage pretty recently, and I don't think their win rate tells you the whole story. So that's the concern if you're Passion UA, is that you have a pool that you pretty favorable on overall, but it is one where Nexus are going to be able to fight, and they're going to fight hard on all three.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at maybe if we get there to Anubis, there is technically a 3-game win streak for Passion UA that they have beaten Eklot, Saber, and Sashion, although, you know, mid-tier names overall on that side. Still, you know, and it's been tough over on the Nexus side, where I think they've won only 5 of their last 7 on Anubis. So, again, I don't know necessarily where this is going to go. I would say overall, in terms of firepower, in terms of a team we expect to be coming out with the win, it's Passion UA. But you focused on their weaknesses right now, and I believe that you're absolutely right, Vince. And this is the reason why they've been struggling, going back and forth with wins and losses against the teams here in CCT. And also, I feel like the gap between tier 2 teams has closed significantly, and there's a lot tougher competition for every single squad that's playing here. And we've seen it a lot in these tons of 3-map series, right, that we've had in series number 2.
That's a good point, actually. I think you're actually very right with regard to like the difference in a lot of these teams has been closed pretty significantly. And I also think, listen, like, I'm a little bit disappointed with the drop off that Jacasmo has had over the last little bit. Like, in comparison, yeah. I think that this was. Let me just like qualify that a little bit, because I think it's unfair to say like he's just individually having a bad time. I think when you bring in experienced pieces like Wuro, Dimq, like Kivim, like these are all guys that are gonna demand some space, right? And previously, Jacasmo was really getting all of the resources, and now that's not the case. So I want to qualify that I don't think it's all on him, but I do think that it is a situation where you have to be able to distribute some of those resources a little bit more efficiently than what they currently have. And that's on Topa, that's on TC to figure out. I think they're working on that, but it's clear that those things are still in motion.
All right, well, we'll have to see if things improve here for the Passion UA squad and they can get back to their winning form or not. But before we do, we're going to hit this break. All right, let's kick it off here. Mirage, map number 1, of course, Passion UA's map pick. It has been their strongest map over the last 3 months, 24-12, I believe it is in terms of their record. It's just a map they love to play on. Let's see if they can pull off a victory against Nexus. Last time, though, it wasn't Mirage, right? It was Ancient that went Nexus's way.
Yes, it was. It was a tight Ancient game, to be fair.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think the fact that Nexus banded away this time as well, like despite winning it like a month ago, kind of goes to show you that there's still a lot of respect for that map in their pool, even though it was a win for them last time. A slow for Passion to start this one off. They get themselves on an underpass and a slower take towards mid. 2 smokes employed, top connector and mid window. No contact with the enemy just yet.
Still a full minute left for Passion UA to make their move. Ooh, War2K's managed to slip through in jungle. But look who's here. Zello, freebie! War2K doesn't clear the angle, so that means that Nexus have the 5v4 advantage here with 50 seconds left on the clock. Move has to be made by Passion UA, and they decide to go into Cat. Lau and X is their victim. And now they activate with Demka into A. This is really scattered for Passion UA, and I think it's going to catch Nexus a little bit stunned because they've got presence on both sites. And yeah, that's exactly what happens.
Oh my goodness. What a shot from Zello. This is devastating because Kavim is so separated. The bomb might go down, but it's going to get defused without anything to do or say. Kavim falls and Zello gets the 4K on the round. You called it scattered. I think I'd give Passion UA a little bit more credit than that. They were just willing to reroute very easily, and I think that's the plus side when you have presence on all sections of the map, and they were effective in pulling the rotates. Like it got them advantages and victories too. I don't dislike it, but I do think that unfortunately, Kavim being separated at the very end does hurt them.
Yeah, definitely. That was tough. And I mean, just to clarify, I did like it too. I thought it was very nicely executed by Passion UA in order to give themselves a significant advantage in that pistol round. It's just that it slips away at the end thanks to some razor sharp shots coming through from Zello. It will be a 1-0 lead for Nexus.
I like this retake on Cat and towards mid. This is fantastic. Passion invested quite a bit to get into this position, and so now to try and take it back for them, they fight hard for it though. Not exactly easy. Still relatively strong trading here for Passion, despite them working with the less advantaged weapons.
BTN managed to fade away there, but he took a lot of damage in the process, down to 18 HP. And that makes this force buy even more potent for the Passion UA side. Minute left on the clock. Bomb hasn't yet committed to either bomb site. And you see the lurk in World 2K with that Deagle. If he catches one here, that could be significant. Spots at the player ticket, doesn't know there's one underneath him, but is still going to spam for it. Looks like the end result will be an A hit as 38 seconds left for them to get their XQ going. Sound pops out, can't get anything. The Deagle's still up and KVM will find a follow-up as well. 4v2 in favor of Passion UA. Zello, can he strike again? There's one. A second perhaps? Not yet, as the bomb goes down.
Chikazmo in the power position too. Like this post-plant positioning could be the key to success for them. That's Kavim up on top of the box, and now Kavim should be able to activate, but he doesn't get one. That's a little bit devastating. Raga gonna be able to cross as well, get the smoke down onto the bomb. Dimka on the other side, it's a head spotted, but he's trying to take his time, not give away his position, not overstep. 4 HP, let Cosmo handle it himself. That's beautiful stuff from Passion. A slow burn type of round that they come away with on the 4 spot.
Wow, that was very, very close, though, because a couple of players kept slipping through the net on the Nexus side, and Passion UA just couldn't close out those frags until Jacasmo strikes from stairs to end it there, like you said. So, tied up 1-1. Great response from Passion UA after losing the pistol round. And they put Nexus in a position where they feel like they need to force. So it's going to be a force buy with, I think, 4 5.7s in the mix and only 1 Deagle. That's how good the 5.7 has been, guys. It really is a ridiculous weapon, especially in the right hands. There's a smoke thrown for connector. Is that 2 window smokes that were thrown and a miss one? Anyway.
I think so. Could have just been
Well.
the CTs though, tossed into.
No, it was
On.
it was two T smokes. It was two T smokes. Yeah. I'm not sure if they intended to have a shallower smoke there in connector or just some miscommunications. Who knows? But either way, they still have the advantage for now in terms of hardware. Nexus going on a very aggressive hunt in towards A ramp and Palace. They get a lot of information off of that as no one's there.
It's going to be interesting too, because Passion have previously gotten mid control like that, the pistol round especially. And that wasn't the reaction. They're still looking for it, still prepared. Great adjustment for BTN. 5-7's good, and the fact that he's able to continue fighting would have been good, but he's fallen. It should be the end unless Sound can deny something massive. The first one will be a surprise. Give him this is not really the weapon that you want to have for this situation, but still. Now he's got something a little bit better to work with. Sound should be easy enough to clean up from this point on.
You'd think, but he's not. Sound pops around the corner and Kavem is gone. Well, it doesn't matter in the end as Demcub will get the last, but that's still economy damage there onto the Passion UA side. Even though it's the force buy for Nexus, so I don't know how much they can celebrate in this instance as Passion UA have 2 in a row. That 5-7's crazy, man.
I keep telling people, like, it's kind of the meme that I have created, but 5-7 is unironically just like the GOAT weapon sometimes.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely.
And I feel like somehow it's still slept on a bit.
Well, I guess you can't underestimate the deagle, right? And there's the pistols, default pistols. Oh my goodness, Jocasmo, can you do this? No. That's even trades and guns on the ground. Lonex and Zello going to get those rifles off the ground. They do lose their teammates, but a chance here for them. Zello, the headshot onto Kavem. Topa and War 2K trying to fend them off. War 2K misses his opportunity, and Zello will close in on him. This was a full eco for Nexus, and now it turns into a 2v1. Top of the last one standing. Lau NX has the health on his side, at least. But Zello's quite low.
Not a fan of
don't-
how separated they got there as well.
Yeah, yeah.
You know where both these enemies are. I understand the bomb needs to be recovered, but take the time, play together. And instead, now it's 2 sets of 1v2s. Lack of armor, though, should really help Topa in this situation. So this SMG, it's not such a bad thing.
Oh,
Easy
Topa
peasy.
closes it out. Yeah, that is absolutely insane that it comes down to that. Let's not forget that was an eco for Nexus. As Topa finds the space in the site and then just makes it look maybe a little too easy with that MAC-10. 3-1 lead for Passion UA, but look at that economy. I mean, the damage that has been done here by Nexus allows for this one to be a swing round instead of just being them as the ones that are at risk in terms of the money they've invested into the round, which will be a lot. They got the op, they got the 4A1Ss. Most money left in the bank is 100 for Sound and Raga. They don't care about that. They want to start getting some rounds on the board here up against the Passion UA squad that plays very well with a lead on Mirage.
Yeah, that round, though, could certainly be debilitating, too. Keeping the build on to that type of lead. Nexus thus far have been really willing to play things like slow, not really taking a lot of initiative, particularly towards mid. They tried to retake mid in the first gun round. That didn't really work out so well for them. Otherwise, they've left it alone, and it's the same situation here. They're just going to let Passion UA do what they want, run their default. And Passion, not a team that plays super fast all the time. They very a little bit more rare in that situation, so I think this is an effective strategy.
Nice Molotov. Sound flushed out there, the balcony position. Zello misses the shot as well. Great flashbangs coming in for Passion UA. The frag's even better. 5v4 still. Couple of players, now 3. Here on this A site, and shot does not even get fired from Zello. War 2K shuts him down, then Jacasmo continues to work his magic here on Mirage. A 3-piece and 8 frags as Passion UA cruise to a 4th round victory.
Yeah, I mean that's somebody that we talked about on the desk, talking about how
Yes.
maybe he's had some struggles here more recently. He went from, especially the previous iteration of this team, being like one of the critical pieces when we're talking about fragging output, to on this team that being less the case. But you see him in the injury right there. I mean, utterly deadly. Every single shot is perfect. Rips heads off and dominates the A site. Puts Nexus down. And that's a little bit of sweat wiped off the brow of Passion, even though the eco round goes pretty poorly. This one goes swimmingly. The gun round is perfect. And they have everyone survive.
Well, timeout going to be called here by Nexus, and yeah, kind of have to. That gun round, they just got wiped off the board. Talking things over. Adjustments to be made, probably more for the next round than for this one. But you do have that M4 saved over. Where do you deploy it? Raga looks to be headed towards either mid or B. Unless the decision is made for him to join up with a stack. Which could still be the case. Anyway,
Yeah.
Passion UA, you go ahead.
You definitely look to some of these, a couple of those younger guys on the Nexus roster, though, as well, to take a bit of a step up. Like if we're talking about some individuals, Lau and X, Sound, both struggling to start this game. Not really off to the races just yet. Need to look in that direction. This is sort of a first, right? The type of aggressive fight for Nexus in mid, and they use their one rifle to get there, but Raga separated the weapon from his hands, eased down and out. And I think that's somewhat recoverable. Actually, tough to recover. Fights through the molly. Don't know about that one. Pays with it. His life on offer. And that's a confirmation that another one's on B. So at this point,
Yeah.
Passion should just be able to group and hit the site.
Yep, and Sound is probably dead if he goes through this smoke. Yep. A little bit slow on the reaction there for Jacasmo, but all good. And Lauanex does get one onto Jacasmo before he falls himself. Still, I mean, those are bits and pieces on the side of Nexus. Passion UA were not fussed at all in the round, and overall already had control of it, even when those last couple of frags came in. So 5-1 in favor of Passion UA. Full loss bonus has kicked in a while ago for Nexus, and they're going to utilize that here. They got the AWP and the 4A1Ss to work with, but so far it's been Passion UA with full control thanks to Jacasmo's great effort here, and maybe a return to form for him at an important time.
And no doubt about that. I mean, it's lovely to see him having that type of impact once again. Brings you back a couple months at the very least. This is the classic mid control that Passion UA have been working on pretty much throughout. Not going to go so fast this time around, but 3 players prepped at the top of mid for this fight coming. But as per our usual arrangement, they're really not going to get the fight. Topa, oh, this is dangerous. Does he know? Well, he knows now, but it's too little too late. Sound will take his head. There's a refrag, though. Connect control grabbed up there as BTN goes down.
Okay. Nexus trying to hang on here. Still, I mean, look, a lot of ground has been gained from Passion UA. Zello at risk. Just that span through the smoke connecting on him. Sound tucks himself into Sandwich. Coming out at this time, it's not a bad idea, but he gets caught off. Demka will find that. Lau and X does get one back for his squad, and then even more. Here we go. Nexus want to get their second on the board, and this is a great effort for it. Problem is, yes, it's a 1v3, but Demka, well, he was at 100 HP, but you got a couple players that are quite low. So Demka, if he isolates these fights well, could very much find himself back into it. He does not, though. Deals with the full HP player, and Nexus, thanks to the efforts of Lau and X, will get another round.
Yeah, I mean, just talked about how important it is for, those guys to get involved. Next having a big round in that one. Round 7 to go Nexus's way. A little bit slow for Passion UA on the uptake. Once they got that space, Lauanex able to get back into jungle faster than anticipated for Passion, and so that's why he's so effective. Couple of backs turned, and they're not quite ready. Buy back in here for Passion, no problem. And I think that Passion needs to maybe take a little bit better advantage of how much Nexus are giving mid. Because they are incredibly slow about that right now.
Challenging a bit more here, though. BTN peering out into mid. But you're right, it's not necessarily a quick approach, and if Passion UA go aggressively, they'll have it pretty much every round if Nexus keep up this type of setup. Anyway, it looks like they're trying to go B. Trade is on. 4v4. Does Demka hang around, or is he just trying to attract attention here? It looks like the mission is for him to attract attention, and a flashbang gets thrown from behind as well. Goes for the spam. They want to force a rotation over, and that is what they have done. So the A site defense a little bit lighter. Utility's still there to go for a mini execute on the Passion UA side, but only one smoke.
Feels like that was meant to be like a faster cat split, to be honest with you. I don't know what happened, but something happened that I think called that off. Cosmo able to hit a shot. Same time the AWP rings out, but misses the mark.
I feel like they should adjust to B now.
Yeah, that seems like the right move. And I think that's the attempt that's being made right now. Loud Nexus stands in the way. Never mind. He's deleted. See you later, buddy. Now they have their pick of the litter and confirmation where the final man's located.
Yeah, I mean, look, Sound gets one, but he's so far away from the site. No kit. No utility. Really no chance of coming out with this round. So maybe hunting for the AWP. He will grab that, and the mission is to try and save. Does he expect Jacasmo to be coming up ramp? And Topa's watching a connector.
Well,
I think,
he's on his
did
screen.
he see him?
Yeah.
It doesn't... He's going to go down. Yeah, he's not expecting Jacasmo at all. Oh!
What are we doing?
What? How? How does he hit that no-scope? What was Jacasmo thinking?
I don't care. Just shoot him. Don't give him a chance.
What?
You're asking the wrong question, John. Why no shoot? Why no shoot?
What was that? It doesn't make a difference in the round, maybe in the future for economy, but that's still one of the wildest sequences I've seen in a good long while.
I mean, it doesn't make a difference, and it does, right? Like, you got Zello now in AWP, though, for the next round. Like,
that's true.
There's more to it than just that. Like you said, the economy is of note. It's not like Passion UA are rolling in it. I just can't imagine what the, thought process even is.
Yeah.
Like, are we trying to knife him? You know what I mean?
I don't know. He had all the information, too. He knew he was coming, and he just froze. Maybe his mouse hand slipped. I don't have a clue. I don't know. Maybe his hand wasn't on. I don't know. I have no explanation. It just completely shocking to see that type of sequence.
Well, I mean, I guess you can brush it off considering it doesn't cost you a round win or anything of the sort. So there's that to lean on, but still questionable, even if Passion are still in the lead, a significant one at that. This is a lot different than anything Passion have done yet. A-Exact pretty much in the first 30 seconds. They're tossing all the utility, and they're going to come out behind it. Love this defensive smoke both for Sound. It allows him to play a little bit more aggressively in this position. Those nades, though, are a phenomenal counter to it. And DimQ shuts it down quickly.
Yep. Looks like they're going to put that weird engagement in the back of their minds. As War2K takes care of Zello, and the op doesn't even have a chance to have an impact on the round. He's also spotted out another and makes it look easy. Raga, last one standing, 4v1. And Passion UA, they're all good. Keep their heads cool. We'll lose another one here. But Raga's been spotted. Good flashbang. Okay. Why are all these frags happening post-plant in situations where Nexus are supposed to be saving? This time, okay. Jacasmo holding the angle, does get that frag, and finally the round is over.
A little bit more expensive, but it does mean that Nexus have no inclination of a very real full purchase. Like, they can buy. They looks like they might based on Law and X, but he's actually sold that. You could half buy here, but you're just gonna get the Raga one rifle, and then everyone else is gonna get what they can afford. Everyone but Raga should be just fine on money. I mean, he'll be able to buy, but it's going to be less than perfect. Dude, what are these engagements?
I don't know. I'm having trouble wrapping my head around it, to be honest with you. But Chikazmo is going to get one back. So 4v3 advantage for Nexus in a round where they were the ones on a half buy. Demka is attracting a lot of attention towards the A site, but look who slipped through. It's Raga! Topa had no idea. Chikazmo looks for Raga, but he's already gone. Why would he hang around there? There's no reason to. 4v2 in their favor. Demka is on notice at 4 HP. Chikazmo 56. I mean, this round might be done. What on earth are we watching, though, in terms of the engagements, like you said?
Yeah, like that, just to kind of clarify what I mean, right? That Kavim fight, bro, he's seen the shoulder, he's seen the entire head before he starts shooting. And then in addition to that, he's like holding the trigger forever. I just don't quite understand what's happening. With that, alongside the Chikazmo situation the other round, that one didn't matter. This one does.
Yeah.
Great reaction, though. You know, even after that happens, for Raga to come back and continue fighting for it, I think that's really smart. Gets them all the map control you could ever want and wins the round off the back of it. Passion, I think, you know, they're left in a position where they can almost do nothing but save these guns, but it really does leave them in a weird spot economically. You know, three guys don't exactly have money. Topa, I think, just bought a rifle for Kavim and dropped it over, so Topa's gonna have like no Kevlar, maybe?
Yes, you're right. He's got no Kevlar. Unless he switches guns.
I sold it.
Yeah. What's the buy up here,
It's a little scary because the problem is that, you know, it's round 11, so they have no loss bonus. There's no way for them to like eco into another buy, so they really are forced to like just buy what they can the rest of the half.
All right. Well, it will be Topa settling for the Deagle. Same for Kavim. They want that util instead, which honestly is the right call, given that War 2K is not going to be able to have anything but the AWP. And he's on a glass cannon, too. Oh, boy. See what's going to happen here. This match taking a turn for the strange in some engagements, like we already highlighted. Now the buy-ups maybe following suit. We'll see. Smoke. Going to get tossed here for BTN, so he has visibility onto Cat. And you have Passion UA kind of taking their time clearing out this space. They've got the Lurk and Palace, that's Demka, with the AK, hoping for some aggression. War 2K spots out the info hop. Maybe they're hoping that that baits out util, but it doesn't. Raga holding his nerve. There we go, finally does throw the flashbang. At the same time, Passion UA are redirecting their efforts towards mid.
Settle in for another long affair. Every time Passion get this mid control, it's usually a matter of time before they're able to execute off the back of it. This is another little difference. Nexus have done a great job of being hard to read with regard to how they like react to mid being taken. Allowing X is the one to get the victory off the back of that. Inside the smoke, but sound removes Chikazmo. Topa is still at the top of connector, but we've got Worro's op on no armor, and then two of these pistols. Topa has recovered an AK at least.
He has, but they have no space and no time, so the round is over. Just trying to save now. Kavim, he's got the util and the armor, that's worth saving for sure. BTM and Sound should take care of him though. Oh, Topa does get one, and then Kavim is found out. So at least the AKs, I should say the AK and the op, are saved over for Passion UA, but Nexus, they've got a path back in here as they're looking to get a 5th on the board. As you mentioned, Passion UA just going to have to try and get as many pieces out as they can, forcing out to the finish line. In this first half of action will be a Tech 9 and a Deagle for Caveman Jacasbo. We do have 2 rifles in the AWP this time around. One of them the Galil, but that's okay. I think it's just going to be a simplified A hit. Yep, Passion UA don't have the util to go for anything extended, so they're just going to try and send it towards A, allowing Nex the first, or okay, the response, but under control here for Nexus, Vincent.
Man, I mean, talk about like recovery. Woro's going to try and creep this one out. Might have had a shot at that one, but he still got no armor. So a little bit of a tragedy. He's now solo versus 4. He's taking the first off the board, but 3 more seems unlikely. Full minute to play with, but the bomb not in his hands. No utility either. All these little things starting to stack up against him. And that's before he even tries to push back into the A site to collect that bomb.
Yeah, I think this one may be decidedly over. So it should be a 5th for Nexus unless something absolutely collapses. Yeah, they're going to keep smoking this out. They got a Molotov, or incendiary, I should say, to throw afterwards.
Yeah, and when you, think about the comparison too, right? Nexus to Passion UA, who's been better at, converting these types of moments? So, I think Nexus has been more consistent there, to be honest with you.
Woro's just praying. He's just shooting and praying that something connects, and nothing does. And Sound will say, okay, I'll put you out of your misery. Nexus will get the 5th. 7-5, though, in favor of Passion UA off of their hot start on T side, but it really cooled off towards the midway point of the half. Let's see if they can recover as they head to the defensive end.
Yeah, what, 5-1 there is what it was for Passion UA to begin. Now 7-5. I'm still favoring Passion, but that really puts on display how significant that turnaround was. Powered by, talked about Sound and Low and X, they needed to step up. Well, hey, look, they did. Those 2 guys in particular went from kind of the bottom end of the barrel to, Low and X, kind of still in that spot, Sound top of the table by this point. But the CT side, usually a pretty good look here for Passion. I don't think you should be too worried.
Yeah, Passion pretty strong on both sides of this map. Yes, we do have a bit of a timeout here to kick off this second half. But a pistol round victory here for Nexus, and could be right back into some tightly contested CS. Not to mention that, as you already mentioned, Nexus have been strong. They've been the stronger team over these last 7 rounds. Certainly no slouches to getting their wins on Mirage. Has it been great? No, but we also have to look at the last 6 maps they've played here. 4 of them against Cybershock, who love Mirage, and they lost all of those. So perhaps that skews the results into the negative territory for Nexus when they're not actually that bad here on Mirage.
Yeah, I don't think that their win rate is as indicative of like their actual skill level on this map as you would kind of think. But I do also think that I think I touched on that Cybershock is like a super interesting team because of how inconsistent they are. Like they have good pieces, but that don't perform very consistently. So to consistently lose to them is maybe a bigger problem than just the losses in general.
Hold on, Cybershock 3-0'd here.
They did
in this stage, so you got to give them a little credit.
Listen,
right?
There's
been some
outlier,
consistency.
Man. That's the outlier. That's not to take away from them. We'll get it underway though. Nexus onto the T side as we talked about. Boost up here. As this could be a good setup for Passion, and it might be perfect. MQ is going to bait them in. You've got Topa up top, cleared by Zello. See ya. As Raga gets dispelled, that is Nexus on the site, and probably Nexus having the round. Jacasmo does have a kit, but that's not going to help.
That was a really good setup. That was a really strong setup from Passion UA, and it is just picked apart by Nexus. What a peek from Zello, and he gets 3 on the round. Unreal stuff as Nexus, they've got this pistol. Jacasmo, that's a parting gift as Zello will deliver the quad kill on the round. Nexus are 1 round away from tying this one up.
I'm pretty sure that Nexus shot 5 total bullets that round. Like shot 5 bullets at enemies and then 5 people died. That's how precise it was. To be entirely clear, Passion had the setup. Passion had the inclination. They knew what was happening, and it didn't matter.
Nope.
Did not matter. Zello had their number.
You might be right about that. Just so efficient with every bullet that's deployed there from the gun of Zello. Casmo. Whoop, he's gone. Now an X. Well, ensure that comes through. Moro 2K gets away. I mean, look, this should be a tied scoreline unless something crazy happens. Is it going to happen? No. I thought for a moment that Lau and X goes down there, but he's just farming frags with the with the Mac 10. So he's up to $1,800 in his bank account, and the round is over. Nexus do indeed tie it up. Yep.
I'm really not a big fan of buying deagles on that round if you're going to full save. Like, Topa and Jacasmo get a deagle in, and I know that, like, I know I'm pinching pennies, and I know I'm making a, like, small point here, but you need every bit of utility that you can on this round, usually. And, I mean, yeah, because of that, it's not an M4, it's a FAMAS, which I'm not a FAMAS hater. I think we're in the FAMAS era. You know, it's better than it's ever been.
No, I agree.
Still prefer an M4.
I think that you're right if it's CT side. Because if you're T side, I think you can risk it and get some deagles up. But CT side, the money is so tough to come by, especially in these early rounds, that you do need to be as cautious as possible. Although you never know. A deagle could come through and be the difference maker in a round. So it's hard to necessarily criticize it, but I understand your point. Kavum's going to get an opener. Jacasmo the follow-up. And Passion UA look like they're back to their old selves here once more, holding off the advance by Nexus. Nade pop? Could that open up the space that Nexus needs? Oh, they're getting peppered down. Sound, though. Why is Moro 2K jumping in that situation? He really doesn't have to.
I'll get reposition, though. I mean, that's fantastic for Jacasmo. I know it's going to get traded, but it's going to net them another kill. Every time they take those, it buys time for repositioning. Another nice shot from Zello, but this is traded. Kavem doing a great job playing hard to get whilst not overcommitting. Topa arriving on scene. Passion UA will put that one to bed. A nice little round that they drew up. Jacasmo doing another great job on the site, man. Like, initial frag he picks up, his defensive smoke allows him, you know, some repositioning. I think that there's a lot of good things to happen there for Jacasmo's positioning and repositioning on the site.
No question. I think that he played another great round, and in general, Jacasmo's been that bright spot for a squad that hasn't really done much else on the Passion UA side. It is surprising, actually, when you look at those score lines on Passion UA, to think that they're up in the map. It's like everyone is negative except for Jacasmo. Well, Demka as well. I don't know if that really counts. Anyway, Sound, here he comes, charging forward towards mid 3K. Jacasmo does get one back, but now he's alone with Topa. And Topa's trying to come over from Jacasmo. I guess it doesn't really matter, right? He's the one been carrying the load, the team on his shoulders throughout the entirety of this map. And, well, it's not going to change here if they're going to win it. There's the headshot for Jacasmo. 1v1. Zello's on notice. It's confirmed damage, too. As you see Jacasmo pull out the pistol. But he will fall back towards the site. It is crazy how much he's been able to contribute here to the Passion UA side when everyone else is struggling.
Yeah, I mean, he's crucial to the fact that Passion are even in the lead of this game. Now he's got to continue that lead with a 1v3. A kill that he's already found in the first place. Super defensive positioning for Jacasmo that might pay off dividends if Zello goes B. He's going to be fast on the uptake. It looks like Zello is going to head that direction, so Jacasmo doesn't overcommit back to A. He could be in the perfect location. He's going to check out mid, though, for right now. Plenty of time, though, for Zello. Get the bomb down and find the perfect repositioning.
Okay. Jacasmo. Now it's going to be confirmed. Oh, and he's got the info as well. Zello doesn't realize he's been spotted now twice. Jacasmo has all the information he needs for the freebie here. Does he find it? Zello turns around, and Zello will still get it despite Chicasmo having the advantage not once but twice. And Nexus pull off the round victory to tie it up again.
I can't believe it's happened twice in one game, to be honest
Yep.
with you. I mean, you know, that one's a lot more understandable. You don't want to give your position away or anything like that. But tragic for Chicasmo, who, I mean, he positionally outplayed Zello there, but he doesn't end up getting the shot off anyway. That's a tough pill to swallow. It's one that gives Nexus an equalizer 8-8 now, and Passion are on the economic back foot. They're going to buy, but it's not going to be pretty. Going to get whatever they can afford. Yeah, that one hurts. Cosmo did everything right, and yet still fails. His low HP, just such a frustrating part to that 1v1, which started as a 1v3.
And now you see Passion UA forcing up into this round. It's not going to yield the best of buy-ups, and Util's a problem. They are going to take some aggressive space here as a result of the lack of utility. 2 players into ramp. No one's home, though, for Nexus. They're going B, and there's only 1 player here. Ooh, there's going to be a lot of work for Topa with that 5-7. Not to say it's impossible, but if Nexus activate now, he could easily be overloaded. Here they come. There's the 5-7 for 1, only 1. That's not going to be good enough. Sight's lost, and it wouldn't surprise me to see Passion UA just call for the save.
Yeah, save good next. That's just the right move.
Yeah.
Not exciting, not sexy, but it's correct. You know, a little bit of a gamble, right? That's what Passion are kind of going for in this round. They hope that there's going to be an A play, but doesn't come to be. Nexus go B, and yeah, GG go next round is the right move all of the time. Small details, I think, going wrong for Passion in that previous gun round. Cosmo with a phenomenal 1vx attempt, but it doesn't go right. Zello, by the way, 18-8. I think it's kind of flown up slightly under the radar, if you could call it that.
Right.
I mean, we've talked about him a lot. Talked about like the big impact, but the multi-kill rounds is what we really need to discuss. It's how many times he's getting 3 to 4 kills in a round, and that is winning them these crucial moments. He had a couple of those in the first half, actually, to help get them started, to buy some time for Sound and Launex to get activated, who had a slow start. And he's done it again here, right? Pistol round, obviously, big 1v1.
Timeout called for Passion UA, realizing how important this round is going to be. It's their last timeout, still 1 remaining for Nexus. But, I mean, you look at the money situation, loss bonus, they can't really invest into this round at all. I mean, or at least not that much. They're going to go a little deeper than perhaps I expected, but I guess you're still okay with 1.6k, 1.7k for Tapa and Kavim. Here we go. This would be quite a coup of a round if Passion UA can pull it off. There's the immediate smoke for window. Successful for Nexus. Flashbang as well. They're trying to attract attention into mid. It's working. In the meantime, though, the main prong of the attack is going towards this B site, in towards B apartments. Being watched for by Topa.
Another
Got
solo
the smoke
hold,
ready.
though.
Yeah.
That
They're gonna go
smoke's
through
only
it.
gonna, it's speed them up rather than slow them down. 5-7, good for a dank, but nothing further. This time, Passion can, go for this as much as they want. That's an extra rifle that's now on the ground. Be picked up. The round victory seems a little bit far out of reach, but more damage could always be good, and you might just want to hang on to Cosmo and Kavem's guns.
I mean, I'd say the FAMAS could be easier to justify letting go of, but Kavem's going to actually get 2 here. Lau and X and Zello gone. Go grab those AKs, guys, and bring them into the next round. I don't know if they'll be able to ferry them forward. There you go. Another one recovered. Jacasmo's, he's too far. He can't go there. He'll die to the bomb if he tries to get towards short. So maybe they can bring it forward for him. Throw it into window, something like that. As it stands, no, it's unrecoverable. Nexus still win the round. That's the important part for them, despite some saved AKs for Passion UA. And they extend their lead to 2 rounds.
Yeah, now I think you start talking about like those individuals that have been missing for Passion, right? Jacasmo has done a lot of heavy lifting, but you know, where's Dimka in the mix right now? I think that's been a little bit troublesome. A 2-round deficit, though. It's by no means unrecoverable. Passion, who held the lead for the vast majority of this map, it's going to be them that lose first. With Kavim falling in connector, that's another great opener for LowenX.
Yeah, and again, I think more importantly is we're just not seeing that impact come through from the supporting cast for Passion UA in the opening moments where they need those opening frags to really make an argument of these rounds. Topa waiting with the FAMAS. There we go. War 2K activates to find LowenX. That's something. I think LowenX was trying to slip through window, but gets caught off. Now a smoke and get tossed. In the meantime, though, Nexus have managed to gain a lot of map control going towards Cat. They spotted a player there. Zello loses the fight with Topa. Now a trade is through. 3v3. BTN and the rest of the squad trying to apply pressure towards the A site now. Raga's already on it. I don't know if they've heard it. Maybe Topa has? Yeah. And War 2K deals with that, but in the meantime, Topa having to swing his head back and forth is a disadvantage. Sound capitalizes on that, but he is the last one standing in a 1v2, and War 2K will find it. So you were asking for the supporting cast there, Vincent. I was as well, and we do get it with War 2K finding a 3-piece.
Yeah, and I know he's got the 3-piece, but Topa, actually, I want to give him some flowers in this round.
Yes.
His decision-making and connector there to maintain and find control of space, win back some area of the map so that Nexus have to be careful. That way, they're not as efficient about that split towards A. They don't have the connector control that they would need to. Allows Waro the time to get those rotates and start to win those cleanup duels specifically. It's he who finds the answer back in the early stages of that round onto LowenX. That's the critical frag that he picks up. What?
Okay.
All right, poor LowenX.
The spam works out there for Demka. Yeah, no more LowenX, but Zello! What a shot with the Deagle! The nade comes back, and War 2K will silence both players over in the ramp, but a couple of impressive moments on each side until Passion UA gain control. And this is, again, just an ego for Nexus.
I think I can count on one hand probably the amount of games I've casted I've seen that spam work.
Yeah, no, it's exceptionally rare that the frag actually comes through.
You know, and I mean, that is definitely to do with the fact that, you know, everybody just kind of plays around it. But still, wild. Double swing. We're gonna clean up some eco frags. And Dimka puts the touchdown on his sound. That's 2 nade frags as well. What an interesting round. All things considered. Like you said, though, just an eco. You're not too worried about that. Passion equalize things at 10 apiece. At the very least, the cleanliness of that round gives them a little bit more bank to work with. Passion, they're not in a position where like one loss is going to ruin them. Won't be good, but it won't be ruining.
We'll see. I mean, Waro and Demka at 6K is actually pretty strong. I doubt they'll be struggling that much for a vibe should they lose this round, but that's not the plan. Waro in a position to punish, hits the headshot, threads the needle onto LowenX. And now the mid play on notice, but BTN with a critical response. Didn't expect the second player there, but all that work is enough to make it down to a 3v3 because some action happened on the other side of the map. Raga actually made it. Imagine there's so much space over on the A site and Sound on the B site. They're everywhere, our Nexus, and in the end, it will be the B site that's taken.
Yeah, that's Raga working out a palace that makes the difference, and now a 2-on-2. Topa's just spotted one going towards the van, but he jumped back across. Sound in a pretty committed position. I don't know if Topa's like been able to suss that out. Kind of seems like he's focused in on that angle, but regardless, Zello in the critical position. They got to start moving. Both have kits. But we're just under halfway ticked, and now Sound's position clear. Zello low, but Zello still wins his fight. Topa comes back, and the nade from the grave is what seals the deal.
That's absurd. Absolutely absurd finish to that round. As you mentioned, the nade thrown before the player died ends up making the difference there for Passion UA. They get the 11th. Nexus called their last time out saying, what the heck, guys? I thought that was it. We thought we had it. But no, Passion UA pulling out all the stops to try and get their map pick under control. What do you do here if you're Nexus as well? I mean, the money's not great. You can get a buy up here, but it's going to be Mac 10s, pistols, Galils. Maybe a hero Galil is the call. I feel like that would be... That's a forest buy. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I don't think a hero Galil would be the one that you would buy. You'd probably get the AK.
It's not too shabby.
Well...
Could be worse.
Yeah.
I think that Nexus correctly kind of stuck into that. They'll have a lot of choices in the matter. Big turning point round in that last one for Passion. The victory gives them a huge advantage. Fast, though, on the move. Okay, trying to take advantage of Dimka, who's been terrorizing Launex, ironically, on that area. And Raga able to take advantage. What a shot from Topa, who's had incredible impact moments. He's got another one here, still alive at Empty Pillar. And continues to be a problem, a thorn in the side of Nexus, but Sound has arrived, and Sound is in the mix with 2 kills.
Okay. BTN onto Jacasmo. It's all on Wuro 2K here to try and keep Nexus off 11. He won't do that at all. Missed shot. BTN capitalizes. What a great job from Sound, though, to respond after it looked like Passion UA were finding their way back into the round. He immediately shuts them out of it again with a 2K sequence. And we're tied up at 11, so you're right. I mean, that call from Nexus, absolutely the correct one to go for the force buy. Is there enough bank? Yeah, there is for Passion UA to get a respectable buy up through an OP, 301Ss, and MP9. Good chunk of util. Nexus are threatening to put Passion UA's backs against the wall here with the 12th round victory. Jacasmo getting aggressive himself, pushing towards A ramp.
Kind of hard to have a deep round game plan for this for Passion, considering how limited their utility is and was. What's left? Just 2 smokes, 2 flashbangs in a minute 18, so almost feels like they need to gamble a little bit. Oh, missed Molotov. That might help a little bit, and they are going to gamble. It's 4 towards A. Ready to roll. It's just a contact play for BTN, who had 4 kills coming into like the round 20. He's got some incredibly important openers right here. A shot from Wuro. Needed to be better there from Topa. Now Wuro's alone. He's dead. Not from Launex, from Raga.
That's a rough spray from Topa. Not to say that it necessarily would have been a difference maker, because there was already only 2 players left standing, including himself, so... But still, I mean, it would have potentially been a path forward. Now, indeed, Passion UA on their map pick are the ones backs against the wall with so little money. You have 2 Deagles, a 5.7, an MP9, and a FAMAS versus AKs, an A1S, and an AWP. The difference in firepower cannot be more significant here. And with an opening frag from Raga, Kvam gone. That gets the space cleared up into mid.
I mean, they know the win cons right now, Nexus.
Yeah.
They've done the hard work of getting that opening pick. Now they just need to work together, play the numbers game. And that's what they're doing. Ready to walk out onto B into Topa's domain. He did such a fantastic job previously. That nade's going to be pretty good. A lot of damage onto BTN, but the problem is that he's just one guy. He's bought time for Jacasmo to arrive, but he's gone instantly.
That's done. It's done, Vincent. There's no chance. I mean, what a clear there of that B-site. Demka's going to burn alive. Can't even get out of the Molotov. War 2K, last one here, spotted out. This is likely done, even though War 2K gets one. Lawanex is right on his tail for the headshot from the AK, and Nexus steal away Passion UA's map pick. The inconsistency issues you talked about here for Passion UA, well, unfortunately, they rear their ugly heads again.
Yeah, and shout out Nexus, because I think in previous iterations of this team, what they did right here, which I think was win critical rounds with big performances, right? You know, multi-frags, 1vx's, those are the ones that all went Nexus's way over the course of this game. That is something that I don't think Nexus previously had in their abilities. Like, I just think that they struggled to do that. You kind of got what you expected from them basically every game, and there wasn't that it factor. They had the it factor, and they had it every time they required it over the course of Mirage, you know, and that, for more than anything, just, you know, turned the tide.
And that was the strong piece from Passion UA as well. That was their map where we said they have to win this to be competitive in the series, because their map pool is a little weaker than it might appear at first glance. And now we go on to Dust 2, where Nexus have been having a lot of success. And on the other side, Passion UA have had nothing but headaches here. We're going to have to see if Passion UA can get back into this series, guys. But before then, a break. All right, Passion UA losing their map pick means Nexus have an opportunity to 2-0 this series on theirs, which is Dust 2. Hasn't been the greatest for Passion UA over these last 3 months. In fact, only 6 wins in 17 outings. And versus Nexus, who have had 11 in the same number of outings. Let's see who will come out on top here. Pistol round is underway.
That it is. A lot of pressure on the Passion because of that. Them didn't have the greatest of games. He's up first. Great trade from Waro. Sound, though, who's refragging out of his mind here over the course of this series. These reactions for Passion are interesting. They've got 2 players up and upper. Despite losing 2 down and lower, they close in the net on Nexus bit by bit.
It's a problem for Sound. Oh, he's got support. Okay, he's okay because he got the bomb there, and I thought he was going to go down, but he doesn't, thanks to BTN spamming forward onto Jacasmo. They have a 3v2, and the A site's completely clear. Like, this is going to be a bomb plant. Is there a kit? Not on the 2 people who are still up. That's Topa and Demka. Maybe there's one that's been dropped somewhere else, but as it stands, Nexus have a considerable edge, especially with Zello hanging back here in CT. He wants to have a look, and he does do some damage against Demka. Grabs the, USP off the ground and will fall.
Interesting. I feel like once he's spotted there, the goal becomes stay alive. Oh my goodness, Sound. I feel like they somehow knew. Can't connect. He's got nothing out of that. Time still of the essence. Cannot be too slow about this with a get there in time. There was no kit as was highlighted. So the fact that Passion UA win this round is truly miraculous, I want to say. They lost everything with regard to map control. Felt like that was the win condition was Zello's position in CT. And it just falls flat.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm shocked that those dualies did not do anything, like barely any damage as well in that angle. That is unfortunate for Nexus, who did a good job of gaining that space into the site. They get the bomb plan. It will be a forest buy for them here in the follow-up, but Passion UA off on the right foot on Dust 2. Their previous 3 losses here. Up against Ents, 5-13, Spirit Academy, 10-13, and Next Level 9-13. Certainly no slouches here on this map. Jacasmo getting the opener onto Raga after some utility was blinding himself and his teammates.
What a double up.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting, too. One man escapes. They're going to set War up, but I feel like that smoke makes it more difficult. Like, I don't think it'll matter, but we're a little bit counterfeited by that smoke. Regardless, Passion are comfortable where they're at. Cosmo had a banging map number 1 of this series despite the loss. So him off to a hot start once again. It's good to see. Kavim will steal that away from Waro, but and Zello barely even prepared to shoot back in that engagement. Passion UA cleaned him up fast, and you could be forgiven for not even realizing that that was a force buy.
Yeah, no, it didn't look like it. Right? I mean, there was the AK that got a frag in the mix there, but outside of that, Passion UA really snuffed them out. 3rd round of play. Now it'll be the eco coming through for Nexus. These early rounds not necessarily indicative of the trend of this map, but still good for Passion UA after losing that previous one to rack up a few rounds in a row here. And this one is probably theirs as well. What are you cooking, Lau NX? What are you guys cooking here with these deagles? 3v3, just like that. Almost a third frag comes through, but there we go. Settles back into more of a normal, expected result.
Yeah, maybe saved a little bit there. I feel like Passion, laissez-faire in their approach to this round. They were really not too concerned, and maybe they should have been a little bit more concerned, you know, about what was going down. Dimka, oh, it doesn't get the AK, so they've dropped the AK. Dimka didn't get it. It's not a big deal, but it's annoying. It's frustrating if you're Passion. Ultimately, Nexus doing a little bit of damage, but not too much. Rio, I want to temper my excitement here, JRT. This is what happened on Mirage, if you recall.
That is true. Nexus have the guns out. I mean, this is when we find out what they're going to bring to the table. Sound. Mid-control gain, not really being challenged aggressively by Passion UA for the time being, but you see Demka creeping up short. Molotov rains in, and I mean, he has to either fall back or commit himself, and actually falls back through the Molotov and takes damage in the process. Give him. Spots the players, got the information, but can't really get much of the damage on, aside from sound, yep.
It's not too big a deal, though. I mean, that information's super valuable, and it's going to be a two-pronged approach, right? Aggression on a catwalk. This smoke is a little bit interesting. Dimka talked. Great flashbangs, though, make life almost impossible, and so Dimka only gets one with his SMG. Kavim fast in the flank, but again, the utility for Nexus is on point. That smoke makes his life miserable.
Yeah, Passion UA have got a flashbang, couple of them, in fact. They're going to try and have a look here. Get back onto the site. There's the flash. Pretty strong, but then they fade away. Okay.
Just to get Waro out of CT, I guess.
I guess, yeah.
I hate it, but I think this is the right call. The part about them sticking around here, that's dangerous. It's not going to be a problem. So it's all good. But the reason I think it's the right call, because, I mean, I know Waro is in CT, but it's just so unwieldy to try to put the op in that position for them to try and like work their way back up. There's just so many angles to cover. So when you don't have any long control and your op is the one coming from CT, it's really just a one-pronged cat approach, to be honest, and that's a bit hard. So rather keep the money strong, get a full buy next round, and try it again.
Well, we'll see if that decision pans out. It would have potentially been interesting if they tried to go for something towards the A site, but I agree with you. I understand the thinking behind the retreat for Passion UA. There's that long control gained immediately from Nexus. They're spamming through the smoke, but Waro hits the shot right back, follows the tracers, and finds himself an opener in the round. Kavem gets a follow-up, and okay, Passion UA right back to it. Kavem. Oh, so much info again.
Yeah.
I mean, just heaps of it.
He is doing a great job right now of maintaining a lot of information in that area of the map. Great work. Really aggressive from Waro, who goes back for another one after getting that first. That molly, ineffective. And this is why I can really get behind Passion saving 3 last round and then coming back to, get the full buy again. Especially when you can win in dominant fashion like this. Not over yet. Sound might be low, but BTN a little bit healthier.
Nah. Great movement there from Passion UA. BTN only gets 1, and well, Topa will end the round. So you're right. I mean, the 3-man save was effective. They kept their economy healthy. They come right back with a round victory, and Nexus are the ones calling the timeout to say, hold on a moment. This is supposed to be the side we're better on. We have 60% of our T-round win percentage is 60% here on Dust 2. This is not what we expected to see. Passion UA will have to fend off another buy up here, though, Vincent. They're deciding to go for it. 3 AKs and a Mac 10 and a Tech 9, which isn't too bad. Good utility as well.
Yeah,
I'm not. Go ahead.
I'm not necessarily too frustrated yet on Nexus's behalf, to be honest with you. I think that you know, you're getting a little bit of a slower start from Zello here. They haven't had to necessarily go deep into the playbook. I still think there's a lot of options for them.
I was going to say maybe the B site would be a good idea for them to try and check out here because they've been really tunnel visioned into A. You see Passion UA throwing some good incendiaries to bottle them up should they be in the upper tunnels. There's the nade. Just tickles Sound for a little bit of damage. Sound going to throw a flashbang as they try to work their way out from lower into mid potentially. And really, you see Demka, he's like, no, we're not going to take those engagements. We got to be passive here. We're going to wait for Nexus to make the play. There's a nice smoke thrown from all the way beyond the tunnels.
All this B presence, though, and I feel like it's gotten them very deep, gotten them very far. Waro, a nice line. But he's got a one-shot tag, 2 through the door in that one shot, and Waro's on point. He's 8 kills already. He's done so much damage in this round. Dimka turns to get his one. Is there ability to recover that gun? Yes. BTN grabs it, but the HP is a bigger problem, of course. Great shot from Sound! And there's another one here. They know it. They've seen it. The Topa, great adjustment. The double spray down. Should be recoverable. Jagasmo's got that. And a wonderful round from Waro 2K. Put Nexus on notice.
I mean, Waro 2K did have his moments and started to wake up there on Mirage, but here, that was massive. The Colat doing the damage, the Colat damage anyway, done over towards Nexus. So much impact on the round before Nexus got into that A site that, I mean, once they did, they were walking wounded. Passion UA shut the door in their face. Great flank as well from Topa to collect the last 2. Waro sees the player in upper tunnels and makes quick work of them. That's Lauenex gone. This long hit has been discovered. Passion UA not fussed at all. This should be a 6-1 lead. Echoes of Mirage again here, Vincent. This is the type of lead that Passion UA had previously.
Yeah, no, there's quite a few through lines already to talk about, but I think Passion looking better than they did on Mirage, to be honest with you. Kind of everybody is having big impact moments. Waro very defining with his AWP, and talk about the opposition to that. Zello, I think it's his first op. So see how he can answer. Return, nothing on the cross though.
Waro? This is aggressive. This is really aggressive posturing with the op. He needs to be careful. He doesn't know the players here. Not sure how I feel about that one. Jacasmo, the next victim here. Raga doing work on the entries. 1:26 on the clock. Still plenty of time for Nexus to work with. And the manpower has quickly softened up for Passion UA. Incendiary tossed them, maybe just to keep them at bay. I'm not sure. Topa, oh, gotta be careful. He does win the fight with Lauenex. That's information gained. They overlook Demka? They will, completely. Why? I don't know. You have to ask them. But Nexus somehow fall apart here. Zello, last one standing in a 1v3.
Yeah, he'd have to get on the board, though. Get this thing started. And that'll do. Can't see him, but hits the shot anyway. A little look at his head over the top of the box. A hard way to piece up those duels, though. Seems to take the most aggressive tact, and it doesn't work out. Passion with a victory from essentially nowhere. That back and forth from it was Kavim up on the top of A site, and Oro on the box, man. Dimka, excuse me, just a little bit ridiculous, but it's a bait and switch that works really effectively. And I think that, more than anything, Nexus just laser focused onto Kavim on site, and that's how the car gets overlooked.
Yeah, it's just the manpower that Nexus had going into that, right? They had the advantage, 2-man edge. It was 5v3 to start the round. You'd think they would be more meticulous about the way they're clearing these things out, but just completely overlooked car. For some reason, they were convinced it was clear. Obviously, it was not. And that's a huge difference maker in this round. All right. Well, 8 rounds expired, and Passion UA look like they are a different team here on this map. Very confident on their CT sides. Nexus only able to string 1 round out of this. And now on a bit of a mixed buy-up. You have the AK, the Galil, another AK in the mix.
Ridiculous time to
Oh
just
my God.
walk through the upper smoke. Seriously, Toba's got to stop getting away with that. Like, it has happened now like 3 times.
Keeps getting on those flanks. And now damage done from Demka towards Lau and X. Softens him up for those M4s. All 4 players grouped up together here. Is the util there for them? No nades, but they do have the incendiaries and the smokes here on the Passion UA side. Woro wants to take fights. Not thinking about the util at all. Nexus gaining that space. Woro's under pressure. He's blinded as well. They're going to surround him. Do they realize he's in the smoke? Looks like it. But he still hits the shot on Lau and X. The follow-up? No. He's got another crack at it. Why? Roar 2K getting way too many chances there. And Passion UA, despite the bomb being planted, don't lose a single body.
I mean, that's the power of that defensive smoke. He just drops it onto the Molotov that's meant to clear him out. Instead, sits and wait. And listen, that's a lot more of a scary prospect when you're working against AKs that can spam you down. Well, it's Tech 9s and pistols for the majority. So that's why it's a little bit less than stellar for Nexus. They can't really control that area with spam. So works out nicely. Woro, another multi-frag, and another round where Passion just dominate on every aspect of the round. There's only been 1 round that they've even looked like they are down in. And then, sound multi-kill for the 1 victory that Nexus has.
Topa's at risk now. Yeah, they've caught on to this towards the B side. They try to push through him, and they do manage to trade him out. B has been taken. They just go for the classic B rush, and it works out. Molotov out. Bomb going to be planted here. Nexus may have found a path to victory. That said, look how quick Jacasmo's thinking about going in here. He's got to wait for the players from tunnels to have a really good chance this retake. There's the flashbang.
Baraka's basically a non-factor in this round right now.
Yeah.
He's going to get into position, but Woro, I cannot believe he's anticipating that. Meantime, Jacasmo's taking a lot of contact. Great shot from Sound, even though he can't see. It's Lau and X who's got to stand off against these 2 in tons, and it's all done based on that from Lau and X. Woro 2K goes over to a rifle, but surely time is expired by this point. Even with the kit, there's not enough of it to go around, but he's wanting to take as many bodies out with him. Still go down, but no, full HP, can survive. Nexus, super important round victory. They needed that one.
I mean, you saw how scary it still got for them. Even though they took that B side, it's very difficult to take it on the CT side, but they still came down to only 1 player, and good job by Woro 2K to wait long enough to punish the last player who was trying to get out. And they know that Nexus don't necessarily have that much money, and their economy's frail because of the way this half has gone. So well done from Passion UA, despite losing that B site immediately. And now Nexus go out long quickly, and they get the opening frag again. Woro 2K's a cat in the meantime. Only 1 player left on the A site. We'll have reinforcements shortly in the form of Topa. This is a good job from Nexus in the opening moments the last couple of rounds.
Feels like we've actually barely ever seen them fight long like that as well. So a little bit of a swap up. It's been more about the slow, methodical approaches, the long control that they get it. I think there is a little bit of a problem here, and that is that Nexus are stuck. They don't have any other map control. Raga's just joined back in the team, but he was barely even top mid. So Vim in position, holding a line over at B. Woro's got the op at A. I think that Nexus, they may have a little bit of a false sense of security right now.
Perhaps so. Oof, yeah, that smoke makes life actually difficult. Another good one. That Passionate keep committing to that smoke, and honestly, I'm kind of liking it. Lao X is gone. Sound, can he do something? Well, no, but Raga can. He gets 3. Nexus, open up the A site. Only one player left. Cave him. He's got the op picked up off the ground out of Cave him's hands. Excuse me, out of Woro 2K's hands.
No, he had the secondary over at B the whole round.
Oh, you're right. Yes, excuse me.
So I think he's probably just going to save it. I don't see any world where, he's going for this. Not going to toss away that much money as well. And there's a comfortable purchase for Passion next round, regardless. Wish we had kind of seen that from Rugged's perspective, but the ridiculousness of how good Passion actually were when you're talking about how they approach those gunfights, and then Rugged just wins them all. Like, very impressive. That's something where Passion had both the high-low, the 2 riflers swinging with a flashbang behind it, and then the AWP over the top. Like, that's a very difficult position to break, but Raga handles it beautifully. It's Nexus a third, and it could be more. Could be 4 rounds here for Nexus. Not quite the recovery that Mirage was, but I mean, I'd still call that a very good recovery. They can pick up this 4th round.
Yeah, I mean, from 8-1 to 8-4 would be certainly nice for Nexus, who have looked completely off here on their T side of Dust 2. Passion UA shutting them down pretty much at every turn. Now, taking the aggressive fights are Passion UA towards both long and B, because of how much space Nexus gained off those quick plays. So I like the adjustment that they're making here. Or 2K, this is a step too far. Yeah, Sound going to get the punish there, even though he is connected on. 5v4 in favor of Nexus. Op is out of the picture. And honestly, Woro's been the most effective piece here for them in this half, so perhaps a little bit troubling.
Certainly is a little bit, but there's still a lot of options right now for Passion. They have a ton of map control. Cosmo in a power position over at long, but Kevin goes down. That power position not going to matter when it's just him and Cosmo left alive. BTN stuck, and he should fall, but I don't know that really helps Passion's chances of victory. It's still 3-on-2 favoring Nexus, though yes, it does help that the bomb is taking the long way around, and it was about as far from B as possible.
Yeah, Oh, yeah,
wow.
There you go. Lao and X not expecting Jacasmo to be there at all, and you're absolutely right. Just that bomb having to rotate around for so long gives those Passion UA players a chance to come in and close the gap on the attempted retake, and Demka finds Sound. Oh my goodness, this is falling apart right before our eyes. Zello at 23 HP with the op. They're trying to bait him into looking towards tunnels. Nice shot from Zello onto Jacasmo, and what a swing with the deagle! Zello saves the day for Nexus with a highlight reel play.
I mean, Zello struggled to start. He was such a critical piece on Mirage, and now in Dust 2, it's not the greatest of performances, but that closer will get Nexus one step ahead, and that recovery is definitely real for Nexus. 4 rounds picked up. It was just 3 ago. Nicely done in the 1v2. Clutch up there for Zello. Wonderful work. But Passion still a nice lead that they can pull into the second half of Dust. Their T side as well is where they now need to bring things back. This is usually quite strong.
Oh, well, we did see the lead slip away from Passion UA in that previous map, but I agree with you. It felt like a different way to that point, I would say, in terms of the lead that they were getting on Mirage versus the lead that they got here. They looked a lot stronger, but these last 3 rounds have lacked that same conviction. Nexus, the window has been cracked open here, especially with Zello's clutch. That was the nicest sequence I think we've seen so far in this series. That was something else, honestly, with the pressure on, the HP he had, and the boldness he took to take those swings and take those fights. So much confidence. Now we have a technical timeout to kick off this second half. And it looks like that'll be short-lived. We're into the action.
Just kidding.
Yeah. Oh.
Baited into it. Yeah, nonetheless, I think the difference between Passion and the lead that they had on Mirage, right? It was really powered by Jacasmo. This lead is powered by everyone. You know, that's a lot of, we talked about like Kavim and how much information he was getting. Topa, very aggressive lurking, especially towards B. We saw, you know, consistent work from Woro. He's kind of leading the charge. If you wanted to put like a number one man moniker on anyone, that's going to be Woro. But, you know, still it felt like everyone was getting theirs. Everybody involved in that for Passion's 8-round stretch there on the first half. Zello, a pair of dualies. He got 4 kills in the second half pistol on Mirage. Well, these dualies going to help him out this time. It's Next first to bat.
Demka, can he get the trade? Yes. 4v4. Nicely done. Nothing behind it, though, as Zello finds the immediate answer back. Jacasmo gone. And now you see one player lurking towards B. That's Demka. On the other side, the bomb is at long, but they don't really have any ground gained. Still a couple of pieces of util left for Topa. But he's leaning off of that long position.
There's
will
no way
Woro be able
Zello's
to strike? No, there isn't. Does come around. Can he get the second as well? That'd be huge. It is going to be a 2K for Woro. 2K living up to his namesake. BTN and Sound, last two standing, trying to rotate back and close the gap. And long-range dualies, not sure about that one. And it's not really going to connect for much of anything. BTN knows them, because here he comes around the corner pre-firing and will make it a 2v2. So a chance for Nexus to get back into this site, but it will need to be a retake.
Yeah, and presumably this has been planted for Woro or not, based on his rotation. Top of it goes down instantly.
Good.
This is terrifying. Oh, they're going to think it's long. This still might be okay. There's no kit currently picked up for Nexus. They're going to have no idea. And he's just holding off, thinking, okay, no way they're going to stick it now. BTN does so. 3 kill, and he's isolated both the duels. He's fighting anyway. Woro, he just keeps taking fights, and he just keeps winning them. Passion UA. Take the pistol, and it's Woro 2K with 4 kills.
Both pistol rounds going Passion UA's way here on this map, and that was impressive from Woro. Honestly, going for that type of rotation, you kind of hope your teammate's going to stay alive, and when he dies, you're like, oh boy, this is going to be a lot more difficult, but he bides his time. That's the key. He doesn't show himself too soon, and that makes Nexus feel, for whatever reason, overconfident. You'd think that Nexus would be looking now towards Cat to try and see what happened, but they just came from there, so like, okay, well, maybe he's trying to wait us out. They try to stick the bomb, and it doesn't happen. Now we're into the action here, and it's back and forth we go. Passion UA have lost a couple of players. This one is not safe for them. Bomb going to get planted at the very least over on this A site, and Raga pops around that corner with, I think, utility out or his knife. I'm not sure, but either way, it doesn't work out.
Yeah. Next, can he chipper that away? The AK has just been recovered from the top of mid. Sounds grabbing that. He'll fall. Next, mission to save this AK. And they are currently searching for him. I don't know that it's really worthwhile to search that heavily. Like, Nexus have already done a ton of damage. Losing any more would be pretty bad for Passion. Even though I understand you think about the round count. 10 to 5. 10 to 4, excuse me. Is not too shabby.
All right, well, yeah, not too shabby at all. 6-round lead for Passion UA. You do have to reinvest pretty heavily here into this one, as you mentioned, because of the damage that was done, but I think they're feeling pretty good about this. Look at Sound, speaking of damage, down to 11 HP in that mid-fight. And now some utility toss forward here by Passion UA, potentially in towards B. Could keep these players leaning in the wrong direction. Good nade. Does the damage onto Chikasmo. One back, does nothing. And I mean, look, you're sitting, you're Passion UA at this point. You've got this lead. You're sitting back over at mid, waiting for the push to come to you, and Nexus are giving you absolutely nothing. So right now, they're trying to think, okay, how do we activate? Which direction do we go in? Having already gained this mid control, they've got that smoke from it to B, but they try to peek out into B, and Zello's right there to punch back. 5v4 for Nexus.
I bet Waro's fuming that he didn't have an op there, because I think he probably wins that if he does. And on a hot one. Freak. A form here on Dust. Topa hoping that he can find a timing, but that smoke gets refreshed, and so timing is no longer really available. They're gonna have to go through this if they want to take this fight through. They will. It's still slow. Those flashes were good, but Vince's the only one who's got utility left, and he's not necessarily in a position to use it. Finally, late lurk out long by him. Still in trouble. Great flashbang. Kavim grabs another one. Low HP onto the site, but Sound unaware. It seems that Topa was in that position. 10 seconds remain, and it's not enough time.
Unless he gets both right. No. Even that's not a possibility. Zello will get the last, and Nexus are on the board here in this second half with a fifth. Timeout going to be called by Passion UA. Now that damage to the economy becomes a factor for Passion UA. Timeout called. They want to talk things over. They will invest into this one, which is the right choice. You got 3 Deagles, the Scout, and the AK. And on the other side, it's still not a comfort zone for Nexus, but they've got the Op still in Zello's hands, an AK from the previous round, an A1S as well, and 2 MP9s around that with a much larger chunk of utility to fend off the Passion UA advance.
Passion UA force buy. I mean, this kind of goes back to what we were talking about, like the impact that Nexus has had on like pistol rounds in general. Like that's a point probably true of the entire series right now. But Nexus's impact there is being felt by Passion just after 1 round loss. Scout does hit the tag, but Waro falls to the AWP, the big brother. It's not even the second side of utility being able to be tossed out by Passion as they go down as it starts with their long take.
Yeah, this is a non-starter, it seemed, for Passion UA. Tried to go out quickly towards long and rebuffed by Nexus. Zello with another frag to his name, starting to wake up a little bit on the CT side with the AWP. And I mean, I think it all starts with that clutch at the end of the first half. It's got to give you some energy. Looks like Passion UA going really passive here. I mean, just waiting for pushes to come through. Can't imagine they already called for a save to come through. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, they're going to go to that upper B position. Try to get into that B site.
Yeah, but Sound's in a great position. He's got full health. He's got support for Lon X. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Tim Cute just hits the shot. Flashbang. Lon X on the dodge.
Oh.
He loses track of the spray. So again, trade frag is pretty nice here for Passion. Might be talking about a bomb plan at minimum. There's a lot of utility that would help deny that. Is that going to spread? Doesn't seem like it.
No. There's another one. Yeah, this is becoming harder and harder. Bomb plant's not happening. Look where Raga is. He'll deny. He'll deny, right? Yeah, okay. There we go. No bomb plant, no round here for Passion UA as BTN gets the last. Nexus got a 2-round win streak and have effectively broken the economy over on the Passion UA side.
Yes, it has. And I think this maybe is the perfect time to bring up something I've noticed for Passion. This is a team that really struggles to close right now. Like in general, they, you know, getting a lead isn't enough for them. They're in difficulties actually finalizing those victories, and so this has all the trappings of that type of problem for me already. And I understand that it's early in this comeback story for Nexus, but I've seen it, excuse me, one or too many times. Now, who put that smoke up there? Who done it?
Braga, gonna get a couple. Demka gets it back, and that's an AK on the ground available for them. I don't know if they'll be able to use it for very long or even grab it, because reinforcements have arrived for Nexus, and, well, yep, no chance at all. They just close in on them, snap their jaws shut, and pick up a 7th.
BTN heard there was ecos for sale, and he got there as soon as he could. Like, ecos, those are for me. Thank you very much.
Gotta pad those IGL stats.
That's right. Big comeback started here for Nexus, but it's not over yet. I do dislike that Waro is permanently on a scout this half. I wish that we could see him, get the op. We kind of talked about how important and how impactful he was over the course of the first.
An 8-4 lead into the half for Passion UA, then a pistol round victory, a conversion, 10-4. Since then, Nexus 3 in a row. Looking to make it 4 here, and Sound will win the duel with Kavum. Topa looks to capitalize and does. Great coordination there off the flashbang, and then finding the frag on Sound. Brings it back to even numbers. This B site could be vulnerable. Look how far forward Lauenex is. He does eventually fall back after the smoke fades, which is good because it could have cost him his life. The bad news for him is that 3 players will be soon barreling down in his direction with no reinforcements nearby at all. Maybe that will change by the time they activate.
Good news is that there's no flashbangs for Passion, so they got to take these fights dry. On, it's a good position, but Topa just good work for clearing it. Zello might be able to catch somebody on the cross here. They're very respectful of the fact that they know the op is out in the mix and that they don't have a smoke. So, yeah, toss the bomb over to Topa, who has low HP. I like how careful Passion UA are currently playing this. Zello does know that there's only one on the other side of this site.
Exactly.
There's one there on the site proper.
That's the problem, is that the information is immense for Nexus right now. So they know where 2 of the players are likely tucked into, and only one on the site proper. Raga, Zello actually going to get that frag onto Demka. Now it's up to Topa, along with Waro 2K. Waro does get that frag onto BTN. It's all down to Zello, 9 HP. I think it might be too tall of an ask for him to clutch this 1v2, and it is! Passion UA hang on to the site and finally get another round here.
Yeah, I mean, I was just very critical of Passion and how sometimes they struggle to close. Well, that's a great round to prove that that's no longer an issue, that's not going to be a problem here today with regard to Dust 2. At every step of that process, Passion were really understanding about, first and foremost, what we have, what we're giving our opposition in terms of information, and how careful they are being about how not to overstep. Really like that from Passion UA.
They have one more stop to get before they hit map point. Or a 2K opener onto Zello. That will certainly help. They might accelerate the pace towards short because they get that frag. BTN Coming onto the cat box, and he gets spotted as well. Waro was waiting for exactly that to go down. You're talking about having the op back in Waro's hands. Well, he does get it finally shut down by Raga, but that is short-lived, and Topa gets himself a 2K in turn. Passion UA have turned on the afterburners now, and they will have a 12th round victory.
Yeah, Lauenex is the only one who's surviving. He might not even get to do that. He's running for the hills, but Chasma's hearing that. I guess with an op, it's not exactly the best weapon for the job, but he's got Kavim on the other side. They've made a big box that Lauenex is currently sitting in. I don't know how much they want to continue to fight for that. Another great round for Passion, and this time it's Waro. You know, I talked about how frustrated I was that he's been perma on just a scout. Well, that's fine, you know? Great example of how he can change everything and how he did change everything over on the CT side of Dust 2. He does it again. Waro opens, Topa closes, 3 kills and 2 for those squads individually. Passion looking likely to push us to a third.
As long as they don't drop the ball here, what is an anti-force? No rifles in sight for Nexus.
Don't you worry. It's only an issue against default pistols.
We'll see if that's true. 1:32 on the clock. There goes the utility for the Nexus side. What little they have of it, anyway. 4 players leaning towards A. They're trying to gamble here, since they kind of have to, given the hardware they're bringing into this round. Maybe catch Demka? Perhaps, if he is a little lackluster about his approach. And yeah, they do. Kevin gets the immediate trade onto Lau and X. We'll see if they decide to activate in towards the B side. Still plenty of time left for Passion UA to try and hunt out another frag and gain a little more space. This is risky territory for Topa in particular. He could be dropped here. Sounds an important one, but right on back are World 2K and Topa to at least give themselves the bomb site. That said, it's a 2v2. The pistol's ringing true for now. Shot fired through the smoke, and then finding the player Jacasmo onto the site. Jacasmo fakes the plan, it works, and he will win the round with World 2K and the map. We are indeed headed for Anubis.
Yeah, all 3 maps required, and I feel like, you know, Passion, despite their Dust 2 performances here of late, I mean, they looked as good as you could on this map. I mean, it's a map they play, to be fair, but, you know, the last 3 times we've seen them on this map, it's not looked good. They have not been all that strong. Some good opposition, to be honest with you, but I'm impressed with how Passion UA were able to pull this one off. And, I mean, it helps when Waro 2K is dropping 25 frags in 21 rounds. Like, that's impressive in and of itself, but in general, I think Waro was the tip of the spear, but this was a team effort.
No, I agree with you. I agree 100%. I think that Waro had a much better performance here for himself. Yes, he activated towards the latter part of Mirage, but this is where he stood up and said, no, we're going to pick off your map pick now and go to map number 3, which is Anubis. This is where things get interesting as well over on Anubis, right? Because you have a 3-game win streak for Passion UA that hasn't only been, you know, a win streak, it's been convincing. 13-5 twice, and then 13-4 in their latest engagement up against Sashi versus Nexus, who have been more up and down, you know, in a lot of their stuff. Even though we could look at the competition and say, well, maybe a little tougher on the Nexus side. Still, given the recovery from Passion UA, I'm feeling like maybe they could come back and get that reverse sweep, Vincent. We're going to have to wait to find out as we hit the break. When we come back, we will have Anubis. All right, we're into it here on Anubis, map number 3, the final map here before the playoffs start, and we're going to find out which of these two teams will be advancing. Passion UA managed to pull off a map victory on that second one. Nexus's pick, and we didn't really expect it, but there we go, Vincent. So now we end up here where Passion UA have a very strong 3-map win streak. That said, Zello opens things up with a frag.
Stuff, and feels like, you know, oftentimes fine by back of them. What a return! Holy cow! I was trying to say, it feels like Zello often defining this Nexus team in a couple of ways, but geez, them ridiculous 3-piece. Still not over quite yet. DimQ should have the winning position, but it's never a guarantee. Oh my goodness, Low and X not seen. There we go. All right. A little bit of sigh of relief there, as this one now should be a guarantee. I say should be because Raga's heading in fast.
Man, that was a wild sequence from Kavum, as Raga is trying to get this back under his control. It seems unlikely. And there it is, a 4K for Kavum, but it's not the 4th one that's impressive. It's the 3K. Man, oh man, just rapidly switching targets, finding all of them, and switching the round from Nexus's hands as they found the opener right into Passion UA's, and firmly at that, as they take the 1-0 lead and find themselves another pistol round. Looking at Nexus, they're not going to force up either, so it will be immediately an eco.
Passion, you know, long-term success on Anubis, man. They've had a good Anubis for quite a while, and they feel comfortable here. You know, Nexus are in the same boat with regard to their comfortability, but Passion, you know, there's times where they just straight up dominate on this map.
Yeah.
And especially recently, they've been dominating. I think that T-side start probably going to help them do that a little bit. Actually, funny enough, I'm looking at the stats. They have a slightly lower T-side win rate than they do on the CT side, which is like mind-blowing to me, but you know, that really comes from them having dominant victories, but still.
And World 2K is going to get the 2 more. And Zello, the last one standing. Yeah, it's hard to say sometimes when you look at those stats in terms of... Oh. Zello gets a couple there, sorry. I was looking over at the stats. But it doesn't really matter. Passion UA still take the round. That being said, you know, sometimes you look at those stats and you're like, oh, well, you know, it looks like they're a little better on one side or the other. And, you know, it can be the case. But in this situation, I feel like what's more impressive, Vincent, is the fact that CT side is as good as it is for Passion UA on this map, right? Like, there's no two ways about it. 53.8% of their CT rounds are victories, which is fantastic on a map like Anubis, where you're expected to be below the 50% mark, usually somewhere in the mid-30s.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're correct on that one. A lot of pressure being applied to the B site early here for Passion. They get themselves into a position where they're forcing a lot of return utility from Nexus, and they know that Nexus's buy isn't going to be great. So, you know, you eco round 2 on the CT side, and your utility is going to be a little light. Passion forcing a lot of it in the opening stage of this round just by the pressure they put on B.
My goodness. They're tearing through them. Raga gets one back onto Waro.
Topa's got a timing too.
Yeah, exactly. Going into this B site. 2 players are here though for Nexus. Well, that's a great flash. And well, Jacasmo capitalizes on it. Raga will go down. Molotov thrown for backside, but Lawa next still gets 2 on Topa and Demka. They didn't expect them to be there at all. And now you have Zello over at second pillar, who could be the thorn in their side, but it ends up being Lawa next again for a 4K. Nexus are on the board.
That is ridiculous from Lauenax. I mean, how do you even do what he just did? He's in the back of the site. He arrives on scene just in time to help play defense. I think it was, I forget who it was as well. Maybe it was Zello who was stuck, but Passion UA, I think whoever dies in main sees in the kill cam that there's somebody backside, and Lauenax just arrives just in time to play like the defender of that guy for the whole entire B hit. Thought Passion were not all that separated. It was just enough to give Lauenex that opportunity, man. Crazy scenes.
Truly. And maybe a shift up here in the momentum, as there's an opener found immediately from Nexus into this next round. ETN spamming the smoke, wants some visibility. Now he's going to do it with the nade. No, actually that nade just tossed for damage, not to clear the smoke, and it doesn't do any of that. Passion UA slowing up the pace significantly here. Still hanging around mid. They're still hovering in this direction. They're waiting for the util to fade. And now bomb going to get grabbed. What direction do they go in at the end of it is the question, because Jacasmo is waiting right outside of B main. He's been holding this spot for some time. Could activate into A. Excuse me, B, I suppose.
Feels like that's where they want to go. The slow crawl. Now, third man joining in Canal. They're going to pick up the pace. That flashbang should be good. It's great, in fact. Raga
oh my God.
shooting blindly. Can't be seen. Now, Zello's going to have it all to do. He goes down instantly. That was far quicker and more dominant than it had any right being.
Definitely. And you see Nexus are in a save after what looked like a phenomenal start to the round with them spotting a Waro. Cave him down to 13. That's unreal. Passion UA, with the scraps they put together here on the force buy, make it work so effectively at that. Just a good patience, I would say, from Passion UA, with one player outside of B main for a very long time, and eventually 3 players explode out onto the site. The B main player attracts the attention he needs to and allows the rest to clean up house. 3-1 for Passion UA, right when it looked like Nexus were finding a way back into this one. Still a chance for them because they save a couple of guns, so it's not, hope is not lost for this recovery to come early in the half, but you want to get those CT rounds under your belt as quickly as possible here on Anubis.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. That it's such a tough half, tough side. CT Anubis can be, and it's not made any easier when you're beat down after a victory. You know, Lauenex with a great round, but follow that up with a struggle. BTN shocked by how good that nade is. I'm trying to get him elevated, and it's Waro who spots it out. Give him so far forward. This is, I mean, this round feels like it's already over.
Well, I don't know. You still got the rifle up here for sound, and Lauenex on the other side. They might push into Passion UA and maybe get a pincer attack on, but that implies them actually holding their ground here at B, and they do get one onto Kayvon, but Sound needs more than that, a lot more. He will get a second. Now the reinforcements can arrive. Hold on, Passion UA need to be careful. All 3 players towards the B site. They might try to retreat towards A or fake the retreat.
No, they've got the space over at A thanks to the extremity player. DimQ is here. And they think that they're beating the rotation, but in reality, it's already happened. Double up for DimQ, and that should be round over. This is still a lot more dangerous than it probably should have been. Fellow's got an AK, but he's not got any armor. I appreciate the passion, willing to adjust.
Yes. Because it's very easy to lock in and just say, okay, we're going to go force it through to B, or excuse me, A. And no, they don't. I was right the first time, by the way. They were going to force it into B. I don't know why I ever doubted myself. But yeah, that was a good back off. Passion UA already had dem cut towards that site. And as you mentioned, you know, Nexus are like, oh, we're ahead of the rotation. No, you're not. You're dead.
Dem stuck around here.
Yeah.
Really surprised that Topa doesn't look to go clear rugs, but oh well. Now he knows.
There you go.
Without any armor, yeah, that's a pretty easy duel for Topa. A little bit more expensive than Passion would have loved to have, but it's still a victory, and it's still 4-1. Important to get Zello onto an AWP, though. I'd love to see that worked in E-Box or something of the like. It doesn't look like that's what they're going to do. In fact, it's sort of the opposite. Going to bring it towards A.
Smoke going to get tossed here out of connector by Nexus. 1:30 on the clock. Passion, want to go fast, it seems. Like they're already facing towards B main. There isn't a smoke up. Now there will be. 2 smokes thrown simultaneously. One towards the site and the other one at B main. I think Passion just wanted to make some noise out there into the site. That said, Woro's been caught out in canals. Raga and Sound combining to finish him off. Look at the presence that Nexus have on the B site now. 4 players on the site proper. And A only has 1. Passion UA, are they executing towards A? Oh, this is going to be so much trouble for Lauanex. Yeah, they're going on A. Topa is already at pillar. Lauanex needs a frag, gets nothing. The site is taken and no one is really nearby. They do make it up near the site now, but Jacasmo's watching for the rotations, and he gets almost 2, trying to transfer for the second. Raga, going to be critical here. Spots out the player, can't get it. That'll lead to a save.
Yeah, send it back. Shut it down. Again, Passion from a position that, I mean, not like the last round, but from a position that they were sort of down in, struggling. They lose that opening duel. Woro lost, and they're still able to reroute despite how committed they were towards the B site in the opening 30 seconds of the round. They creep up mid, and it's a frustrating lack of impact there from Lauanex. Nexus bested at every turn. Passion starting to build into a strong lead again. 3 maps straight. They start off the map with a very significant lead, 5-1 at minimum on all 3 maps.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. It's never a good thing when you are fighting an uphill battle repeatedly. It's hard to find success on a consistent basis when that's happening. And Nexus are finding that out. BTN, Raga, and one more here for Nexus over on that B site, looking to peer out of B main. Take an aggressive fight with the pistols because you kind of have to take those risks when you have the limited firepower. BTN is going to pop out now. Jacasmo's watching. Jacasmo's waiting. Can't hit the shots. They're too fast. Can't track them. Trying to fade away now. And Woro saves his bacon. Jacasmo 2 HP. I can't believe he's peeking off that against these pistols. Woro again hoping to help out his wounded teammate, and he hits a shot tracking BTN. Sound does manage to fade back in towards that B site and collect 1 scalp, but it's still a 4v3 in favor of Passion UA. I say that, but the HP is very low for Jacasmo, as already mentioned, and Woro 2K is at half health.
Imka's in trouble too.
Yes.
He doesn't know that there's 2 players that have scaled out here. He's playing as if, that's a possibility.
Oh, that's panic.
Very fortunate that he's learned that information, though, without losing his life. Another lower HP bar. That's Woro, who's now down. Give him, though. He's the high health member, and he's going to push into position. He had the bomb on his back. Everybody's dinked. Oh, my gosh. And Sound, I mean, I think Sound sort of knows how low everybody is, but it's still a 1v4. Still a lot.
Yeah, and they're on the eco, and AK is quite the prize heading to the next round, so gonna want to keep that up and running if he can, because Woro 2K is on the scene and doesn't realize that Sound is there. So Sound giving away his position could still put him at risk in this round to save. We'll see. No, he's okay. So it'll be a 6 for Passion UA.
Terrorists win.
Starting to get out of hand, though. This is a big lead. I don't think that Nexus have really found the answer either. Some of the adjustments that they've made a little bit more proactive in their approach to the CT side. Thinking about the round that they probably should have won, where they got the opening pick on Woro. Like 40 seconds into the round, they're re-clearing Canal. They catch a great timing there. They're looking to do that a little bit more often. That aggression on A we saw last round with the pistols. they're starting to try and pressure Passion a little bit more, but realistically, Passion has still had their pick of what they want to do, how they want to do it, and they haven't really been it hasn't been problematic for them to change their approach late into these rounds.
Pressure is on for Nexus. Oh, Sound aggressively taking the fight into Canal, but loses the first one, even though he does the damage up against Demka. It's not a frag. Lauenex trying to capitalize on that, and he does, and he finds a second. Actually, it's Raga the first, and Lauenex the second. So that will be a 3v4 disadvantage for Passion UA now. Still looking for that space. Waro doesn't know how far forward they are. Needs to be careful about the way he peeks, and in fact, there will be a player backing off. That was Raga. It was almost in his face.
So scary there for Passion because you got two prongs of aggression, right? Sound coming out, dominating through Canal, but beyond that, you got the players pushing through A main as well. And Lauenex's timing on that push was beautiful. Waited for Sound to take like the second contact through the smoke and be problematic before he takes his fight. Exactly what you wanted to see. Passion UA down by one man.
Shot fired there and missed. Molotov comes through. Jacasmo knows that Lauenex is here, and then he finds him. Well done from Jacasmo. 23 seconds left. This was a man disadvantage situation, but now Nexus are all at risk of losing the round because that flash is just so good. Kavum gets Zello. 15 seconds left. They're going to stick the plant down. Should be safe for Kavum. BTN and Raga are on the scene. Will they be spotted out? Jacasmo's looking for a flank. That is not the case, but Raga whiffs on the shots and Kavum punishes. BTN spotted out as well, and a man disadvantage situation has turned into 4 unanswered frags for Passion UA.
Yeah, that one's brutal. Nexus can't keep letting that happen. That's the third time really this half that we've seen, Passion be beat down, have a disadvantage of some form or another, and the Nexus is unfortunately not able to close. And that is, in that moment, two individuals, right, in BTN and Raga that are struggling in a big way on map 3. It's kind of hard to ignore that fact when they're in the 2-on-2. BTN in a great spot. Zello, though, delivering an opening duel.
It's something. Off though around pistols, and if the 5.7 doesn't collect there, which it won't, becomes tough. Zello does readjust himself towards Cake, but perfect flashbang tossed by Toppa gives Kavum the easy trade, and that will make it a 4v3 in favor of Passion UA. Op still in Raga's hands here. And oh, that was nice bait. They baited him out into that fight for Toppa. Now they could argue for themselves to go for this one, although no kit makes it tough.
Yeah, it does. I think that there is a world where you want to fight that anyway, just based on the numbers, right? 7 rounds to 1. But they denade BTN and Raga going to get away. Going to get out, bring that out to Zello next round. That is a big, important factor. We saw him open the door in this round already. The opening duel. Passion, though, take another step forward. How many is too many to give to Passion on the T side? We're already at that point of this is a lot. I really think Nexus need 3 rounds at minimum.
Nexus are really good on their T side, so I think that's something to remember. But at the same time, if you only get 1 round CT side, I don't care how good your T side is, you're probably going to lose. So, pretty much any map of Counter-Strike. Even a T-sided map like this. So they need something here. They've got the guns out. Zello, see if he can find another opener. Damage done. Good nade tosses from Passion UA. Same story for Nexus, though. Oh, BTN's fully blinded. Do they capitalize? No! They come around as he's regaining vision. BTN gets one, and at the exact same time, Zello collects a frag onto Chikasmo. 5v3 in favor of Nexus. This is exactly what they were hoping for.
Yeah, but this has got to be the time that they close it. They have to. There's no choice in the matter. BTN sliding into a very interesting position, aggressively so.
Oh, he's past it.
I think this is the better idea, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It's right then that Topa's going to step forward, so that smoke going to be disrespected. There's nothing to give BTN the inclination about it either. Regardless, this is the type of advantage that cannot fall away. BTN just spotted. Certainly he's been seen, and now Topa seen as well. Ready to go towards B. It's 2 players in E-box. I mean, this could go very wrong. Woro's going to walk it in. Dimka right next to him. And the B site's open for business.
No way. Okay, still. BTN's here. And he's gone. Wow, this is ridiculous. 5v3 in favor of Nexus has turned into a 3v2 for Passion UA. Lau and X looking for targets. Can't find any. They're tucked around corners. More 2K exposed. There's one. And the follow-up. Okay. They only have Demka to deal with. Demka making some noise. They didn't hear it, though. They don't know he's over here, over in E-box. This could give him a massive advantage. Taps the head of Lau and X. Now, Zello tosses the nade in, but it's not deep enough, and Zello is going to fade away. Oh, he doesn't have the kit. That's why. No kit, no time. Ay, ay, ay. Vincent, you said it. They can't do it again, but they did. A 2-man advantage lost, and Passion UA find a 9th.
And it's not like, I mean, listen, it wasn't okay before, but it's not even like previous rounds where it was dirty and grimy. It was hard to fight for that, and you take a bunch of damage, and you get map control, but then you have to give it back. This was unopposed, basically. Passion, they lose 2 players, and they got nothing for it. Yet still, Nexus cannot close that round. That is, I mean, it's unconscionable. It cannot occur. With 9 rounds now, Passion are continuing forward. Nexus, who just take an aggressive tactic. Cosmo's hand is showing. So it's a tag, but no frag through the edge of the wall.
Gotta bag those. If you're Nexus, just like those 2-man advantages. Let's see. Sound is pretty aggressively postured. They know he's here. They do, but they can't get him down to dirt. Good one for Sound to find, but an immediate trade, and then Demka finds BTN. Another man advantage immediately melts away. They're moving in towards this A site as well, and it is the vulnerable site. Lau and X can't do anything. The site is lost, and the round might be as well, because even though Raga's rotating in to try and support, there are late arrivals for Passion UA that could cut him off before he even heads to that bomb site. Oh my goodness. Another catastrophe.
The bomb is one of those late arrivals.
Yeah,
okay,
but
well,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, I only say that because it could have. They saw the bomb drop off of Kavim's body, so they could have known that the bomb was in need of rotation. Zello, great first shot, the quick scope, but it's not enough. I mean, this is a failure to start on every level here for Nexus in map 3. What's on the line? Well, playoffs, top 16 finish, a certainty for whoever is the one to win this map. And right now, it's looking all Passion.
Even though they lose their map pick, their best map of Mirage, this is looking fantastic. There's another opener. It's not like Nexus haven't had those. In this half, they've had more of them, I would argue, than Passion UA have. They keep losing these advantages in rounds. It's the last chance to get another on the board here.
Really
8 sails in. Yeah. Oh, Raga's trapped. He can't move. He has to use a smoke if he wants to get a move on here, but his teammate Sound will support him and take care of that.
Bomb's actually going to be returning towards B. 3-man setup for Nexus in mid as they rotate off to a certain degree. Did they hear that flash in main? It looks kind of like they did. Can't afford to just stack the B site forever. Passion's slower, methodical approach to this round is meaning that Nexus are kind of flying this way, the other, trying to find an advantage, even though they already have one.
There's a flash thrown for a peek, and the util's coming in. Nexus, these two players are going to be bottled in. I think that's the biggest problem. They need to have an impact on the round, as they have previously in these similar situations. There is a player coming in to support. Jacasmo just going to take the bomb down. Wow, that's a bold play. Ryder comes through the smoke, gets one, the second as well. Finally, maybe Nexus can pull this off. It's down to only Waro2K in a 1v4. Gets the first. Oh, this would be awful if they don't get it. Okay, we're good. Nexus do convert it, and a second round at least for them, Vincent, here.
Feeling more like it is still over, regardless of the fact that they pick up that second. I know that you talked about strong T side, and that's valid, right? I don't think it's impossible to make this comeback, but 2 rounds is just not a lot to deal with. It makes it so that a pistol round is almost a necessity. You don't have any room for error, any room for mistakes, and Passion currently on a tear on an individual basis. And I also just feel like my confidence in Nexus at an all-time low when they're losing 5-on-3s.
Yeah. No, I don't blame you. Although, again, I feel like we're talking about this so much, but it's CT side, I suppose, Anubis. No, even when you have those advantages, doesn't matter what the map is. You've got to be converting them. Nexus. Their last gasps of life potentially here on Anubis and in series number 2 of CCT Season 3 Europe. Pistol round's important. Passion UA picked up the first one. They're on the CT side now and cave them. Ooh, peeking in with the dualies. It's a good time to be here up close and personal, but what a shot from Lawa next. Can he get a follow-up? No. His teammates firing off the bullets eventually in that mess. There is a player that falls. It's Waro. And the B site is taken, but the retake is on. Is there a kit? There is, so they've got time.
But 2 spotted there, Canal, so that's going to be a little bit of a relief. Sound might be low, but he's got the dualies. Still up a nice shot that he's removed. Dimka, 1v3. Thinking probably not. I think he's going to search for the kit, or not. Oh, no, it's up in front of him. He's just giving this one up a little bit. Fine, it seems to hold for exit frags.
I guess saving the armor is good here. $650 that you don't have to spend in the next round, because you're probably not going to be spending much unless they justify the force buy here. Hey, okay. Frag finally collected there. But Nexus winning the pistol, like you said, kind of a necessity. They got it. That's the good news. Does Passion UA force up around the saved armor? I think the answer is a firm yes. Yeah, they're going to do it, because Demka can afford the FAMAS, and you got the pistols, the scout for Waro2K. Becomes a winnable round.
That it does. We'll see what it looks like. Nexus, as I highlighted, right? Not any room for errors. That's an interesting main smoke.
Oh,
yeah.
Geez. Yeah,
Cool.
it is. Speaking of interesting, BTN just got dinked down to 18. So, talking about not wanting to make mistakes on the Nexus side. Almost a costly one there. The stack is B leaning for Passion UA, which means that if Nexus go A, this round is over. If not, Nexus could be in trouble. But it appears as though their pathing is favoring the A side, although they don't have the bomb yet. There is one player here.
That smoke drop is actually going to buy some time. Look at this regression.
Yeah.
BTN's got the bomb and he's low. Zello's going to see this,
Being
but
watched.
he's just not going to be expecting that many.
I feel like he probably knows now, and that's why Sound is supporting like this. They do get a couple, but there's a couple back. This is all a brawl, and Zello, the hero for them with the AK, gets the triple. Still a player on A site that could defend here with the Deagle. Needs to hit his shots, and he's missing, and now he's been run down, probably, by the MAC-10. Letting him live. They don't want to lose a body, considering that they still don't have confirmation as to where Waro is, but Waro could Yeah.
It's a complicated mishap smoke, to be honest with you. Kavim's going to walk this out. But Waro could be a thorn in their side. He's got a kit, man.
Mm-hmm.
And BTN's not got health either.
Does he know he's here? If he overlooks BTN, BTN's got an easy one. Yeah,
That
now it's all
flash.
down to Waro.
I mean, that flash tells you all you need to know, but Waro, even with a kit, time starting to expire. That'll be a round victory for Nexus. A little bit of a cyber lead. Waro keeps the kit, keeps the AK, keeps the armor, though. I mean, there's threats everywhere. Nexus not paranoid. It's a reality.
Waro gets the upgrade to the AK, but everyone else is on the eco here for Passion UA. The best idea here for them would just be to gamble a site again, see if it works out, and if it doesn't, you keep an AK for the next round. Gonna keep that AK towards B, in fact, but it's not a stack. There's still 2 players leaning A. There are some pistol upgrades available, so I do understand why they want to spread them out a little bit. Oh my goodness, look at this util barrage. Passion UA on the right spot, though, and Kavim gets the opener onto BTN. Sound sprays rough, but Lau and X and Sound do get a couple for themselves, although there's still 2 more players here towards the site. They will be quickly disposed of, and this one will go the way of Nexus. No problems at all.
A nice little cleanup for Lau and X, a little bit of cash flow injection for him. Passion gonna get their first purchase, and it's a banger one, dude. They've got so much utility for round one. With regard to guns, backup they needed. No op, sure, but I don't think that's a big deal. Themselves in a good position to win from the rip. I think that's very important when you're talking about just needing a couple of rounds. You don't need to necessarily work your way back or find big run of rounds. You just need those couple. What is giving this inkling over about this like A stack? There's like a flurry of rotations there for Passion to get back on A right as Nexus are starting to pressure that area.
Yeah, lots of util sailing in from Nexus here towards the A site, but I don't know if they're going to execute off of it. That's a lot of utility to dump for a fake. Still have 3 smokes, so they can rotate around towards the B site if they want to.
Pretty effective, though. Look at the utility for Passion. They have just 1 smoke, 1 molly left.
You're right. They did dump a lot in turn, and there goes a nade as well. The last bits of util trickling up for Passion UA. So you're going to have to rely on the guns.
Oh, that's interesting. Nexus, they meet that smoke in E-Box, and they're like, nah, actually, we're good.
Still 30 seconds left on the clock. They need to accelerate here into the A site, and luckily for them, Passion UA are going to get caught in the back foot as they look like they're rotating, but they've heard something. Something tipped them off here. Flashbang's going to get tossed. Lau and X goes in, and Demka and Kavim are good for 2. They're shutting the door right in Nexus's face with a 3K, and now it's all Raga who has to try and clutch this one out. But he only gets the 1 before Kavim trades him out, and Passion UA have got their round.
Oh, man. I feel like one of 2 things happened, right? Nexus, whatever the audio cue was, it was a mistake.
Yeah.
And that gives Passion the information that they needed, and they accelerate off the back of that Nexus. They don't set up the actual execute. If they execute that site, they win that round. But instead, they just speed up, and I think they had the time. I mean, it was under 30 seconds. It was getting tight, but they could have taken the time to toss just a Heaven Smoke and any other flashbang. But they don't. They get disrupted, and they lose the round because of it, thanks to Kevin. Big double up, big hold, an 11th round.
That's a really big one for them to find. Now Nexus. Do you get 1 from Raga to open things up? Lau and X the second. This B site could get overwhelmed just like that. World only finds 1. Jacasmo with a ton of pressure on. That's done. They've got this site. But is it mission accomplished or not? Demka AK picked up off the ground. Does he have the kit? No.
Should be
Oh,
mission
shit.
accomplished for now.
Yeah.
Crazy scenes, by the way. Just
Yeah,
like
man.
want to point out, Passion had 4 players basically at B,
Mhm.
and they lost the site. Nexus doing a good job, being patient. Actually, like they didn't like need to execute. They just had the advantage. They got the kill in E-box, and they just waited for Passion's response, and that response led to their demise. And Ko would really love to hang on to this AK, so he's going to opt out of that fight. Need to fight Lao and X, so he won't. Well, if we keep going at this clip, this is not good news for Nexus, but right now they're holding off the worst possible outcome. Passion with 12 rounds.
Well, Passion calling the timeout as well. Talk things over. You have the saved AK. You got money. Might be the time that they go for it. And yeah, Waro 2K buying there indicates that they are indeed going to force up. Should still be able to get 3 rifles, I would say. Might settle for an SMG for Topa or a FAMAS, for example, and then cave him on the SMG just to keep the utility healthy. It feels like they're changing their minds here. They are. Okay, they started going for a full buy and they said, no, hold on a second. Half buy going to come through instead.
I think this is the right call. I prefer this pretty
I do
heavily.
too.
So it gives them plenty of guns and money to work with in the next buy round, while still giving them lots of chances in this one. We've kind of seen before what can be done with little. Lovely bait in here. Dimka could have a field day, but Sound slides out of his crosshair. Well, there's the AK gone.
Okay. Well, that's over. Passion UA tried to push out there aggressively. Both players caught out. You can't blame them for trying, given the circumstances. Gave him War 2K the last 2 standing, and gave him at 2 HP. We're at full health with body armor as well. As it stands, though, this round no longer really in doubt since Nexus went to the vacant bomb site. So it should be a 7th for them. Not too shabby of a recovery so far, but I wouldn't call it a comeback just yet.
No, I wouldn't either. I also want to point out that, like, the problem with saying not a bad recovery is that Nexus have had to recover everything all series.
Right.
So that is almost just the usual at this point. Raga picks up a bunch of ecos, and I've also just noticed, I think it's something I've kind of like not mentioned too much, but BTN having a real stinker of a series. I mean, even on Dust 2, it was bad. I think he had like 6 frags on Mirage. This is, I think, needing to be a little bit better for Nexus to complete this comeback. Because I'm just fine with, you know, as an in-game leader, you not being a
Right.
fragger. That's valid, right? But it can't be that. Like, those numbers are unacceptable.
It's pretty low. No, I can't say I disagree with you. Also, I mean, he's not necessarily the player that's expected to frag out at all on this squad, right? But need to be serviceable at the very least, and that hasn't really happened. Well, maybe he can change that here. It'd certainly help their chances of getting back into this one. It's a 4-round lead now for Passion UA. No op available for them. Demka, along with Kavim, in the right spot here. It's going to be an early face, and Lauenex wins the fight with Demka. Kavim's not even expecting it. He manages to get a trade somehow, but is immediately traded back. And Topa, pressure is on. He needs to find something, anything. There's one. The second as well? No, that is too tall of an order. 3v2 in favor of Nexus, and there's a player there at mid ready to cut off this rotation.
This is where BTN can basically find that impact I was just talking about. You know, 1 kill here, or, I mean, I guess that'll do, right? Jakazma just forced back. He's going to full rotate around. Meantime, though, Woro making life pretty difficult. BTN's actually left mid, so there's no longer that prong of the approach. They still haven't gotten the bomb
Good
down.
flashes, man.
The BTN does finally finish off the Cosmo a little later, but it is a victory nonetheless. And I guess you'll take that. It isn't exactly pretty, but it'll do.
Yeah. As, wouldn't you know it, Nexus going to be on to a 9th now, more than likely, because the money's not really there for Passion Away. Yes, a half bike can come through, so there will be some SMGs here. That's an advantage for them. Maybe we start talking about the possibility of them taking this now.
I mean,
I don't know.
I think we're there. Like, definitely the possibility of the comeback, it's very real. They're already most of the way to that position. Nice shot, though, for Kavim.
Of course. We jinxed them.
You can
Maybe
take the
not
blame. I will hold off.
Fine.
What?
my
That's through the
God,
smoke,
no,
Kavim.
dude.
That's ridiculous.
That's wild. I'm going to stop talking.
I don't think you can do that. I think you gotta keep going.
I do.
But hold on a second. It's a ton more information just gathered up. Sound takes some flack, even though he does damage the other way. This is very bad news right now for Nexus, and I mean, you really can't even blame them too much right now. Them just hits a stunner for the first one, and it's through the smoke on the second. There's no way to refrag that.
There is still rifles versus pistols, so, you know, possible if Nexus are diligent here, they'll be able to clear out this site. There's the first and the second, only one left. Should be fine. Demka holding the line. The reinforcements are arriving now. There's that MP9 that could become a threat. Molotov should hold them off. Demka thinking about pushing the smoke, but doesn't commit to it. They're hoping that this retake will work out. Great shot from Zello. Trying to hold on to this site. Demka gets one, but only one, and indeed the rifles are enough for Nexus to come back after a very difficult start to that round.
Yeah, great recovery. I mean, that round, I was saying before that I really don't even blame Nexus for, like, how bad it started. It's really more just Kavim with some really nice shots and a little bit fortunate with the smoke spam. All that being said, though, Nexus, the steps they take to recover it, that's all them. That's all their decision-making. Good utility, good carefulness, the patience to not force the bomb plan initially. All of these things are, you know, what gives them that round win. We're back into the buy, though, for Passion. They've got Woro on an AWP, and they've got the opening duel. They're going to go off the back of that, despite the losses, and Nexus might be running right into their death, and it is that. Chicasmo grabs his one before going down. Topa's still in the back of the site, but it's Kavim. Actually, Topa to steal it away, as Passion UA find themselves on the back end of a B rush, and they shut it down.
And see, this is the problem with being down 10-2 at the half, right? I mean, yes, you can have a strong start. Yes, things can start to go your way, but you have to have like 3 or 4 breaks of the opponent in big buy rounds. And that was the last one they really needed to get back into it. They lose it, and all of a sudden, Passion UA is onto map and series point, right? So Nexus need to be flawless to get to overtime. Still enough money here to get that buy up through. So it's going to be AK's full util. I mean, the pressure is on it in such a significant way now, especially with how cleanly Passion UA won that one. Nexus have to bounce back immediately. Molotov sailing. Yes, go ahead.
It should be okay, right? Like, they're calling a pace change right there. Now they can go back to what's been working for them. Not too worried about, you know, the mental being broken off the round like that. It's more about letting Passion UA get started, and that's a big step up. We talked about BTN. How about an opening duel?
Not bad. Not bad at all, BTN. Nade goes back, and Lauenex is low. Lauenex and BTN being low is not the greatest of circumstances, but the good news for them is there's only one player on this B site. It is Demka from a powerful position over at Pillar, but he gets only one before being traded out, and Sound finds one as well, meaning Topa and Chicasmo are on the outside looking in. Economy situation rough. I don't know if there's anything that could justify them going for this retake.
I can't think of a good reason myself. I'm right there with you. Call this off, save these guns. And even with the saves, it's, you know, going to be not perfect, but it should be fine, especially if they both get away, which that shot from Chicasmo feels like it pretty much seals the deal that will be the case. That will be the escape made. What a round, though. Nexus go back to the usual. What's been working? It's been methodical mid control. It's been them getting opening picks, but also being able to convert those into victories. And it's BTN to serve up that opening duel. One of the guys that, you know, has struggled immensely over the course of the whole series on an individual level.
Well, looks like plenty of cash here for Passion UA to reinvest once more and try to end it here. Problem is, if they lose this round and can't save a gun, OT feels like a certainty. Oof, BTN. Yeah, he thought for a second, right? We're talking about him needing to have impact. If he hits that shot, all of a sudden you have an immediate 5v4, but he doesn't. Smoke going to get tossed. That will gain some control over mid here for Passion UA. As Nexus just going around the map looking for some gaps. They think they found one towards E-Box. This is a good flashbang. Yeah, they're going in.
Send it through. They got all the utility into position. That's the defensive smoke. It's going to take a while to pop. Jacasmo needs to survive. He will. He's got the support as well from Topa finally on the back of the site. Jacasmo still trying to play his life, and he will be the one to help to shut that down. Jacasmo with 3 kills to close, and the victory for Passion puts them in playoffs.
Oh, just a beautiful reverse sweep coming through from Passion UA. They had the lead on every single map, as you highlighted, Vincent. And on the last 2, they close it out without much doubt as well, especially here on Anubis, I would say. Yes, you know, there was a bit of a recovery on the other side from Nexus, but you put it well. Every single time, they had to recover. They could never really come back into it in the last 2 as well. And I mean, it's a shame for them. I think that both these teams kind of deserve to be in the playoffs, but they ended up in a situation where one had to go, and that one is Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, I still have question marks, I feel like, about Passion UA and their ability to close these games. I feel like in general, on Anubis it looked better. I think it was more to do with Nexus making good decisions and making that comeback. But like in general, I just feel like Passion UA this iteration struggles on the close, and we saw that again here. But what matters at the end of the day is that they take the victory, they take the win, and it does put Nexus down a little bit. That being said, you know, I think they play a good series here. They put themselves in position to make some of those comebacks. They just it's gotta be a point where they don't need to be required to make a comeback every time like that. That's, for me, the biggest weakness that we saw from Nexus today.
I do agree. Well, they're going to have some time to think about it before series number 3 starts off, because they're out of this one. And moving forward, of course, our Passion UA. The playoff teams are set, folks. It starts tomorrow. Join us here, same time, same place, for all the action. For now, we are signing off. Have yourselves a great night.